I'm not surprised why we see tides in the oceans, right? Because it's like sodium, like it has a lot of salt, right? And that is a good conductor.
Sure, and it's reasonable,
and that's why we don't see those same effects, like let's say in a swimming pool, right? Or in like a lot of lakes. Like there's large bodies of lakes.
In proportion to the size of the lake.
Well, I mean,
so like Lake Michigan, is Lake Michigan saltwater?
It might be, because it's probably connected to the ocean, right? We can find out really quick though.
But there are lakes. I mean, if you can find freshwater ones, you just have to find them big enough.
But guys, want to hear more?
I have a question for the Globies here. I know I kind of got into this conversation a little late. I've been listening for about 10 minutes approximately. But here's my question for you. If you took the whole of the Atlantic Ocean, describe for me, if you would, when it's high tide, say, in the United States, does that mean that it's low tide in Europe? Or like, how would you describe? Is there like, does the moon make one continuous pool of this big body of water, or does it do something different? That's more or less my question.
Tides are generally 6 hours apart. They'll be caused by they'll be dependent on the position of both the sun and the moon, so that when they line up at a waxing or like at a full moon or a new moon, then they will be highest, but they're generally 6 hours apart. And then there's a load of squishiness with like depending on the, as I keep saying, the shape of the seafloor. So
okay, so let me just summarize what you're saying there is you essentially think there's an effect that's probably from the moon or the moon and the sun that has like a one continuous pool on the ocean, but maybe with some wiggle room in the middle, that it's not exactly perfectly A and B, but it's close. So what you're saying is that there would be one pool that would affect the entire ocean.
No, I'm saying it's two, sun and the moon.
Well, yeah, no, I'm saying that with the sun and the moon, they would be making, in combination, the two of them would be making one pool on the moon. But,
and then there's also an effect where the side that is furthest away also has a slightly high tide. So the lowest tide is 6 hours, whereas if you're waiting during a new moon, the time you're going to see the but it'll be 6 hours apart, because the time between high and low tide, there's going to be like a low tide 6 hours after the high.
Okay, so let me ask you this, because it sounds like to me that you're not actually familiar with how tides work. And it's not a slight, because I was, and this is not a slight, by the way, because I was not either until a couple years ago. My comment for you here is to look up the tide node maps.
Yeah, I know tidal nodes.
And explain how you have lots of contradictory things that happen, even on the coasts, even on in the middle. That
contradictory to what I just said, or contradictory to what?
So no, contradictory to each other. So you don't have anything like a single continuous pool by the moon.
Yeah. But that's why you said
one by the sun,
and I didn't agree with it.
I'm sorry.
You said, "Is it a single continuous pool?" and I didn't agree to that.
I said
it's dependent on the shape of the seafloor, which
it's a single. Right. Okay. Hear what I'm telling you, my friend. So what I'm telling you is that with the tide nodes, by looking up one of the visual tide node maps, it makes it clear that the sun and or the moon could have absolutely nothing to do with that. Because you have places right next to each other that are high, places that are low. You even have them in the English Channel, where you've got four tide nodes right next to each other.
What do you mean by this high and low right next to one another?
There'll be a high tide. Correct. So if you watch the visual maps of how tide nodes work, and a lot of those come from NOAA, they don't actually come from, say, a quote-unquote flat Earth source. So when you and they actually as you delve into a little more advanced,
a little bit. It sounds a little bit like you're misreading the maps. When the maps
sir.
say high and low.
Okay, you're going to have to take that up with NOAA then, because what I'm reporting to you comes from the NOAA tide node maps, and what I'm telling you is that even they disclaim a effect from the sun and the moon.
So what I'm trying to say though,
the sun and the moon of tides comes from about like your first maybe through 7th grade education, but then as you delve into what tides actually are, NOAA and the other weather sources do actually disclaim them. And if you go do a search on the NOAA weather map, NOAA, the NOAA tide maps, you will see what I'm telling you.
Yeah, I'm aware of the NOAA tide maps, and they show like heat. It's like a heat map, and there are hot bits and cold bits. And the hot bits are showing where there is high tidal amplitude, and there is cold bits showing where there is low tidal amplitude. What I'm suggesting to you is you might have mistaken high tidal amplitude for high tide and low tidal amplitude for low tide. I think it would be. So what would you say is the closest place where there is a high tide and a low tide next to one another? Where are you claiming that happens? It happened in the English Channel?
There's a few that happen. There's a few that happen in Lake Superior. There's a few that happen in the English Channel, and I also believe in the Pacific. And I'm trying to remember where in the Pacific that there's some in the Pacific.
Sure.
And you can watch the tide
differential.
Okay, sir. You can watch the tide node maps, and they change as the tides are changing. So you can hit play on it, and it will show you the exact area that's in high tide and the exact area that's in low tide. And they will, when you go to those places, they will be right next to each other. So that's my point to you is talking about the moon and the sun having anything to do with the tides, that's even low-level meteorology. When you get into high-level meteorology, they start specifically disclaiming that. And they disclaim this idea that, like Neil deGrasse Tyson and others show this little bulge that kind of pops out. None of that stuff happens.
So, and you're saying NOAA agree with this? NOAA?
Exactly, yeah. National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration.
And they say that, so what, just to be clear before I go and check this, you're saying NOAA will claim that tides have nothing to do with the attraction from the moon?
That's correct. Exactly. Go look up the tide node maps and read.
Yep.
And you will see.
Okay, yep. I've got another question for you though. How close are you claiming high and low tide are to one another in terms of?
Well, you tell me. I've already said there's like 4 in the English Channel. So how far apart is the English Channel?
So you're saying there's a high tide and a low tide at the same time in the English Channel?
I said there's 4 of them. There's 4 tide nodes, so you can have as many as 4 variations within the English Channel. Is there something that you're not understanding about that, or because you're asking size, and it's like, well, the English Channel isn't very big.
Sure. And the next question is then, what's the amplitude of these different tides? Like, are we talking like 2 feet difference, or?
I don't recall specifically, but there's enough of a variance that the English Channel is not the smoothest sailing, of course.
Sure. I'm very doubtful of that, but once I've done what I'm doing right now, I'll
spend some time and we'll talk about it some more when you can.
Sure. I mean, I've heard this claim before. I would be astounded if Noah's claiming it's not to do with the attraction from the moon. That bit I will
Yes, because once you get at the lower levels of talking about weather and things like that, you hear about the moon having something to do with these effects. But when you get to the higher level and you get beyond the what's for public consumption and such of that nature, so the tide node maps are never shown. Well, I shouldn't say never shown, but they're not passed out to seventh graders and shown. Okay, well, here's how tides work. They just show this thing that was on with some of the science communicators showing, oh, well, there's this bulge that happens to the side of the Earth, and that bulge does not happen. There isn't, because the ocean is in a constant state of flux. So, the important key to all of this comes back to what any flat earther who's listening here is going to add in is effects from the sky have nothing to do with proving if the Earth is a ball or flat or whatever. That whatever happens in the sky has nothing to do with what happens on the ground.
Yeah. No, I know that claim. I just...
Yeah, and in some time you'll get there, my friend.
Well, to me, it sounds like please don't look at this evidence that debunks us, because I would say it's the most efficient way to...
I just told you to look at evidence. What are you talking about? I just told you to look at evidence.
I'm talking about the sky.
The sky's not evidence.
Right, that's what I'm saying.
The ground is what's evidence. The ground is what's evidence.
No, I get that you think that. Jesus.
Yeah. Looking at the sky, the only thing you can do by looking at the sky is use circular reasoning, is to say, well, we live on a globe, therefore we should see these things.
That's not circular reasoning.
That's circular logic, because you first assume that the Earth is a globe, and then you see the things. It's called confirmation bias as well.
Sure, it is fallacious, but it is not circular reasoning. You've got the wrong fallacy there.
Well, it is circular reasoning, because you start with, this is a ball we live on. Therefore, this here proves to me that it's a ball. So, because you've already assumed and you've looked for the things. Yeah, so you could call it confirmation bias and circular reasoning.
It's not circular reasoning.
Sure it is.
It's confirmation bias. It's affirmative consequent, but it's not circular reasoning. Circular reasoning would be saying we live on a ball because we live on a ball. It would be using the idea of a ball to prove the idea of a ball. Whereas what you're talking about
aren't you doing that with the sky, though? You're looking at the sun, you're looking at the moon, you're looking at the so-called planets, and then you're saying, okay, these are round, so obviously we're on a spherical round ball too. Isn't that what you're doing, though?
When did I make that argument?
Well, I'm not saying you specifically, but that's an argument I hear all the time. I meant to say Glober.
Because otherwise, what you're doing is like straw manning and shadow boxing.
Yeah, I'm not trying to straw man. I'm trying to steel man the Globers.
Well, you're failing very poorly.
Because they do say that a lot.
It's a bit like when you say flat earthers can't deduce or, can't observe. It's just a little kick.
Is that straw manning?
No, it's a little spice to go with the statement, isn't it?
Sure. Spice. I would agree with that.
Bit of spice.
Sure. So NOA, tides and currents.
It's kind of like saying, like, my light bulb is round, so my floor has to be round too.
If that was the argument that somebody made, it would indeed be a stupid argument. But if nobody makes that argument, you pretend they do, it's called a straw man.
Well, I hear that all the time, though.
No, you
like,
don't,
yeah, that's a normal Glober.
The sky, everything in the sky is round, so we have to be round too, right? We have to be a sphere too.
You hear that every day.
Yeah, I hear that all the time.
So Noah is saying, so the claim was NOAA says it's not to do with the moon. And I found tidesandcurrents.noaa.gov What are harmonic constituents? Tides are created by the gravitational forces of the sun and moon acting upon the waters of the earth. These gravitational forces change as relative positions the sun, earth, and moon change. We can visibly see.
Okay, my friend, are you reading specifically about tide nodes?
Nope. No, you said that they said that it's
no. I'm telling you, and specifically in regard to tide nodes, they will tell you that the moon has no effect on the tides.
Effect. Is that what they're going to say?
That's
it's got
correct.
no effect on the tides.
What
so
I'm telling you is to go read,
bit,
sir. Okay. Again, I told you what they put out for
point that they just made on this page.
Okay. You're not hearing what I'm saying. You were not listening when I was telling you. Is that correct? Okay. I said first, go read about the tide nodes. And as you read about the tide nodes, okay, sir, you're interrupting me. Okay, so I said first, go read about the tide nodes. As you read about the tide nodes, you will see that they specifically disclaim that the moon has anything to do with that. Me telling you to look that up is pendant upon going to the section and reading about tide nodes.
Which section?
Maybe you must have missed that because I had a little bit of noise.
So maybe you need to find it and show it to me, because the page I found called From Tides and Currents from the NOAA says the opposite.
So I'm telling you, sir, go to NOAA and read about tide nodes specifically. Right. Are you reading about the specific phrase tide node?
Yeah, I'm searching.
Yes or no?
If you can find me the page that says what you think.
I'm not finding you anything, sir. I'm getting ready to go into work here, so I can't, unfortunately. We can look at it a little later, but right now I can't. I'm asking you. Okay, sir. Do this for me. I want you to go read specifically about tide nodes.
Right.
And nothing else.
Tide nodes right now. What do you want me to find? I'm trying to find your evidence for you, but I'm just not.
Yes.
So I'm searching in quotation marks, tide nodes. I would usually call it tidal nodes or amphidromic points, but fine, we'll call it tide nodes.
You can type tidal nodes if you prefer. That's fine. Okay. Having said that,
tidal nodes, NOAA.
Read about the theory of tidal nodes specifically. So you went on there doing not what I asked you to do.
But you said from the NOAA. So I'm searching tidal nodes from the NOAA.
Tidal nodes.
I'm doing the wrong thing.
No, that's what I'm telling you to do. That's what I told you to do initially. But you didn't do that initially. So read about tidal nodes. Okay. So read about tidal nodes. I have to go into work here now. Unfortunately, we can table this and talk later, or you can read about it and then tell me what you think later. But I've got to get into the office here. Unfortunately, I don't have unlimited times to sit around on Discord and deal with this all day. It'd be nice, but unfortunately I don't. So we'll pick it up later, my friend.
Sure, yeah, if you could bring back the link, because I'm finding one from the Bureau of Meteorology from Australia, and it's talking about tidal nodes, and it's showing this same idea of there being a variation. But again, I think that our friend here is missing the... Oh, I can't post images. I'll just post the website. That again has this heat map, like I said. And yeah, you'll always find a variation in channels. So as you can see in the channel there in the Bass Strait between, which is a much bigger strait, much bigger, wider gap than the English Channel. Yeah, and here's what he's going to be talking about. Oh, if only I could. Can Roots, can you give me image perms? Do you have those abilities?
I can request for them, yeah.
If you could request for me to get image perms, because I know the thing he's talking about, and I can see why he would say that the English Channel has 4 tidal nodes, because it's got a very low one here, then it goes to sort of green to blue, and then it's heading back to green again. But like I said, that's going to be a issue of amplitude, not of saying that that the high and low tides are in the channel at the same time there. It's just going to say the variation due to, which is exactly what I'm finding on the Bureau of Meteorology, interestingly, has to do with a lot with the shape of the seafloor. So if the seafloor is very deep, it won't have as much effect as if it's very, if the water can run across it. my understanding anyway, as an inexpert person. Amphidromic systems of the sea surrounding the British Isles. Yeah. And the one on the Bureau of Meteorology as well starts off with the top of the page. What causes tides? Tides are alternating rise and fall of the surface levels across oceans, beaches, estuaries, and harbours. They are caused primarily by the gravitational pull of the moon, which is strong enough to displace the oceans towards the moon. A similar displacement away from the moon occurs on the other side of the Earth, where the centrifugal force exceeds the moon's gravitational pull. The sun's gravitational pull, the moon's declination, the local geography and topography, and water depth. All of the things which I said would affect it. But yeah, if anybody could find anything from the NOAA, I've had a good old Google for it and I can't find it. But I think the thing he's referring to, somebody's linked me to before, is a page that says while the sun and the moon, or the moon, is the primary cause of tides, it sort of words it clumsily, but essentially says it's far more complex than that. And I think that is what our learned friend is taking to mean they have no relationship with one another or are not caused by one another. No takers? Let's see if I can post the image that he's talking about. Nope, still not. So phase, I'm guessing, is what it's talking about. I found a paper here from ResearchGate that shows them around there. And it says both amplitude and phase. And I think he's mistaking amplitude for, which is the amount that it goes up and down by, And you think he's taking high amplitude to mean high tide when it just means high amount of variance and low amount of variance. I think I had it back to front, actually. I think more depth means more tide.
Well, it'll be interesting when he comes back to hear you two finish that combo. It's not something I can really contribute on.
I'll ResearchGate thing. I'll show you the map that I'm talking about. Post it again. It's the last link I posted. Where I'm pretty sure the phase is my guess. What is... where I think the phase is like, when does it come? Because it should be like pretty much bang on a meridian, but it takes time because it has to sort of slosh around the side of a continent. The timing of the tidal cycle. Yep, so I was right about what phase means. But yeah, there can be lag as it goes around the side of a thing or something like that. But yeah, I'm still sticking by my position. That would not allow for a high and low within the same, just within the English Channel. The English Channel is, as you well know, Roots, a tiny little spit of water. And where is it? Map showing. There we go. And so it's got 140, 180, 300. Yeah, so that's just got, yeah, what that has is, if that's timing, I don't know if that's minutes or what. You know, probably minutes. If it goes up to 300, what would it be? 600 minutes in, no, 100 minutes in 6 hours, wouldn't it be? No, that's ridiculous.
I don't know. I was planning to skim read the document you just sent, and there's probably 5,000 words in that post.
Yeah. Of course, 360 minutes. So it's going to be 360 minutes. So I'm guessing that's what the phase is in minutes. And at least the research paper is not saying there's fall within it. It's saying that at minute 140, it'll be getting down to the tip of Wales, whatever that, John O'Groats, isn't it? That furthest, what's that furthest southwest tip of England, of UK, sorry.
I'm only thinking Cornwall.
Is it Cornwall? Could it be Cornwall? I'm fucked on geography. I'm not.
I don't know. You got Portsmouth right on the coast.
Plymouth, Portsmouth, yeah, Penzance, that kind of area. So yeah, around that, like Plymouth. Oh yeah. So what am I stuffed on? Oh, Wales is that kind of pregnant belly bit. Okay. Yeah. So it's saying Plymouth, that kind of area, Plymouth, Penzance is at minute 140, and then by the time it gets to, like, what would that be? Bristol. I'm going to keep flicking back to another map. It's giving it, like at Bournemouth, it's giving minute 180. And then a bit after that, by the time you're at maybe, oh no, maybe it's like Exeter, it's giving 140. And then by Bournemouth, it's giving 180. And then it's got a sort of somewhat ambiguous one at, sorry, 140, 180, and 300. And then it doesn't have another one. So that's not high tide, low tide, high tide, low tide, which is, it sounded like what our learned friend was claiming.
Well, I'm sure if he was here, he'd have something to say.
I don't.
But I'm not going to pretend. I'm not going to pretend I understand it well enough to argue.
Do you reckon the moon might cause the tides? Or could the tides cause the motion of the moon? or they're unrelated?
Well, I've actually learned from this discussion. Before this discussion, I would have said, yeah, there's a direct relationship between the sun and the moon and the tides. But I actually liked what Necros had to say a little bit, and it's got me thinking.
But that there's not a relationship?
Well, I think Necros was, I don't know if he's here, if he wants to speak on it. He has his own theory of how tides are formed. Are you there, Necros?
Yep, I'm here. So,
I don't know if you're ready to share what you told me.
just a speculation. My own theory about what I think is happening. So I think that what we see during high tides and low tides, it's a real adding of quantities of water to the sea and to those bodies of water that are linked to river. And especially the bodies of water that are linked to rivers and source of water, where we can see tides. So I think that it's a real amount of water added to those bodies of water from the rivers and those sources of water. And there is like a, who knows, a system of drainage that is taking out, it's opening 2 times in a day in a rotation, like in specific place it opens and the other place it shuts, so you will have the drainage in some places that will just take out that amount of water added to the oceans and those lakes. That was a real amount of water, because just imagine this thing. Imagine the quantity of water that is added to the ocean from every river in this world. It's a huge quantity of water just per hour from one single river, non-stop, and add the other rivers. You will understand that it's a big amount, a real big measurable amount of water. So that amount of water won't be just getting away just with the evaporation of water because of the heat coming from the sun. So all that amount of water added to the oceans because of those rivers would just start evaporating and making the oceans stay in the same volume. So I think that water coming from the rivers is adding a real amount of water in oceans, and there is a system of drainage that will just take out that added amount just to not be flooded, because I think in short amount there is no drainage. Those rivers will just flood us all. And what made me think that because we see tides, high tides, low tides, in places in bodies of water that are especially connected to external source of water. You won't have tides in a closed lake, in a lake that is between mountains. No river is throwing water on it. No source of no whale or source of water next to it, just adding water. So we won't have any tides on those bodies of water, and you will have tides. The only places where you will have tides is in those places that are connected to sources of water and rivers.
And that theory actually falls in line with the idea of biblical cosmology, that the Earth is suspended upon pillars and that we are basically within a water system, so to speak. If the water is continuously there and it has access, as Necros is saying, we could literally just be on land in the middle of a big giant puddle.
Yeah.
So where does it go away to again?
If we
I get that. I get that as an explanation for how the tides would go up. What makes them go back down?
And for me also, the water inside those water sources that pops in the tops of mountains and are from centuries, from millennia, just throwing water day after day, non-stop, all the time. So what I think is, if you think about the biblical cosmology, Killian, so I think that those pillars just getting water from the waters above us, and there is some like tunnels and ways in the below us in the earth that is just that are transferring the water but underground, in the underground system of canalization. So and some places it will pop like a whale of water, and it will just that pressure from the top like a normal pipe, that pressure from the oceans above is exerting because there is they are so heavy, so huge, so big, so they are exerting pressure on those tunnels or those canalizations inside the earth, and that give us the pressure to have that water always coming from the bottom of the ground, coming to the top of the mountain and exiting a hole in the top of the mountain. And that pressure don't stop because it's just from the waters that are above that exerting that pressure and pushing the waters inside those tunnels to the top of the mountains and giving us those sources. And the drainage system is just taking out the water from the floor of the oceans and those giant lakes that are connected to rivers. So it's taking it out to the waters that are above, that are below us. So, because like the waters, we are surrounded, the system, the cosmology or this closed system is surrounded by water. So it take water from up, we use it here, we consume it, and the rest, the overflow or the bonus or the supplement, it's just drained out again to that same ocean.
Yeah, a big giant circle. I mean, the idea that we've seen these rockets launched to altitude and it interacting with some kind of water-like substance in the sky, and then also the evidence that's been rendered by submarines going to this impassable barrier that looks like blue type of substance, an impassable barrier. The idea of us being surrounded by some kind of water, including the idea of the firmament, the second day creation, like all this stuff starts to come forward, especially when you start to observe the idea of the water being there first and then the land coming in on the third day, surfacing like a submarine, if you will.
But isn't the water that's coming from the rivers coming technically from the ocean anyway?
Only if you believe in the water cycle.
Well, that's the idea.
In evaporation. And
right?
rainfall
You have
precipitation.
this water cycle, just as writing is saying, that you have dense clouds, heavy clouds, which are gray. Those things rain down to the water itself, ocean, whatever. But like at some point, as Necros is saying, there's a drainage point. There's a point where that water continuously moves around. I don't think there's dead spots in this living system where water just sits and continuously pools and collects.
So why in some places would there be really giant tides and in some places almost... Yeah, I don't know shit about this, so I'm just asking because I'm very interested.
Dude, I mean, again, if you accept the things like, and I know Auntie you do, because in closed system, the influence of these electromagnetic things that we're engaging with, whether it be the sun and the moon, and how they then affect the land. These are all things that, you know, we can accept certain constant observables and then start to spitball the theories beyond that. But if we can't settle on a foundation, pardon the pun, of whether it's a sphere that we're standing on or a flat realm, then we can never get ahead to exploring further things like how water work if we don't know what the water is contained by.
A shame Necros left, because he said he had some information about this, but it was in Arabic.
Just thinking of Necros' theory then. Do we know if there are areas that have continuously low tide and continuously high tide? Or does everywhere experience?
The closest there is that Amphidromic points, which is points where there's no tide. So like one of the examples is there's a place in like Norway or somewhere where people build these like funny little boat houses, and the boat floats into the house, and that's generally not done except on lakes because like the tide would be too high or too low sometimes, and people could just get in and take your boat out from under it, or you'd have to build it underwater. And you know, it was used in some bit of a doco that I was watching. It was saying, you know, isn't this interesting, this Amphidromic point? But there's no place I know. I guess you could say you could call those a high or low tide, because the only reason we know high and low tide is like comparing one to the other, right? You know, saying it was higher than it was 6 hours ago. I don't think you can just say objectively that is a high tide.
Yeah, but isn't it all in reference to sea level? Is the high tide considered a high tide based on its height against sea level?
No, sea level is determined as the average point between, I think, a king and a very high and a very low tide. I'm not sure about that, but sea level is just mean sea level, or like average sea level, if you will. Mean is forget which one mean is, but it's just like a kind of an average.
Yeah.
So it's only compared to mean sea level, which is, you know, you're looking at this wave going up and down and up and down and up and down. You go right around the middle bit of that.
But wouldn't every high tide and low tide's midpoint pretty much be mean sea level?
Yeah, that's what mean sea level's trying to describe. But
yeah,
you don't know what that is
tide
except by reading the tides, is what I'm getting at.
Yeah, but we can obviously compare high and low tides all around the world, you know, and at least we can establish, you know, a high tide is based on sea level. So if some seas don't have, or some areas don't have that high tide, low tide. Well, that would actually make sense if it was a replenishment, filtration, I don't know, sort of system, drainage system. Then you would get inconsistencies with the tides, which would make less sense if it was the moon, because you would expect more of a similar, a unified sort of effect, wouldn't you, with the moon? I just think it gives ammunition to this theory. The fact that there are areas that don't experience the high and low tides. Otherwise, what are we trying to say? That the moon is what, not affecting those places?
No, just that they don't. It's like water's got to move, right? And water will move more easily in some places than in others, right? And like in lakes, there's not as much water as there is in the whole ocean. So it wouldn't be rational to go, oh, tides are high and low, regardless of how much water there is. That would be the absurd, like, improbable suggestion to me.
Well, I think it's fair to say none of us knows. Nobody knows for sure.
Well, I think the argument that it's the moon, I think, is quite convincing. But yeah, I would agree. I don't know for sure. I would say that sort of the idea that it's something other than the moon seems like it's trying to fix a problem that I don't really see as existing.
Could be both. Could be a complete dynamic system. I mean, I do think we do suffer from compartmentalization. And I think that's part of the reason why we never get anywhere.
Who suffers from compartmentalization? Flat earthers, you mean?
No, I mean the general population, actually more the mainstream, not flat earthers as much, to be honest. I think compartmentalization is, I think that's the reason for the, when people say why the lie, or how have they managed to get away with this. I think compartmentalization's played a big role in keeping us in ignorance a little bit. Not being able to look at things holistically, and maybe consider that both of these theories could be at play at the same time. I mean, it's called a system, right? So it's not just one isolated mechanism.
Moving my water with the gases mass. What kind of moon rocks could be used to move water? Just to see if it was the moon. It's weird that they have moon rocks, but they're not using them to test water and see how they can move it at what distance. That's weird. So on Earth, moon rocks don't work anymore. They don't do any moony stuff.
That's because they're not really moon rocks, Democ. They're fakes.
This is where the buck stops. How can we test the tide? How can we pour water on our table and move it, slosh it about like a tide? What would give us that property?
Magic.
You think the electrical static sound, movement, propulsion, magnetism, toroidalness of the air, and you think electricity is not enough? Or wind or whatever, I don't know. I mean, an oscillating fan will make tides in a bathtub. I mean, how else do you do it?
Well, magnets can move salt water.
Okay, so back to the, so it still goes back to temperature, the magnetics, and the idea of what the air or whatever, because static, if you have static on a balloon, it can push water away, but does it make a tide?
I have a question for eggshells. If you're there, eggshells.
I'm here.
Yes. Do you think one day they'll develop the technology to be able to go to the moon with an amazing video camera where they can zoom in on Earth and they can zoom into the top? They can zoom in on an upright cruise ship and then zoom down in real time and see sideways cruise ships, upside down planes, and stuff like that. Do you think that'll ever be possible?
It's kind of a question of one part of that question is resolution. Sure, I see no reason why not.
Yeah.
One part of that question is atmospheric. I don't know if that's possible. I guess if you just sort of presume or you were talking about a kind of then another part is motive. Would people be interested? Would a space agency be interested in doing that? And I think they're all three different questions.
Pretty interesting, though, wouldn't it? It wouldn't really make a lot of logical sense to be able to. I can't see that ever happening. I don't think it could possibly even exist. But that would be a bit of a trip, wouldn't it? Being able to zoom in on an upside down plane.
Not really. To me, it would just look just if you want to see that, just get a photo of that and turn it upside down. I don't know why the question is to me, could you zoom in on a cruise ship that's sort of crossways to you? I think it'd be pretty difficult because you're looking like crossways through the atmosphere. But I don't get why upside down is important about that.
That'll be the day I go back to the globe.
You'd think the ISS could already produce that for you.
You would think so, wouldn't you?
No, not
Live,
really.
real time, every day. Tap the screen, pause it, zoom in.
The question is
spread
why
it
though?
out.
Why would they let's say
Why
you were
can't
going
we
into the
see
pitch meeting.
250 miles from an ISS, but we can see up to the ISS with our eyeballs? That's a good question, Eggshells. We should look into that. How come optics don't ever work for anybody the way they're fucking supposed to? That would make sense in real
I
life.
dream of them working the wrong way, I think.
So
like
optics
what?
work
So
backwards.
pitch it to me, DJ. What's like? Let's say I'm the whoever big boss honcho man of
what, watching a video live? You put a video camera up there on there and you press play, record. You hit the record, head honcho. And then everybody on YouTube and everybody that's looking in, you put that 360 there, and then you give the zoom capability, and you put that at the end of a telescope. You zoom in and you press record, and then everybody can click and see as you're going every 90 minutes recording all this shit in real time as you're moving with speed this way. The other stuff would be reacting and working this way in accordance to you. You could work out the math, right? So
that's why I think thinking. I see flat earthers make more sense if they do think the Earth is a globe, but it's a kind of objection to
reality.
Not getting
that what you don't want?
Stuff that they
You
want.
don't want reality to happen? Is that what you're saying? So you're saying you don't want nobody able to send nothing up and say, hey, you can film this ground, and all of us that's doing stuff on here, you can watch us. That'd be too crazy for you. That's just out of the fucking realm of possibilities. But we supposedly can see little dots rolling around in the dust cloud on Jupiter or whatever the fuck, right? Saturn, whatever. The big gas giant. Like, come on now, man. Get fucking real. If we can zoom in millions and billions of light years and miles away on some fucking UFO, and they tell you that gas is doing this way, look at the hexagon pattern at the top. What the fuck? Get real. You can't even get a shot like that from our own ISS. It's only 200 miles above the ground with clear air between us that we can see with our eyeballs, brother. This shit, I couldn't make this shit up. How retarded our government and people are. I couldn't make it up. I couldn't.
Oh, I think you could give it a try.
What would stop your fucking camera from filming reality, brother? You tell me, other than you or editing. What would stop your camera from filming and being able to make the video and then make 100 billion videos of every second that you ever flew around everything? And we could go back in real time and watch them all. And with the right zoom capability at any time we added it, we should be able to just tap the screen and zoom into any boat, plane, train, automobile, anything moving at any time in accordance that's under that fucking thing being recorded.
Very good point. So what would your pitch be, DJ? If I were the big boss man of NASA and you were saying you wanted to launch this mission and it's going to cost, I don't know, a few $1 million. And I was like, look, we do have this budget, but I want to see whether this is a worthwhile thing to do. What
Yeah, like the live cam monitoring the Earth. You know, they could easily get giant sponsorship deals and things like that. But I think it would be a huge benefit for the government to be able to monitor Earth in live time and be able to zoom in on specific locations and all that sort of thing. It seems like a a very worthwhile thing for them to want to do.
Okay, so sponsorship deals and security as a security, like a spy satellite.
Not
kind of deal.
necessarily
Is that
security.
what
I mean, it would be very beneficial for them to be able to monitor the Earth that we live on, wouldn't it?
And you're pitching to me
What's
for
going
us to
on
be
from a
able to monitor.
distance. Well,
So
for
us-
NASA,
for us to-
NASA,
so let's
use
start with
NASA
the
as an
first-
example.
So let's start with the first part of your proposal. We're going to do it for a like branding opportunity. Is that the idea?
Well, if you want to look at it from that sense, as just if they wanted to, if they wanted to make money off it, they could probably make a lot of money just putting a camera like
Okay.
live cam and Earth cam.
So
Something like that.
what's a good evidence that people would watch that? Describe to me another Earth cam that people watch a lot, because there's a.
I don't think it'd be okay. Just say there's
I'm asking you to
camera
pitch
on
it to
the-
me.
Okay, all right, I will. Just say there's a camera on the moon, and it's constantly panning around from north to south, zooming in on different locations. You wouldn't watch that? You don't think that would be the
So
most
that's
viral
incredulity.
thing ever?
I'm asking you to pitch it to me. So like what I imagine you would do
I'm
is go.
pitching it. I'm saying
Yeah, it's a bad
countless
pitch.
people would watch it. It would be like
Well,
one
the
of the
answer
most
to me
watched.
is no. I would maybe turn that on once, maybe twice.
Zooming in on
If I was
upside down
still in the flat
waterfalls,
Earth rooms, I would
upside down
probably turn it
ships.
on 5 or 6 times in my entire life. But what I would
would
suggest to you is
flooded.
that already exists in the form of Himawari and in the form of the ISS live stream, and I don't think many people watch them. Let's switch on now for this branding
completely different to
opportunity.
what I was talking about. The ISS live
No, it's-
stream's boring, even though it has countless people watching it. This is completely different.
what
This
makes
is
the
zooming in
ISS
on
live
upside
stream-
down cruise ships and things like that. Things people have never seen in their life. It proves the globe.
Well, an
like
upside down
it
cruise
would
ship.
be huge. You don't think big giant companies would be willing to throw a lot of money into that to have their little logo on the screen while that's streaming?
But you're not selling to me why an upside down cruise ship is going to be more interesting than the ISS passing overhead. Like
I
an
think
upside
it's
down cruise ship is just going to be a
self-explanatory.
confusing
I don't
image.
I think it's self-explanatory. I don't think I really even need to explain how interesting that would be.
Horizontal helium
Because there's only
balloons.
currently 125
Horizontal
people
hot air
watching the
balloons
ISS
going
live
that way.
stream. Right, so you're saying it's this huge branding opportunity. I'm saying we already have a constantly streaming video stream that.
Brother, we
out of
can't
the
even
8
see
billion
where the
people on
rocket
planet
goes
Earth,
out to space and goes past
125
Earth.
of them are currently watching ISS. So it's not a big
ISS
branding
doesn't even watch
opportunity, is it?
rockets. You can't even watch a live rocket coming up in the air and going to space the way it supposedly is. Live while it's doing it the whole time before it even starts from scratch.
'Cause that's
Pause
what
it.
this is what it'd come
Zoom
down to,
in.
right, DJ? It would take somebody within NASA pitching that and going, here's an idea.
No, it would take a
And
video
your
camera
pitch
and press and
is
record.
just incredulously going, you wouldn't want to watch that? And the answer is, honestly, outside of flat earthers, who I think, honestly, also wouldn't watch it.
So
'Cause there are
Globers
far
who
more than
can
125 flat earthers, right? And
So Globers
therefore,
who can't prove their globe and
nobody's
have no
watching
way
the
to prove their
current stream of
globe.
the Earth that is available. But
So
you're saying,
Globers
oh no,
have
if you
no
got us this
fucking way to
different,
prove a globe,
more,
wouldn't want to watch down to prove their
more
globe.
distant stream
How
of the
ignorant
Earth,
are the Globers,
that
the
would be
people
interesting.
speaking for the globe right now? Hey, flat earthers and Globers, you wouldn't want to look down and see a hot air balloon go that way to space and up this way and that way and see a rocket like go up, arc, and then fall down like a rock past the fucking curb of dirt and water and keep falling and not hit no dirt and water. We wouldn't want to see the sun actually drop down. I mean, like, what the fuck?
Exactly. What the fuck? I think you've nailed it there, Demo.
You wouldn't want to see any hot air balloons go that way, brother, to prove they're going that way to space. Not up vertically towards the ISS, but away from it that way, like they would on a ball. Like that way, to the horizon.
Look, there's a lot in that for all
So
of
the
us.
ISS is floating over instead of seeing the hot air balloon come up to it, or any flying object like come directly, like it should be going that way.
So my challenge to you is next time you present it, DJ, what I would say is, like, just do a back of the envelope here's how
Eggshells.
much money you would make versus here's how
What
much it would cost.
what would a
And I
helium
think what
balloon
you
look like?
presented now would cost like 2 orders of magnitude more than you would recoup on it.
Yeah,
What would a
look,
hot
that
air
was
balloon
just the
look
first.
like floating away from a
was just
circular pizza disc? What would that even look like? Like, imagine that. A flying object getting away from the flat pizza disc that they show you on the ISS, going like, shoo. That'd be fucking weird, wouldn't it? Couldn't even imagine anything flying around this flat pizza disc, even remotely a millionth of an inch away from it, off of it. Probably not even possible,
Yeah,
huh?
so eggshells.
It'd be
You
really
don't think it
easy
would
to
be?
prove the flat earthers, right? I mean, you just
Say
have to
again?
sail around Antarctica, right? You sail around Antarctica, and depending on the time it takes you to do it, you'd either prove the
Yeah, I
earth
think
is
that would be
round.
a great thing. You could have two planes. They could both leave in opposite directions around the coastline of Antarctica, constantly being able to see the coastline, and yeah, like they should meet again. What
And
is
a
it,
hot air
12,
balloon
13,000
watching
miles
them from
around?
above. Couple hot air balloons watching them from above that are strung together, kind of, and you can loosen and taut the string if you need and go with each other. That'd be cool. But what would
So
that prove?
what would be the
Mapping out your
second
backyard.
best reason for this live stream with gimbals
Yeah,
and
I mean,
motorized gimbals?
you're talking about the live stream we were talking about just before from the moon.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
or from space. Yeah, you don't think it would be important for the government to be able to have this technology to be able to zoom in on specific locations, constantly monitoring Earth from space 24/7, solidifying their globe, heliocentric, godless model, all
fucking
all the
12
children,
movies, the live
bunking.
movies from their ISS recorders all day long.
I'm getting a bit lost here. Why?
So now the big
link in the
recorder in the
godlessness
sky.
and the benefit of that to what you need to think when you're doing these if globe, why not X, DJ, is in this world where it's a globe, you also need to abandon the idea of a satanic one world government, sneaky, subversive Illuminati, shady dealings in the background. You need to go, maybe if it's a globe, then also it's different national governments and people bumbling along and making mistakes and competing interests, right? You can't, otherwise you're trying to test the worldview of the globe while also importing the flat earth worldview of a grand conspiracy and still presuming the existence of a grand conspiracy, but going, well, if globe, why isn't it also still, right? So what's the benefit if you imagine a USA government that's continually cutting funding for NASA? What's their reason for doing it? You're saying when I ask you to present it, you just go, "Don't you think it's important?" No, obviously I don't. Show me why it is important.
Hold on a second. Let's get back to what I initially said. I asked you, do you think one day they will have the technology to be able to zoom in on upside down planes and upside down cruise ships and upside down birds and waterfalls underneath the globe and be able to pan around? That's all I said. And then you took it into, well, what's the financial, blah, 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 blah behind this and that. I didn't claim that I had all of that information. You just added that in to try to discredit my suggestion. I just asked you a general question of whether you think one day they will be able to do that. And I told you that was the day that I would go back to the globe. I didn't say I had a huge case to present about this theory.
Right, that day won't come. And as I said, sorry.
I know it won't come.
I'm getting tired. I'm sorry for being a dick. Is like part of it is technological. I think that technology probably already exists, right? And it's just lenses and photo sensors. The second is like atmospheric. The idea of upside down still doesn't make sense to me. What you're saying is zooming in on the edge, right? But
I'm saying, hold on, I'm just saying to be able to
matter?
zoom in at things in the north from the moon, there's a top and the bottom from that perspective, right? So you can zoom in on things at the top, and then you can zoom in on things that are literally upside down at the bottom from your perspective on the moon where you're viewing it from. You'll be able to zoom in on upside down buildings, skyscrapers, not birds, but large items.
But I'm saying, why? What's the meaningfulness of upside down? What does upside down mean? Why upside down?
We would see it. We would see an upside down plane flying along.
I'm not saying what does upside down mean. I'm saying what is the value. Let's say, because all it's going to be, as far as I can tell, is a picture of a plane in a weird orientation. Maybe let's start with a right way up plane. What do I get from a right way up plane that I don't also get from just flipping that image and going, look, it's upside down?
Because you're just flipping an image, not proving that planes fly upside down, because that's ridiculous and impossible.
So what about taking a photo of a plane that is upside down proves that they're upside down?
Because you're panning from north to south, and you're physically seeing flying upside down, which is freaking crazy.
But you're just
completely opposite to what
I'm
we
asking
see.
a simple question. I might need to go to.
I'm giving you a pretty simple answer.
You're giving a so simple that it doesn't actually have the answer that I'm asking for. I'm saying why. Give me the rationale, and you just go, but it'd be upside down.
Because it would be the most fascinating thing for humanity to see.
Would it?
Well, in my opinion, it would, and I'm sure in many other people's opinions, it would be amazing to be able to zoom in on where we live from space. Well, they don't have shit from space. They've got all this.
That I agree with.
Hold on a second. No, hold on. Don't start interrupting me, man. Hey, let me get my sentences out. You know, they've got all this other ridiculous stuff they say from space. They're zooming in, and they've got these ridiculous videos of Jupiter spinning in high definition, but they can't zoom in on the freaking Earth. They've got rovers and shit on Mars. They've got hardly anything of Earth. And what's the incentive of looking at Earth? You know, they're going out spending billions of dollars on all this other nonsense, looking at these distant constellations and stuff like that. You're saying, oh, it's not important to watch Earth, to be able to see a video of Earth spinning from space, to be able to zoom in on places on the Earth. You don't think that's beneficial for the governments at all?
That's
like
ridiculous.
The idea of
zooming in on your house a bit, like sure, being able to get a live feed straight down, you know, and stand out in your front yard and wave up, absolutely, I'd be on board for that. That I could see there being like a financial utility in doing so, because you know you could almost make that a paid for service. That absolutely. That you would recoup any money from being able to pan across, because you're only going to see something like upside down. You got to think like between the moon and the Earth, there is no up, right? So if there's no up, then there's no upside down. So all it would be doing is zooming the camera in and either taking the camera's current orientation, which is just going to be basically like on a tripod, but looking straight up from, you know, looking plumb upwards from where it's at, and then not rotating the camera body to make the image make sense. And so all you'd be doing is going, oh, look here, if you look, you know, through this misty atmosphere, you can kind of see there's a plane, and we've presented it to you without rotating the camera body. And it doesn't...
If you don't think it's important to be able to have a video of the freaking Earth that we live on from space, then that's ridiculous, in my opinion.
I don't know, that bit I'm agreeing with. If you're saying a live video feed of what's happening on the ground, fucking absolutely. But I don't think the moon's the place to get it from.
I don't care about where it's from. That was just a suggestion.
Sure, yeah, a live picture you could zoom in on of Earth.
Those are called videos in this year 2024. All those videos.
What did I call it?
A living picture.
Did I say a living picture? A live video is what I mean. Yeah, absolutely. I love that idea, right? That you could like go to Google Earth and see if your girlfriend's at that guy's house, or, you know, check how many people are at a football stadium, or what the beach is like today, or something like that in real time from a satellite. Absolutely love the idea. And I think we'll get there. And probably within our lifetimes. Yeah, what I was stuck on was the idea of an upside down ship, because to me it's just would be an image of a ship in the wrong orientation. And very hard to see, because you'd be looking crossways through lots of atmosphere rather than the chance of seeing
not
straight
if you're
down
if you're panning from the top to the bottom, you're going to see a ship one way, and then you're going to pan down to the bottom, and you're going to see a ship the opposite way. Orient.
Sure,
going to be.
One, yeah.
It can shut all of us down instantly. Not that, you know, you're going to say, "Oh, why would they care about shutting down some flat earthers?" Well,
Do you
really,
think
you
it
don't
would
think
shut
if they
down
had a
Flat Earth?
live video stream from space that where everything's verifiable and they're panning from north to south and you can see upside down cruise ships and stuff, adjacent to, one's the other orientation at the top of the Earth. You don't think that's going to shut us down where we can match all the weather patterns. It's verifiable.
No, I don't think it would shut Flat Earth down. I think it would be another thing that Flat Earthers use to go, oh, this is a bit sus. Look at this is wrong. Because if just imagine for a moment there wasn't the ISS and there wasn't Himawari, and Flat Earthers were like, I want to see this thing. The live stream from the ISS and the images from Himawari are like a parody of what Flat Earth asks for, right? Like multiple camera angles.
Why do we get a flat?
Constantly live streaming with the radio? You can hear what they're saying to the people on the ground that goes overhead. And every 90 minutes is passing over the Earth that you can match up with the weather systems. You can check what's going on. And there's even a recorded example of these people shining a spotlight at the ISS and getting a feedback showing their light shining at it. Like, what better example could you get? If that didn't already exist, Flat Earthers would be demanding it. And it does exist, and Flat Earthers are demanding something different.
Well, there's so much evidence of fakery and lies from NASA over the years. You can look into it. Obviously, maybe you have, but you probably deny every single little bit because you believe every excuse they give you. You look at the Chinese footage, you get a flat horizon. The Chinese ISS, you're getting a flat horizon here, like in the chat that I've just posted.
Sure, but what I'm saying,
the moon landing.
let me put it this way. I think it is quite high probability that you disregard every single video that is purported to come from space. I think there are probably tens of thousands of videos and photos. Oh no, if I include photos, millions quite possibly, that come from space. And I think with 100% success rate, without fail, without a single example of one that you agree with, every single one of them you disagree with. And what you're saying, what you want me to believe, is this new particular different one. That one you'd believe. Despite your 1,000,000-to-1 odds against it, you want me to believe that this one you would. And I just think the odds, the evidence in front of me is that is clearly not the case.
Eggshells, they're presenting us countless images from space. They're presenting them as real to the general public. You need to explain to 99% of people that the bullshit that NASA's feeding us most of the time is a composited globe that they've made in Photoshop, that most of the pictures from these so-called, Himawari and stuff are just artist renditions of what it would look like. The general public is being lied to en masse. Most of the stuff you're seeing from space is doctored. You're not going to ever get any raw images.
I made. You need
Hold
to
on
respond.
a second. I didn't interrupt you once.
Fair enough.
But then you want to interrupt me. We're getting fed a lot of bullshit. Sorry?
The point I made is
you just said that there's all these millions of things from space. I'm just saying there's not even a single video of the Earth spinning from space. They claim that there's not even a video of the entire Earth rotating from space.
That's not the point I made. The point I made is, of all of the ones that are claimed to come from space, you disregard 100% of them as false. And I'm saying it is incongruous.
You guys can't
it
even
is
validate
irrational
that space can even scientifically exist in the first place. That's the problem.
Well, you're not responding to the point I'm making.
I'm telling you that you can't even validate that space is even scientifically possible to exist in the first place. So we've looked into these space agencies that are providing us these pictures in the first place, and we find that there's a lot of deception. There's a lot of fakery going on. There's a lot of doctored images being presented as photographs when they're not to the general public. We have to explain the whole Robert Simmons thing to every second person that comes in here, because they're being tricked. You're saying there's millions of all of these photos from space. Show me a raw image from any one of these satellites, any one of these Himawaris. Or show me a raw image. You will not be able to find anything. Everything's doctored.
There's one from a Hasselblad. Like, you're going to claim it's doctored or fake.
There's one from what? Sorry?
So one of the first ones was Earthrise.
From the Apollo mission?
Yeah.
Well, then you look into all the fakery, revolving around the Apollo mission.
So then this is the point I'm making. This is the point I'm making that you keep missing. I'm saying you disregard 100% as fake. Then you say please show me a real one. How can I possibly
I'm
do
saying-
that if you wave your hand at all of them as fake and then go, but please show me a real one?
Okay, eggshells. All I was
Do you get the
saying
point I'm
is if they
making?
had. Hold on, just let me make this one point. Okay, what I was presenting originally was if they had some amazing technology where you could go to space and you could have a video camera and you could zoom in on things that are actually happening on the Earth, and you can verify, okay, this plane was flying in this direction, this particular thing was happening at this exact time. It's very hard to refute if you're actually zooming in on a cruise ship that was actually there. Everyone can verify that everything that video camera is streaming from space is actually happening. It's impossible for them to be faking everything. If they're panning around, zooming from north to south, look at this plane, look at that plane, you can verify that plane was there at that exact time. Unlike the ISS footage that you're comparing it to, where you can't see shit, and they're caught using green screens and ropes and wires, all sorts of different techniques, zero-G planes, hairspray.
But so I agree, it would be harder to refute, but I don't think that is has so far limited flat earthers' ability to say that those things are bullshit. Right? Because like one of the ones to test it on is use one of the Himawari or use the ISS and look at the clips from when Australia was having bushfires. Right? I drove through those bushfires and I can guarantee everywhere from I was pushed off the Snowies, but nearly caught in a fire. And then for the next day, 2 days, riding all the way back to Sydney, I was in brown smoke. And ISS has got that. It perfectly shows it as this big brown smear that's being pushed eastward. And I've talked to a flat earther about that. And while I agree with you, it's better if it's live. It's better if it's like straight up video. They still have an answer to it. Well, that could have been captured by planes. They could be using, the other answer I've heard is they could be using weather stations and interpreting that data to go, where should the clouds be? And then using a complex algorithm to put the clouds in over a fake image of the Earth.
Yeah, a lot of the pictures that I have, I've got some great pictures from the ISS where, it doesn't look like as high as what they're saying it is. You'll see like a part of Florida or something, and, it's like it's a tiny Earth all of a sudden, and Florida takes up half the freaking northern hemisphere. It's, a lot of the stuff from the ISS is extremely sketchy. And then when you compare it to the Chinese footage that shows a completely flat horizon, and you look at all the fakery, you look at the India thing that happened, it's just hard to trust them. Whereas what I was suggesting is extremely difficult to refute if it happened. It was just a suggestion. I'm not saying I had it, I thought of it on the spot. I didn't have a big giant case organized. I was just asking you if you think one day they'll be able to zoom in on upside down planes. It wasn't like a big
I think on houses they will.
Making for the flat Earth.
I think on like straight down they will be able to.
It's like what was just posted here in the chat. Just say they had a camera like what I was talking about, and they could actually zoom in on things on top of the moon, and then they can zoom in on something on the side of the Earth there at the top of the Earth. All I was saying is, do you think that one day they'll have the technology, or they'll use the technology that they may already have to show something like that? And you're like, well, what's the benefit? Pretend you're a businessman and pitch it all to me and have your whole pitch ready on the spot. Of course I don't have that. It was just a thought experiment.
No, fair enough. Sorry for that.
No, it's all good, man. All good. But yeah, let's just hope one day they can do something like that. I just think it would be interesting, and I think it would be beneficial for everyone if that was possible.
Do you think, let's say that happened, let's say like somebody launched it tomorrow and it's like a subscription service. Like it'd be kind of tricky. You'd have to do it. I'm trying to think how you'd do it. I think you could do it with a series of geostationary satellites and give people time on them, where you like, for a free amount, you can take a photo of the Earth as it currently is. And then if you pay more and more, you can angle the camera and zoom it in on your house, and you sort of get 10 minutes a day or something. Do you think, let's say that system launched tomorrow, do you think there would still possibly be people who are like, nah, it's fake? even though they could walk outside and wave up at the thing and film themselves doing so. But they'd still be like, no, they're capturing it some other way. They might have, bolted cameras to the container or
it is
to
fake.
a plane that I can't see.
It's fake.
Bingo.
Oh, I completely see your point. Obviously there's going to be people out there that are going to call it fake, but in my suggestion, I was talking about, literally having it all live, having really high quality footage and being able to zoom in on upside down cruise ships, planes, upright, panning around from north to south. It would be very difficult to fake. You agreed with that.
Oh, yeah.
Saying there probably will always be someone calling it fake. I agree with that.
I mean, it's definitely fake. It would definitely be fake. I mean, the reason it would be fake is not just because I say so. The reason it would be fake is because we can prove, right, in reality, that a water level is a tool for establishing a horizontal plane of reference, and straight lines don't bend, and the shortest distance between 2 points is a horizontal straight line. So we can prove that it would have to be fake.
Shortest distance between 2 points is not a horizontal straight line. It's a straight line. The shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line. Horizontal doesn't
horizontal.
get a look in. No.
Oh, yeah, it does. 100%. Yeah.
Okay, what if the 2 points are the base of the building I'm in and me on the 21st floor?
Well, if there's only 2 points, right? No big deal, right? But if there's only 2 points and a line in reality, then we can't access it. We can't measure it. We're within it, and we wouldn't be able to find out anything.
You're saying the shortest distance between 2 points is a horizontal line, and I'm saying, what if the 2 points are above one another? One is above the other. Is the shortest distance for them a horizontal line still, or is it now a vertical line?
A vertical, yeah.
Right. So the shortest distance is not a horizontal line; it's just a straight line in any orientation that takes
from
one
point to the other. Not any orientation. All right. So there has to be in reference to something. Like, so horizontal.
Just got to connect the 2 points.
No, they have to be in reference to something. Like I can prove. What I'm saying. Right? So if I take 2 points, and I put on a piece of paper or some reference of paper. It's on the string. That's straight. Sure, but if I
roboting tanks.
Verticals, right? Can you hear me?
I can now, but you were roboting through that if you wanted to.
Any better?
Yep. Give it another try.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so I mean, like, we can draw on a piece of paper 2 points, right? And then we can, put those within a grid, within two vertical. Right, here's, 2 vertical lines, and then the 2 points right between it would have to be, the straight line would have to be perpendicular to the vertical lines, right? But if it was any higher, like on that vertical datum, it would be a longer line. So I mean, we can, this horizontal and vertical is an orientation. Yeah. So I mean,
all I was saying is just that the idea that the shortest distance between 2 points is a horizontal line doesn't follow. It's not logical. It doesn't.
Well, the horizontal is like an orientation. Yeah, no, it has to be either horizontal or vertical. It's in reference to something. So, like, if I had 2 poles going straight up in the air, vertical poles, and I said, well, if we said put 2 points on each pole anywhere you want and draw a straight line, that's the shortest distance between the 2 points. Yeah, but now if you put another point anywhere on the pole, it's going to be a different distance. So it has to be between the 2 vertical marks, right, or horizontal, whatever orientation you want it to be.
I'm not following this at all.
So the 2 points, like in space, the shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line, correct, right? But there's nothing to reference it to prove that it's the shortest distance. You need another point somewhere.
What? Is another? You can't prove.
You can't measure that it's the shortest distance. Yeah, you can't prove it without a third point.
What?
You can't prove it without a third point. Say what? One more time.
I'm not following that at all.
Yeah. So
it doesn't make any logical sense.
If all of reality consisted of just 2 points in a straight line and no change in the vertical or whatever dimension you want to change in, we would never be able to prove anything. So you need the third point to prove. And that third point then gives you you can then set an orientation. I mean,
Okay.
you're saying what? Because like we've proven this to be the case already, right? But if all we had
Well,
was 2
this doesn't
points in
seem
a
to
straight line,
intersect at all with reality to me. But I'm just not following it in a geometric context. It's not. It doesn't make any. It sounds to me like it's wrong in geometry, and then it's being reified into reality, which
no. Yeah, so again, the shortest distance, right, we can measure, right, between 2 points is a straight line, right? But when we use water level to establish like a datum, right, to measure from, then it's a vertical datum, like up and down on that datum, vertical, right? And then the shortest, between those that within that datum, between the one vertical and another vertical, right, at whatever distance away, a straight line would not be the shortest distance between those two verticals. It would have to be in the horizontal orientation. Straight line from the top of a pole to the bottom of a different pole, that would not be the shortest distance between two poles. It would have to be in the horizontal orientation. You get what I'm saying?
look, as long as it makes sense to you, mate, I think that's all that's
Yeah.
important.
Well, again, like I said, you can prove it to yourself right now if you want. You can go get two poles, put them on the ground, anything, put
Honestly,
it on the
I'm just
ground.
not really good. I think it's bedtime for me.
Yeah, put them on the ground anywhere you want, and then measure the distance between them. If it's not horizontal, it's going to be a longer line. It's pretty simple. So, I mean, directly correlates to what's that word you said? Reality. Directly correlates.
Okay.
Yeah. So the thing that we can use, right, to prove that this can't be the case, like if we went and zoomed in, upside down, boats, et cetera, is that reality. Within reality, you can prove that the shortest, water level is a tool for establishing a horizontal plane of reference, and the shortest distance between those 2 points is a straight line that lies within the plane. And if it was above or below, right, change in the vertical, it would be a longer line. Wouldn't be horizontal. Wouldn't be the shortest distance between the two vertical established poles. Yeah, so that's why you can't have boats be upside down on a horizontal plane. But if you think you can zoom in on a horizontal plane and then boats will then flip upside down because you zoomed in and out, I mean, I guess you would be showing it live on TV. So how can anybody deny that horizontal lines will flip upside down if you zoom out?
Have you been spending time in Bev's server?
What?
Just sounds like you're talking like Bev does, or people who spend a lot of time around Bev.
I should say what? What? I practice saying it like he used to say it. I haven't listened to Bev in like maybe a year or two. But it's just the case. It's just something you can prove, right? And then you can take it with you and you can prove it anywhere you go. It's just like a proof that you can bring around with you. You don't have to go and zoom out or zoom in on anything. Yeah. So when you say like, why wouldn't people believe it? Well, because people know that horizontal lines don't bend, right? So whatever somebody were to show me with mirrors and shooting a straight line again and bouncing it back into a circle, and then tell me, well, listen, what bent was the horizontal line? No, you want me to believe that? I'd have to I'd have to change I'd have to change more than just that belief. So I mean, there's a difference between refraction, reflection of light, bending like an image of a position versus actually bending the axiom in the world. Yeah, that's something else. So yeah, so if a flat earther is like, listen, you're just bending the image, that's fine. That's not crazy at all. But when a glober says, no, you're bending reality when you zoom out, that's crazy. Who would believe that boats are upside down because cameras bend reality?
Well, look, this has ceased.
All right, you have a good night. You have a good night now. I'll see you later.
Good one.
Yeah. That's a pussy. it's weird that, like, I don't know, man. Like the guys who are anti-flat earthers, not globe believers, they're just anti-flat. Anything but that, guys. Anything but thaters. They hate establishing straight lines. They hate it. But the irony is that you need to establish those straight lines if you're going to measure your globe. Yeah, you got to do it. They should love the straight line, because that's how they get their globe, a bunch of straight lines.
Yeah, I basically just wanted to ask Eggshells why they don't film, the Earth from space, and just to see what type of gymnastics he would use to try to dodge why they wouldn't do that.
What if they do?
What if they do what?
Like, always record the Earth.
Like what? Sorry.
They always record the Earth. That's like the reason why they do the International Space Station, all that kind of stuff. It's just
No. The NASA
Oh,
claims
shit.
they don't have a video of the entire Earth from space. There's so much fakery behind the ISS, the moon landings, and all that sort of thing that it's very hard to trust them. You're seeing a very small section of the Earth with definitely a fisheye lens. It contradicts the flat horizon you're seeing from the Chinese space station. But I do like your experiment you were talking about in the side chat.
Thanks. I appreciate it. I've thought about that. Because I actually really like the even flat Earth by itself, because it makes you think about your limitations of your own knowledge, and then you have to go into this little battle and either try to learn as much as possible, or like that's all you can really do. A lot of this stuff can't be confirmed or denied. It's like really hard to. It would be easier to.
What do you mean it can't be denied?
Okay,
if it can't be affirmed, can it then by default be not denied?
Like okay, let's say the God question. You could if you're talking on just like a prime mover that has nothing to do, you can only show it by argumentation. But the problem is, logically, the only thing you can do. It's not like you can prove something. It's the only thing you can do is disprove something because of the law of non-contradiction.
I mean,
The only law.
what you're
There's
proving,
no
I
way
guess
to prove anything
yeah.
unless you have all information.
Yeah. Well, what you're proving with like a prime mover, right, is that what you're proving is like some of the attributes or requirements, right? If it's non-contingent upon something else, then it must have within it itself the ability to actualize that potential that's there as diversity and as one. Or it's dependent on something else. But if it was dependent on something else, it would be infinite. And if it was infinite, then we wouldn't have the now. So yeah, you can use these things to prove that it can't be infinite, because if it was infinite, you wouldn't have the now, right? And if it was contingent on, something else, it would have to be infinite. So then you can affirm that it has this attribute that is within itself able to cause the contingent world.
I think there's always a way to, if you go to like some extreme skepticism, you go into like some really crazy beliefs, but it's really impossible to disprove them because they're just so out there. Like you just don't have the capability.
They would have the burden of proof. Yeah, they'd have to have.
But what I'm saying is
the burden of proof. Like on the God question, like who has the burden?
The funny thing about it is it's easier to disprove something usually if it's wrong than it is to prove something even if it's correct.
Right. Okay, but by disproving something, one thing, you're proving another thing. Like by disproving that sticks, by sticks don't make water. Like I proved it's not sticks, so I proved it's something else, not sticks.
Well, okay, let's say this one, right? Let's say it's actually a globe. It's just so freaking massive that you couldn't even do it. But they're hiding the fact that it's so freaking massive because, like, we'll lose some war to like the people on the other side of the ice wall.
Yeah, well, I mean that's like an arbitrary. You'd have to have, again, with laws of logic. Number 4, sufficient reason and not be arbitrary. Well, do you have a sufficient reason for making that statement?
There is no requirement for sufficient reason.
There is.
Sufficient reason is justification, and I can string up a justification for anything. Like if you're good enough orator, you know, like the meaning of what was it?
I mean, I don't want to go to 2 different things, but do you have a sufficient reason for postulating that the Earth could be this, that, and the third? Do you have any kind of base axioms to build up on that, or is it just arbitrary?
So I just accept that I don't know what it is. I just accept that the Earth is round. I thought of one way you could either prove it's round or flat, and that's it.
Is that, you think that's a true dichotomy according to the law of excluded middle? Is that a true dichotomy?
I think that you're either it's not that you would actually be a true dichotomy, because if you would still prove it that it would be the model would be wrong. Either one model is right and wrong, but like I think flat verse, it's not a true dichotomy because I guess it could be a torus or something else, some other thing, but you would prove that it's not one of those 2 things.
Right. So it's not so then that would not be a true dichotomy, that it's either flat or round. It would be the true dichotomy.
It would be either not round or not flat. But I think that okay, but I'm saying that the actual experiment itself would probably prove that if it is a globe, then this actually has a specific distance to go around the entire thing from start to finish. Right?
Well, I mean, maybe.
I'm saying if it's a massive circle around us, then that distance would have to be much larger. And if it is much larger, if it took you some massive expedition to do it, or like if it starts taking so long that it's like this is not an acceptable amount of time, right? Then it's pointing one way. That they're lying to you about something, but the model that you're currently using is not correct. That's what it would disprove the model that the globe model currently used.
I don't think so. You'd have to reaffirm how you gained all these cardinal directions, north, south, east, west.
But what I'm saying is, all you have to, if you have a bearing on, if you can just keep a bearing and have it if you keep a bearing on the coastline the entire time, then if you were to go around it, like you would just keep going, you either go around and hit that at a specific time, or you don't.
You have to,
and the
again,
longer it takes to go around
you
it,
have to affirm that that the the magnetic north is a
why would that matter
constant
at all?
perfect circle.
Because
I mean, your bearings.
I don't know how the magnetic north would, if it was always pointing
You'd have
to the
to
middle.
prove that these flux
If it was
lines
pointing
don't
to the
flex.
middle the whole time, if it was pointing to the middle the whole time, like behind you, I don't know how the compass works there. To be totally honest,
How wide is how large is a point? How about that? How large is a point? How wide is a point?
I would start with the size of the ship. I'm sure that they have a.
The
dock
compass
or something.
points to. The thing the compass points to. How large in geometry is a point?
Well, it's infinitely small.
Okay.
If you're talking about.
So we're saying that, so it's nothing. So it doesn't even exist. Infinitely small. So we're saying the compass it points to nothing.
Or that infinity exists.
Okay,
it's
so
just
the compass
it's a
points to
concept.
infinity.
If the second you put any piece of matter, let's say the point, if it was, if we're in Plato,
asking you this question to ask
here's
you
the
how
thing,
big,
like,
what is the compass pointing to? A point, if that's infinitely small, non-existent, then it's pointing to nothing, and now we're going to measure the Earth based on nothing?
No, it points to an infinitely small area, but it's not really infinitely small. It probably has some actual whatever, but like the definition of point on a two-dimensional plane is an infinitely, it's just
Right. So you'd have to prove that
if you can go all the way down, it's never, you're never going to reach it. Like you could just keep going smaller and smaller and smaller on a point.
Right. So we can't be trusting that. So that can't be what the compass is doing. So now maybe
so why don't
the
you say
North
the
Pole
size of a
where
boat?
the compass
We can
points.
say
Let
a
me just finish
cubit. We can say anything. It doesn't really matter what we set it as. We can make it the atom. We can make it the quark if you want, right? But that's not the point. If you just have the size of a house,
dude? What if it's a mile long? Then when you're walking with your compass, are you correcting for the mile off that when you travel east and west? What if it's a mile long? And that point is 1 mile. How are you confirming it?
If you put two ships and then you go around, if it's actually a circle, right? If it's actually a circle, you should be able to keep your bearing on the your one of the sides of your boat, on the side of the towards the the ocean wall, the ice wall, right? And then just continue. If you would see any type of thing would card out when you start plotting like it. You plot it. If you have two boats, one boat just stays where it is, keeps an anchor down. You go all the way around. You come back to the other boat there. You've just proved that it's the globe.
That's a boat. Listen, how about this? Would this be a good? You're all over the map, Romulus.
If it takes longer,
Perillian, Romulus. You're all over the place, dude. I just settle down. Like focus on one thing.
I get you.
Right.
Hey, you guys, let's try to focus the convo a little bit. It seems to be kind of all over the place. What exactly
sure, I'll just step out. You guys can go whatever.
Well, no, I was meant for you. That's what I'm saying. It was meant for you there. What exactly are you looking for?
I just want to know if this would confirm or deny the globe Earth, right? And if it confirms the globe Earth, like if it takes you a specific amount of time to go around, and you have a boat there that's anchored, and the other boat goes all the way around, keeps its bearing on the side, right? And it takes the specific amount of time it would take you to go around that specific distance, then you either prove or disprove the current model.
Mike says
right?
That's incorrect.
How would that not be correct? How would
write it out as cause
prove it or prove it?
Because you write this out as cause and effect. If time, therefore curved, surface is curved.
Yeah, because time and distance.
It's a non sequitur.
Do you think that you can't tell how what your distance is and how fast you're going? Like, can you keep like a rate of speed? Is that the problem?
Distances are always calculated in straight horizontal paths, right? Not curves.
You can calculate distance on a curve though, because I mean you can calculate your rate of change on a curve. You can calculate a distance on a curve.
Great.
You can calculate how fast you're going, all on a curve.
So
like
all
we
of
all
your
want to play NASCAR, right?
Yeah, right. I got you, bro. But here's the point. For a globe to be a globe, it's got to have that drop over distance type of curve that we're talking about. See, all the things that you're talking about have nothing to do with drop over distance. Nothing at all.
When you're saying drop over distance, you're just saying like if I took one boat and just drove it out, like how far it would go. Like it just starts dropping at a certain distance. Like
isn't that the ball that you live on?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Isn't that the ball that you live on? Isn't it curving away from you at 8 inches per mile square in every direction, in a downward direction, always down and up at the same time, actually? But it's a ball, so it has to have drop over distance. You're just talking about distance in general. You're actually talking about a horizontal distance.
They're supposed to, if you're just going on a ball, right, and you're on the bottom of the ball, it should be less, there should be less distance on the bottom of that ball comparatively to somewhere in the middle where the circumference is larger. If you're just going around there.
No. You need the drop over the distance. How come you're not measuring that? You're measuring all these horizontal distances, because that's the thing that makes it a ball.
Distance? I'm not measuring a horizontal distance.
Yes, you are. You absolutely are. You're going around, bro.
All you need is
you're going around in a circle. Is a circle horizontal or not?
Okay, a squared plus b squared equals c squared, right? If you have time and distance, you have speed. If you have speed and time, you have distance. If you have, do you understand that? There's a connection.
Yeah, none of those things that you're describing to me are curvature. Why are you not bringing up the curvature? How come you keep on talking about horizontal distances?
What is it going to be? It's going to be a flat Earth, and then there's what? No, like,
does that scare you?
Model.
Well, does that scare you?
It doesn't scare me at all.
Can't lie within a plane. Is that a circle lies within a plane?
Listen. A circle can lie within a plane. This is true. But it's not supposed to be the outer edge.
Only a plane.
And it has a specific
It's only a plane.
So then if you're talking about it being, if this was a flat model and the middle is in,
there's no model. What model are you talking about?
Unless you're talking about an infinitely flat plane, if you go, even then an infinitely flat plane, this would work. The outer circle of something, no matter how it is going to be larger in a flat plane than it does on a sphere. Right? Because on a sphere, you can have multiple different circles in there, right? So if you're talking about a sphere, you can actually calculate the distance by just time and speed, and like I could go through all this. It's really simple.
No, you're just affirming that you're talking about a horizontal circular distance. So this is a 2D plane that you're describing. So where's the ball that you need?
There's a 2D plane. There's a 2D plane in a sphere.
Okay, where'd you get the radius from for that sphere?
In the three-dimensional spaces, there's infinite.
Friend, hey,
what?
You're babbling now. Where did you get the radius for that sphere? Where did you get the radius for that sphere that you would require to draw a circle on that particular sphere? Where'd you get the radius from?
There's a globe that has a specific distance that we already have set. There's a current model. It either confirms or denies.
Where did the radius come from? Where did the radius value come from?
It comes from straight down through around the Earth.
Oh my gosh, who's digging through the Earth to get this radius value, friend?
You don't have to.
Okay, so where did it come from? How did they measure this drop over the distance to get the radius value, bro?
It doesn't fucking matter.
What do you mean it doesn't matter? How come it doesn't matter that you apparently...
Prove it matters in my model with the experiment. No.
Romulus,
prove it matters.
Romulus, calm down.
I promise you, what you're doing is just talking bullshit. This is just
Romulus,
garbage.
listen, okay? This is the third flat earther you've tried to talk to. Okay, there at this point, the pattern that's forming here is you are having the issue understanding. So
how am I
just
having an
take
understanding issue of my own thing? Oh, you know what? I get it. Look,
Okay, no tanks tried
I don't
to
want to
talk
freak
to
out.
you. You guys were talking past each other. I tried to explain to you as a non sequitur, and now Says Who is giving you a robust definition and
Is this just
explanation
about winning?
as to why this is all a non sequitur.
Is this
If you're
just
trying
about
to win,
winning?
yeah, if you're
Then
trying to
tell me
win
how I'm wrong.
something, you're in the wrong.
I'm not trying to win something.
No,
I
okay.
literally believe that this
Your
is
win,
the exact
your
case.
win here.
Look,
Okay, hold
just-
on. Listen, dude. Your win is a win-win. You would walk away with some understanding of what flat Earth is. Right
Yeah, that's
now,
exactly what I want.
you're losing
That's
though
all I
because you
want.
don't know what people are talking about, and this is your third attempt.
I just cannot understand what you're talking about. Like I don't like because I was just progressed this one thing. I just wanted some feedback on why this is specifically wrong.
Non sequitur.
Well-
It doesn't matter either one way or the other. Traveling over a
There's no more
surface
door,
doesn't
Kate. You have to go
change the
through
surface.
side door. Hold on, excuse me. Damn it, Kate. Oh, wait, fucking. Mute.
I can prove globe Earth.
Yeah, that's always a good way to do it too. What proved the globe for you?
Hey, I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry for derailing that. That was my bad. Next
No, you're
time I'm
fine,
gonna
man.
really try to study your guys more. I just had like this really quick idea, and I just get like autistic and focused on like really weird shit. Like, I'm sorry.
No, dude, you're good. I'm telling you that of people who come in here, you're top tier. Okay, the majority of people who come in here, they blurt the N word, they start spazzing out, they don't even try to have a conversation. Okay, just trying to have a conversation puts you already in the top tier.
Who believe in Apollo mission?
So Romulus, here's the real question. The thing that you hand waved is kind of the thing that's most important. You go, it doesn't matter how or who or why, what method was used to measure the curvature. That's the crux of the matter. You're not supposed to be living on a circle. You're supposed to be living on a sphere that's three-dimensional. That would require you to have drop over distance in every direction from where you stand at a certain rate according to the radius value that's given to us. How that radius value was found or where we could find it would be the most important thing, because that's the only thing that determines the surface. Is if it is a ball, it would have to be drop over distance in every direction. You're describing to us a circular path.
Look, I'm gonna prove globe Earth for you guys now if you want.
Fantastic. Do you have drop over distance?
Yeah, I do.
Great. How was that measured and how can we verify it?
First of all, I learned that the world was globe by looking out the window. You can literally see a curvature.
Okay. How do we measure that?
Use your eyes.
That's profound, bro. I'm glad you're here. I'm glad you cleared that all up for us. You're amazing.
Yeah, you're welcome. It's fucking easy. Let me.
Yep. I've heard that before as well, is that we see the Earth as a globe due to optical effects, and that's what glucose claims as well. That,
Anybody else want to talk to this Joker?
No, I don't care either way.
All right.
I'm working on my car, but yeah, I mean, I've heard people say, well, my eyes are round, which makes everything appear round. I mean, so the Earth's a globe.
Hey, thanks for unmuting me, but look, the drop is right here. I'm here, and this is the curve. You can see the curve all the way down there, and it keeps going. Curve. That's what I tell you. It's a globe.
Yeah. Well, he would ask, like he asked you, how would you measure that? So do you know if you live on a hill?
Well, like, why do I have to measure anything? My eyes and instincts tell me it's fucking curved.
Do they tell you you're living on a hill? Like at a higher elevation than the land around you?
Well, that's the thing about the globe Earth model. Everyone is, in a way, living on a type of hill because it just keeps going down.
Okay, so that drop is also on a hill. The trees that are dropping, you're saying, are also on a hill.
Well, no, the trees are following the curvature of the Earth. They're not under the Earth like you're talking about.
I didn't say that at all. See, I asked you, do you just like honestly, do you know if you live on a higher, like a hill that has higher elevation?
All right, last time I checked, I live in like almost zero sea level.
Yeah, so zero, right? Like, so you live at a place that has no elevation change from another point and another point, and you connect them all together, and there's no change in elevation.
For all I know, that's true.
Okay,
well, here's another thing.
Would disagree with that, but I can see.
Well, I never bought it because every day I wake up, I walk by and I see the curvature, and you tell me that it's flat, and I have no evidence of that. Right?
Yeah, I mean that's why you asked you how'd you measure it, right? Like, are you seeing optical effects or are you seeing measurements? Like, what are you seeing?
I would argue that I can only see optical effects.
Okay.
Every day.
Right.
At all times.
So is that the curvature?
Well, are you telling me I can't trust my own eyes?
I mean, can you? I don't know. That's what I'm asking you. Can you trust?
I trust my own eyes. You know, when I drive a car, I trust my eyes to make minute decisions as I drive. Right. So how can I not trust them now?
I'm not saying you can't trust them. I'm just asking. You're saying that it's an optical effect, right? You're saying it's an optical effect.
No, as I say, everything all light that goes into my eyes is an optical effect, and I see things through the optical effects.
Are your eyes flat?
No, the globe. Exactly.
Okay. So your eyes are round, so therefore, right? So they bring in the light in a like, not straight. Right?
Rich Evans, who's the racist, would say my eyes are slanty.
Well, it's not about that. The eyeball is a ball, right? So you're saying that the light comes into the spherical eye, but then it corrects. Does it correct it, or is it's you trust your eyes?
Well, I think your eyes are round, and lots of things on this planet are round. So why can't the Earth be round? I mean, this is just a convergent evolution, no?
Oh, I don't know. I'm just asking you. So you don't have a measurement of it. It's just not really, right? It's just you trust that your eyes that are round bring the light in like a round way, and that your brain interprets all the things coming in as round.
We're going in circles. How about you explain to me why I see round? What you saw?
I don't know if you do.
You have as much evidence as I do. Exactly as much evidence as I do. Prove to me that what I'm seeing is flat.
Well, you'd have to measure it, right, to find out if it has any elevation change. Whatever it is that you're measuring, like parts of the Earth.
Elevation change. Potatoes. Elevation change to you, curvature for me. You measure the distance. I measure the degree. That same thing.
Yeah. Okay. So measure it. Would you measure it then? What you're saying now is that even when you're on a hill, it's not a hill because the Earth's a globe, and your eyes know that you're not on a hill even when you're on a hill because the Earth's a globe. I mean, that's all you're saying. You're not saying anything. I asked if you live on the hill or not. Is your house higher, or does the water flow down into your house? Do you have like water issues? Are you in a valley?
In my view, your house is always relatively higher to some other one's house.
Okay, so you can't connect any of these things. Like, you can't have one point and another point lie on the same plane, lie within the same plane at all, ever.
But if the plane is a globe, yeah, everything lies together.
So each house has to be higher and lower at the same time, right, in order to like connect a straight line from roof to roof.
I bet you can find any house in your neighborhood, and then there will be another house somewhere else that's going to be lower than that.
We can measure it. That's right. I mean, we can measure it, or you can tell me what your thoughts are.
My thoughts are the world, as I can see, curves.
Because it appears low. Because because something appears lower in the distance. But do you know if it's actually lower? That's what I'm
Well,
asking.
who can say, like, who am I to say that things don't continue in such fashion?
What fashion? What fashion?
The globe fashion.
No. How do you know if it's lower? Actually lower or just appearing lower?
Well, I never experienced the altitude effects of a hill. You know, like when you're on a hill, there's not enough oxygen. You get tired, right? But I don't get tired.
I don't know what you're talking about.
This is what they say, right? If you go on a mountain or a hill, you can't breathe. It's too high up.
Any kind of change in elevation, right? Like just put a book underneath of you, right, and stand on it. Now you're at a higher elevation than you were when you were on the floor.
But that's because there's a book. Look, come on, you can't fool me like this. Like you guys have been trying to fool everybody here, but you can't fool me. Okay, I'm smart.
Dude, you don't even know if I mean, listen, maybe you just don't know. Like I really don't. I know some things about where my house is, right, and in relation to some of the other things around it, are higher or lower. Now I was just asking you, these trees that you zoomed in on for a second or showed on your camera for a second, are they shrubs? Have you measured their height in relation to where you were standing?
No, they're full trees.
How do you know? Have you measured it?
No, because I can walk beside them sometimes. Not today. I walked the other way, but my height.
So is the top of that tree at the same elevation as anything on your house, or is it lower?
Well,
or higher?
According to my worldview, that they're as low as it should be to show a curvature of the Earth.
Oh, geez. Yeah.
Like, I don't know what's so hard to understand. Like, what are you not getting here?
I'm not getting that you're taking any measurements of actual elevation and what you would expect to see with your globe. You're just saying my eyes are round, and I see these things in the distance start to appear lower in relation to what though? And you're like, I don't know, just lower.
So you're just saying to me that if I'm not a surveyor, I can't say shit. This is an appeal to authority. Are you a surveyor, sir?
Dude, take a tape measure and do it. Get a water level and do it. You can do it.
This is like, this is fucking just mean. I gotta do all this shit just for you to not prove me. I gotta prove myself wrong. Are you crazy?
I don't know. Listen, your statement was because the trees in the distance are lower in the in the distance than where I'm standing. Some kind of a globe, but you don't know if the trees are higher or lower.
Okay, now I'm
a simple thing.
Okay, now I'm lower. Okay, I'm gonna cam up again. Look, it curves up, opposite way. I was there, and now I'm here. It curves this way.
So now it curves up.
You can see the road meet higher in the horizon, right? The road goes up in the horizon. That's the opposite curve.
Yeah.
I'm going the opposite way.
Due to Earth curve or something else? That sidewalk, is it actually above your head in the distance?
No, because as I walk onto it, it will be under my feet.
Right. So it's
if I walk forward, if it was
above
my head, I would be walking into the ground. But I'm not. I don't walk into the ground. I remain above it. This is a curvature.
Dude, okay. So I mean, real simple, right? Like this is just like a widely accepted thing within the globe or flat or anything, right? Is that due to perspective, things below eye level will appear to ramp up, and things that are above it will appear to ramp down to a vanishing point. A point doesn't hold much anything in space, but where these things all converge is each thing along a line then forms like a horizontal line. We call that the vanishing point or vanishing zone.
The vanishing point doesn't go this way; it goes the other way. But I'll tell you what, under the flat Earth model, from what I know, Mount Everest would be a breeze.
That wasn't a flat Earth model. That was just a
right. Under the flat Earth model, Mount Everest would be a breeze. It would be easy to get to. It
would be a breeze.
Yeah, it'll be easy to get to. It doesn't go up. There's no curvature. It's fucking there. Walk.
Yeah. So,
climb.
Right. So that's what I'm asking. Are you like when you stated to me earlier that there's no such thing as elevation change on a globe? Now you're putting that onto me when I told you the way to measure these things is elevation change. You're saying now the flat Earth says there's no elevation change.
Yeah, I don't even know what you're talking about. I mean, this is crazy, right? You think the flat Earth, the Earth is really that flat?
That's what I'm saying. You're describing to me a globe that has no elevation change. You're describing me, and I'm telling you, no. You live in a reality where hills and valleys and elevation change does exist, and you can measure it.
What about mountains and the globe Earth are irreconcilable? Go ahead.
And then you said to me, no, where I'm at sea level, zero elevation, and there's zero elevation change in my globe model. There's no elevation change. We're all just flat, two-dimensional globe livers.
No, that's silly.
No,
That's silly. I believe
I
in
agree.
hills, and I believe in mountains, and I believe in the curvature of the Earth. You, however, believe in completely flat Earth.
Yeah, I'm asking, how do you
By your logic,
differentiate? I'm asking you just step one. How do you differentiate between the curve of the Earth and a hill?
the hill has a little snow-capped top.
And how about a valley?
It's the opposite of the hill.
So it's on fire. What's the opposite of a snow?
No snow.
Yeah,
Silly.
that's just the negation of snow. It's not the opposite.
Yeah, that's opposite. That's what negation means. Opposite. People think it's something else, but it's not something else. It's always nothing of that. That is
Okay,
what opposite
so
means.
what is it that you use to measure these elevation changes?
What the fuck do you need? Are you some sort of scientist? Just use your eyes.
All right, so you're measuring hills with your eye and saying that
That's just,
the hill is also hilling. It's also a hill. It's a
okay,
hill within a hill.
I just realized what's going on.
How
Flat
much
earthers can't use eyes.
curvature of a globe? Right. Like, I mean, this might do it. Forget the hills. Let's go to the valley. How much upward curving, curvature of the Earth is contained within a valley that's going down?
As much as it needs to meet the curvature of the Earth. Duh.
So it's curving up and down at the same time. Was it you who
It
stipulated the
depends on
law of
where you're looking. It's a
non-contradiction
matter
earlier?
of.
So
This is
some,
what Einstein was talking about, the theory of relativity.
No.
Everything's
In the law
relative to
of
where you are.
non-contradiction that you stated earlier, right? That you can't have in the same way at the same time something not contradicting, right? So at the same time, in the same way that a valley is curving down, is it also curving up? Would it violate the law of non-contradiction? Oh, well, I guess that did it for him. I'll be back.
Is anybody hiding around here?
Totally.
बंद है ना इधर बढ़ गया घर में ना टिपियां कितनी जबरदस्त लग रही हैं यार प्रो नजर आते हैं जैसे है ना गेम के प्रो तू अरिस्टोटल बता गल्ला बेटा अरिस्टोटल भी कोई बच्चा ब्रदर्स
Shush.
Uh,
guys are trolling.
Well, okay, so if you have variables and math, you can math it out, but those variables have to exist in reality to mean anything, right? I can math out Superman flying, right? But if Superman doesn't exist and then is not flying, then if I calculate his flight path, where he'll be at, what time, you can math that all out beautifully.
Okay.
But if the variables don't actually exist, then it's meaningless.
Okay, so let me give you an example, because I agree with you that mathematics on its own doesn't prove anything, right? Mathematics can be inwardly self-provable. It depends on the axioms of logic that you're using to present your proof. So mathematics on its own is
Well,
not
hold on.
enough.
There's
I already
nothing
said that. I
axiomatic
already said.
about
I thought.
space-time existing, so you
said
can't just assume it exists to math out.
Okay, just listen, right? What you would use, for instance, is you'd want it to be mathematically consistent and coherent. That's not enough. When I said it's not sufficient, it's necessary but not sufficient, right? I think that what follows from that is then you take, okay, look, right, so we have this theory, has some mathematics behind it. Let's try and deploy it, right, and see if it can tell us anything about the world, right? And if, for instance, you're able to make some predictions with it, let's say, everything that you're observing when you do tests seems to confirm it when you try to look for tests, right? It's not to say it's true, but it's to say that it's got some support for it, right? So but that's because you don't really prove a theory, right? You disprove competing theories to come to the closest possible synthetic truth you can, right? Would you agree with that?
With like math and statistics, you could correlate things, but correlation is not causation. So like you could say like ice cream cells cause shark attacks on a graph, but that doesn't mean that ice cream cells cause shark attacks, even though they can correlate on a graph.
Yeah, but
right.
I'm not talking
So
about that, right? I'm talking about
we are just talking about numbers and variables and not
Am I?
science and scientific theories.
No, I'm not. You're getting stuck on the maths part. The maths part is just a beginning part, right? You might use the maths to come to some sort of predictions about the world, right? So you're deploying it into the world, right? And if your axioms are correct, it should have some sort of relationship with the world. It probably will, right?
Okay, so what is
if it's
axiomatic about general relativity? So you would have to start there.
Well, no, it would be the mathematics that has axioms, right? Not general relativity.
Well, if something is axiomatic, it is self-evident. So then you could use that variable because we're not going to question that.
Okay.
Is there anything axiomatic you can just go off and assume to math out?
Okay.
For general relativity?
Let me illustrate the example, because I'm actually taking the flat earth. I'm defending flat earthers when they say that you could make a mathematical proof for something that's incorrect. It's because it has axioms, right? Axioms are logics that you're going to try and deploy in the world. And if the world is not telling you that this is true, then there's something faulty with your mathematical axioms, right? Your logic, right? And so in the same sort of way that if I say, look, right, this you need mathematics to sort of spring off the board and make your theory more a proof that it's logical, right? You also could do that for something that's incorrect. So I'm actually giving you a favor and saying, like, you actually are correct about that, right? It's not that I'm disagreeing with you, but then you'd have to deploy it in the real world and say, like, look, right, is the real world telling me anything about the logic that I have here? And if it's reporting back to you that, look, you have this observation that supports your idea, then
okay, well, what's the
so far, so good.
observation? Because you're not observing space-time bending, warping, or spiraling.
I'm not talking about the intricacies of general relativity. It's just a point about.
Okay, well, you was earlier. Now you just want to generalize.
Earlier, I was saying that this is an example because in VC, someone was saying there's no evidence for relativity, no evidence at all. It's just all scientific theory with the presumption that scientific theories do not try to test anything. Which is why when you got on my neck about it, right, you were just missing half the reason of why I typed that message, right?
Okay, so who was saying that
I don't
know the difference between, okay, well, don't mention it then.
Well, I
Because
think
very
anyone in the room could pause
specifically,
if that
a
happens.
scientific theory is very specific. It needs repeated experimental backing, which general relativity doesn't have. So that's what I was pointing out. Right. And no one is going to accept general relativity just on math alone, because you could lie in any language, including math. Those variables don't have to actually exist to math it out.
Yeah, no one's doing that. I'm not talking about the intricacy of whether or not I think GR is correct or incorrect. It's more about how you arrive at that stage of positing an idea, right? Until that's been falsified,
Well, even
it's
if
on
we
the table,
don't
right?
talk about general relativity and just say the globe in general, there's nothing axiomatic for a globe to then math out to say like, oh, here's some mathematical proof for it.
I don't know what you're talking about with the globe, right? But this is more just because the globe isn't a scientific theory. I wouldn't say, right? I don't think it would meet that standard for it. But if you want to see the conversation that was being had, you can just go back about an hour into the stream. TOS's recording, and you can listen to that conversation.
Why do you say a globe is a scientific theory? I was just saying that there's nothing axiomatic for a globe to then map out.
Wait, what am I saying that it is? I don't think it is. That's what I said. The globe is just a collection of observations that you've come to an inference claim on.
What's the observation? Because surely it isn't the horizon.
Sure. Well, I assume you can make some sort of inference from the horizon, but you could equally make one the opposite way. The thing about
so is the horizon geometric?
I feel like I've had this conversation earlier today, but the horizon is where the sky meets the earth, and if there is a geometric curve, it doesn't have to be congruent with that.
Okay, so you're saying it could be geometric, but it's not geometric, so that's a contradiction.
Is that what I said?
Right, you said it doesn't have to be congruent with the geometry, right? Well, therefore, it's not physical and geometric if it's not where the
why
geometry dictates. Say again?
Well, look, if you thought the world was just geometry, right, you'd be correct, right? But because geometry is also confounded by physics, then what you've just said there is gobbledygook, right? It's not a pure geometric question.
No, because like even before like axioms, you have definitions, so you have to define what the horizon is. And then if you can't define, right? Well, I guess we agree it's not geometric, right? You said it's where it seems to be the ground and sky, so it'd be apparent, not physical or geometric. So we would only have if you do try to say it's geometric, well, that'd be a verbal disagreement and contradicting what you already said.
Do you think it's possible that the geometric curve could be somewhere between the observer and where the sky meets the earth?
We only see one horizon, and that horizon we see is not geometric by definition. If you don't see it, it's not it's not a horizon. Well, right. So if we show you the black swan, are you going to point out where the second horizon is?
Did I say there was two horizons? Look, nobody
you're saying it could. You're saying that it could be somewhere else. Will show us where it's at, right?
Nobody in this call is falling for it, and I never said that either. If it's an apparent horizon, right, then that's what you're seeing. You're seeing how far you can see where the sky meets the earth, right? You can't see the curve. You can't see the curve between yourself and
you can't see the curve. Well, that's a globe problem.
But if I was going to say, for instance, look, either it's the case that the Earth is
choppy, heretic.
If I was going to say either the Earth is expanding,
okay, my bad.
If I was going to say the Earth is expanding because we're seeing further sometimes than we should, and not as far other times, you would say, well, physicsy stuff is happening, right? Physicsy stuff is allowing you to see further sometimes, and sometimes not. Now, what if I just reversed it and said, like, look, okay, sometimes, right, the reverse is true. Sometimes you're able to see further, right, than what discounting the refraction that you would
normally, right? So let me ask you this question here. If physics confounds the geometry you're looking at, then how do you know what geometry you're looking at?
That's a good question. I think. I mean, yeah, I think you already know my answer to this. Will be just like I would make an inference based on a selection of evidences that would infer one way or the other. Right. I don't think that I would make a claim that I know that the Earth is a globe.
So it's more a philosophical standpoint that it
Yeah.
must be a globe. Okay. All right. And based on that standpoint, if you see something that's not congruent with that, then physicsy stuff must have happened to make it look the way it did instead of what it is.
Well,
yeah,
it
I'll
could
steal
have.
from
It
one
could have.
worldview in order to prop up my own because I'm not fucking honorable.
It could have had an impact. I mean, like it's true that I think that the black swan definitely tells you something, and it's definitely a good argument for flat Earth. I think it's one of the strongest arguments they have. But I think for me, if I see boats going over the horizon as an inference towards something, I'm going to look elsewhere as well. I'm not going to base my thought on what the shape of the Earth is just on what I'm looking at over the sea and just draw the conclusions from a bunch of other places and compare them against each other. But that's about it. I mean, like if a flat Earth, and this is what would probably, like, I could tell you what would convince me if flat Earth was correct, and I'd need to put all my observations out there and say, look, this is a list of all the things, all the phenomena that I see and how I think I'd explain them, and then a flat Earther would then look at each one, give me a reasonable explanation or description, or if there is some things that we can't know, that's fine. And then those explanations would have to, I guess, have more scientific virtues than the other side. But because the kind of way this debate happens is a one-to-one, like compare this phenomena against this phenomena, I can't really ever see that happening.
Yeah, but the problem with that is you could have an explanation devoid of scientific experiment or science. Like explanations don't you got all kinds of fucking category errors.
Category error? Would I make a category error?
Because I can't keep up with you because I can't tell if you're talking about math or science for one, right? Empirical, objective versus subjective.
Oh, it's you.
Like,
Never mind.
You bounce all over the place.
You're trolling
It's me. I'm trolling you.
Yeah.
You're trolling everyone here.
Well, no, okay. I'm putting on the table what would make.
Are the man.
I'm putting on the table what would convince me of flat Earth, right? And I'm that's what I think would probably convince me if someone could zoom out the scope of the debate with me, like and then show me how to map it out, right? The observations. That'll be fine, right?
No one can help you. Why do you think anyone can help you?
Well, flat earthers know more about how they would understand the world than I would.
No flat earther can help you, bro.
Speak for yourself. I think Britain actually is quite honest and open-minded.
I have a question. Is the Earth flat?
Take a look at it and see.
You tell me what you think.
Well, your eyes are as good as mine, I hope.
So is it flat?
Do you see a curve?
An honest question.
Looks pretty flat to me.
I mean, if you don't see a curve, what do you see?
Yes or no questions are hard.
Have you been to the beach?
Yeah.
What'd you see? Any curved water?
Yeah. The waves.
Okay, so it was curving because there were waves, but like, was there a spherical sort of like convexity to it over its surface?
I couldn't see that far.
Yeah. See, you didn't see any, globe when you went out to the beach. You didn't see any curving water or any of that. Right. So you just saw a flat body of water like you always see when you look at a body of water. But then you have this rationalization that, well, okay, it could have been a convex body of water, but I just can't see far enough to actually, make that out.
Would it look different if Earth was a globe?
Yeah.
What would it look like?
It would have geometry to it, like the geometric horizon and stuff that we talk about all the time.
Like two big butt cheeks.
How much, though? About 0.02.
Well, you know the numbers, Jesse, and you yourself admit that we don't actually observe that. So what do you got?
Well, the point is, even if Earth was a globe, if you're at the beach, if you calculate how much the right and left horizon line should be lower than the center, it's less than the angular resolution of the human eye. So you couldn't even tell by looking, even if the Earth was a globe. So you need
That's really cool, but we can check for front to back curve. That would be where your geometric horizon would be, and we would use, demarcation points and such to see if it's there. And you know full well that it's not, and that you have another bag of excuses for that problem. So don't even start.
Well,
You don't observe the geometry that these dudes claim. They say that you live on a specific geometric shape, and they will concede, if you listen to us argue with them, that we don't even observe that geometry, and they've got a whole bunch of excuses about the tricks light plays and stuff for why that is. But at the end of the day, we experience a flat, motionless world. It doesn't look like the thing they're saying we're on. But you go outside, and take a look and figure it out.
This curve, is there an evolutionary reason?
An evolutionary reason?
Yeah.
Dude, the Earth was flat when I got here. I don't know.
Well, you're trusting your instincts. Your instincts could be wrong.
Well, we're just going straight off of what we observe. What else are we supposed to use? Isn't that what
Our instincts always right?
Okay, if that's the case, then are the Globers right?
If I eat candy, does it make it healthy for me because it tastes good? This is amazing. It tastes great. But it doesn't mean it's good.
Okay, so we can't trust our observations, basically, is what I'm hearing. So
I'm saying it's not. It's infallible. It's just not always right.
It's infallible. You mean fallible?
And you're trusting your senses that the Earth is. There's no evolutionary reason for us to
Okay, so should we trust the Glober senses who go against their direct immediate sense?
Survival. If the Earth is, if we can sense if the Earth is flat or not, it's not going to benefit our survival.
Okay, it doesn't matter if it's flat. Okay, it doesn't matter if it's flat, so you don't need to worry about this topic. Well, that's what you just said. It's not going to benefit our survival knowing it's flat or whatever. Whether it's
I'm saying you're appealing to your intuition, right? Like, I don't sense a flat Earth. I don't see any curve. It must not be flat.
What are Glober's appealing to? What
that's what I'm trying to get to. He would just stop talking. Yeah, if this guy would just stop talking, that's what I'm trying to get to. Okay, so we have to deny our immediate sense. Dude, you got to stop talking. Yeah, you're just rambling through people now. If we have to deny our immediate sense of what's going on, then what sense are we using to tell what's actually going on, which goes against what we directly sense? What is this? What are these mental gymnastics?
Sorry? You muted me.
Yeah, because you wouldn't stop talking, but go ahead. I'm going to go grab a beer.
Muted, not deafened. Didn't you hear what he asked?
I heard some rambling.
Fuck off, dude.
If we can't rely on our senses or instinct,
I don't want to
right?
get into this discussion. We'll never end it, bro.
Then what are we using to determine that it's not what we're experiencing?
How can we trust the senses? How can we know? This is like the debate of the century.
Answer.
Well, I mean, your senses tell you that candy tastes good. Does it mean it's good?
We're not talking about candy. We're talking about your
senses here. You're saying you're appealing to your senses, right?
Damn, bro.
Okay, so we can't trust our senses, so we can't trust whoever sensed the globe.
Well, yeah, I mean, science is more than just your immediate senses.
What is it then? What do you call it?
It's evidence. You need evidence.
Evidence? Or how can you tell it's evidence if you don't use your senses to detect its evidence? You're kind of in a pickle there, aren't you?
Yeah, you're gonna flip flop.
So if I see it, it's true.
How do you know it's true? You're using your senses.
You're appealing to it. You're saying I see a flat Earth, therefore it's flat. So,
Yeah, well, how do you know it's a globe? If you see a fucking globe, you can't trust your senses, right? You can't burn the whole house down and then expect to find something in the rubble. There's going to be nothing left. You're burning it all
What does
down.
that have to do with the flat Earth, I'm confused.
Well, this is your only
Are
tactic.
houses flat too?
You guys will say that you can't know anything and then fucking just burn the whole house down because you can't know
What
anything.
does burning the house down have to do with-
Not even if you know that the Earth is a globe. You can't know shit. Your worldview is fucked, dude.
He's dumb as fuck, but he's choking you right now.
You're burning a house down to the flat Earth, and you're telling my worldview is fucked.
What's going on? Notice your was open. Did you want to talk?
Oh wait, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Is that a guy? Oh, what's up, bro? Hey, I came in here, bro, because I was thought like the bots were playing. I thought I was gonna hear like an argument or something like that. You know what I mean? But yeah, I mean,
Oh yeah.
bro,
Yeah,
I
we
just
can
thought
argue right now.
Flat Lloyd.
But yeah,
Roboting.
with comment, man.
Or is it just me? What's it? Final form. Holy. Is he roboting for you too, or just me?
he's talking to me like I thought the video was
But
fucking
yeah.
playing still.
Shit, I'm gonna drop out right now.
I paused the bot. But yeah, what's
Hold on, bro. Let me
have you
come
heard about
back.
the
Hold
topic,
on.
or are you looking into it? Dang, is
He is
it
still
me?
robotic, brother. Hey, bro, you gotta like come back in, come back out, use your data, use Wi-Fi, something, brother. I don't know. You sound like you're from Cybertron right now.
How about now?
Still the same, just louder.
Hey, go one more time.
Testing, mic check.
Yeah, it's better.
Okay, sounds good.
All right, let's go. Yeah, you were
All
hot
right.
mic there.
I was just wondering, do you think you live on a globe, or were you looking into the topic?
Me, I'll tell you this. All I see is flat.
Oh shit.
That's all I can see. I haven't seen a crumb of a curvature anywhere without even hearing about a flat earth or hearing about anything else. Anything I observed was flat. No curvature.
What's up with that?
What's up with that? Right?
I mean, they
There
keep
should be at
telling us
least
it's a
some type of
ball.
evidence.
Shouldn't we see it somewhere?
Something, right?
And I
But
mean, for ourselves, I mean, should we take some pictures and videos from some agency? I mean, that
it's
seems
not
kind of weird that
NASA.
I can't get those photos, you know?
Right, and we gotta trust and put our full faith into that agency to tell us the truth. Yeah, all right.
Well, yeah, man, it sounds like you're on the right side of the party.
So about that. So here's the thing, right? And like, don't get me wrong. This is what I truly believe as far as I see flat, right? However, you know, if we truly live on a flat earth, that we are truly that makes us even more special than what it
Hell yeah.
is. Because if we're flat and it's like everything like the Bible says, bro, oh my goodness. Like we better repent today. You know what I mean? Yesterday type of deal. Because that means
Oh,
God and
yeah.
everything's real. You know what I mean? Like it gets that deep that fast, bro.
Yeah, I mean, I'm right there with you. I'm somebody who, like, I mean, even if I get tacos from somewhere or I'm making food at home, like, you know, I'm thanking the creator and blessing the food, you know, every single
Yeah.
time, and just being freaking thankful all the time, you know. And
That's right.
man, even when bad stuff happens to you, you're like, man, what are you trying to show me right now? Like, thank you. Like,
Yeah.
it's kind of weird, you know what I mean? Like,
Damn, boys.
Yeah.
You going
everything's
deep?
good.
Damn, we're going deep right now. Holy.
But that's where flat earth is going to lead you. I mean, truth in general is going to lead you to, I think, a better foundation. And some people, it leads to, they realize they didn't even have a foundation, you know?
Right. All you had to do was just
He's new.
step out the freaking conformity.
When did you first get involved in this conversation? Flat Earth, globe Earth. Was it before the Coco cough cough situation? Was it after?
I think it was during, bro. Honestly,
During.
because I really got into this stuff like I always had a speculation, right? But I didn't join the server like back in like what 2020, and that's when everything was started, jumping off. And yeah, bro, like I just feel like that year was just a time to be alive, And if you're still alive, tip my hat off to you. And if you didn't get the jab, even more so.
Absolutely.
Amen.
I have yet to meet a flat earther that was like, "Yeah, I got it."
Yeah,
That's
nah,
true.
dude. That's probably true right there. Like,
Well,
you're a Globers.
that's how you know you're on the right side of history here. Even with
Yeah.
rocking with some of the flat earthers.
Yeah.
While we might not all agree on certain things and we'll have different political views or different spiritual views or religious views, yeah. So
That shit was just fucking crazy. It's like, come on,
that
man.
is one thing that's pretty consistent. It seems like most of us didn't fall for that, at least.
Our jobs were damn near trying to force us to do it. Now it's not even a fucking thing. But you're threatening us to freaking fire us if we didn't do it.
Oh yeah.
And I was like, I dare you to fire me, dude. Like, I put waivers out, all these foreigners, they didn't even touch me no more.
There you go.
Everybody else was into the fear tactic, bro. I was like, yeah, you guys are crazy. No wonder.
There you go. So yeah, I mean, just listening to that last clip, Flat Lloyd, were you listening kind of closely there? Just background
Yeah.
noise?
I mean, I was listening to Jekyll. I actually put it on. I was in my lunch break. I got about 10 minutes left, but
All right, cool. The Jekyll clip is the one I was paying attention to.
Mhm.
Like their argument form stems from, well, if you think about it this way, or imagine this could work like this, things like that. Can't
Yeah.
stand it if I can't stand it. And then when I think it was Box Ops that was talking.
Mhm.
Yeah, so he was like, no, that can't work. Well, why couldn't it work? Well, what makes you think that wouldn't work? It's like, that's not a good form of argument, in my opinion. You're not putting down an argument on the table and making it as strong. You're saying, well, think of it like this, and maybe it could possibly work if you imagine it this way. And then when
It's like
someone
they
tries to
want you
set it,
to complete their own fucking thing. You know what I mean?
yeah, yeah, it is just so true. And like
How
Bob
do you
Jobs
know
said,
it's not a unicorn? You've never seen one.
exactly. Well, when you try to shut it down, you go,
Yeah.
"No, unicorns don't exist." Well, why not? That's not a good argument that they do exist. You know what I mean? Like, come on. It's so weak. And Jekyll sits there, Brit, or whatever the hell his name is. He tries to sit there and sound so eloquent and so smart. And I just want to cut right through all the bullshit and be like, dude, this is cap. What you're saying is garbage, dude.
Watch.
Man. So funny to sit and
He
listen
did
to.
yesterday, actually, with Scott Mackey. But yeah, these anti-flat earthers are a lot in the same. And I mean, you were saying that you're kind of new to it, man, just because 2020. For myself,
Yeah.
it was 2014, and there wasn't as many shills and anti-flat earthers around. But now it's like, holy crap, the game has changed. So you've come to the right academy, if you will.
Yes,
For
sir.
flat earth.
Yes, sir.
And this is a true server as well.
Oh,
I mean,
snap.
we definitely keep it to topic, but yeah, we have our rooms and channels like Chill Chat to get into the deeper kind of left field stuff. But specifically in this room, we keep it open to globies and like-minded individuals like yourself to share their
Right.
testimonies or some of the stuff we kind of ask VC verified, especially if they're kind of flat mind. They know about the truth. What would be your best proof for the flat Earth? Like if somebody came up to you and been like, "Can you tell me how it's flat, or how do you know it's flat?"
I would just tell them to go outside and walk and tell me where you see some curvature. And last time I said that in this VC, like years ago, and they were like having a discussion, they asked me that same question, I think, and I said that, got freaking muted, and I think I got kicked out.
No,
And I was
that's
like,
good.
all right. I swear to
no,
you,
I
bro.
wouldn't say. Let me just put my Glober hat on. Well,
Yeah.
sir, don't you know the Earth is too big to see curvature? So yes, of course, you're going to go out and see it's flat.
I don't know. So why is it that when you have pilots, they never aren't they supposed to account for like the curvature, but they never do or something like that?
Naturally, the gravity of the Earth pulls the plane around the globe, so they don't really have to do a
But they
whole
tell
lot.
you they have to like fly at a certain like level or something like that, like altitude, or the way they fly their plane, like they have to like put it at the. I don't know. I'm not really real like well versed on
Yeah,
it. You know what I
you're
mean?
not an
But
expert. Yeah, that's right. You're not an
yeah, I'm not an
expert.
expert, not at all.
Pilots, they're much more of an expert than you, and they just dial in the program. They program the technology, and then it's set in with the curvature of the Earth. So you shouldn't speak about things that you don't know about. Curvature
Oh,
is
you're the
definitely
globe.
factored in with
Yeah,
the
yeah.
pilot. I mean, and if you've even seen the videos of the people talking to the pilots asking if it's flat, they're just entertaining the flat earthers. They're not really actually saying it's flat. They're just agreeing with the
Interesting.
person to make them feel comfortable and make them go away. So, yeah, the pilots definitely know it's a globe, not you. So,
Okay, well, shit. Huh? Hey, well, like I said, I still until I see a freaking crumb of curvature, yeah, then I'll believe the globe. I don't
yeah,
care.
I mean, here's the thing though, that's a good argument because yes, you have to make them agree that the earth is observed flat. And what's so funny, if you're like a post 2020 flat earther, before 2020, like, because I got involved in 2017, Flat Lloyd Wright said he got
Yeah,
involved in
yeah.
2014, which is crazy. But back in the day, you could almost never get someone on the globe site to say that the earth looks flat, is flat, seems flat. They wouldn't even muster the word. They wouldn't say the F word. They wouldn't. They'd be like, "Fuh, fuh." So we'd ask a question like Flat Lloyd Wright. You might remember this. We'd be like, so if something's not curved, what is it? They'd be like, it's like you couldn't get them to say it's flat, right? So, but now in 2020, they'll be like, yeah, it's flat, but blah blah blah. So it's just really funny to see that transition over the years. So that argument was good back in the day, but nowadays they will agree with you. Yeah, it looks flat, but it's too big to see the curvature, right? So, Flat Lawyer, right? Back me up here.
Oh, absolutely, dude. I still use that one just to kind of test if they're being intellectually honest or not. Because the intellectually honest person will go, yeah, something that isn't curved is flat. It's a dichotomy of surfaces, right?
Right.
However, these guys, they'll stray against the word. We'll even tell them, okay, look at the water in your glass. It's flat. And they'll say it's flat. I go, how about your pool? Flat. A lake? Flat. Oh, what about the ocean? It's suddenly a ball.
Yeah.
Yeah, water sticks its lowest level.
And to them, they think that's because of gravity. So that it's just equalized around an entire surface of a ball. So then we'll even tell them, well, could you demonstrate that for us at all, where water is magically sticking to a curved convex surface?
Only in the fucking container that it is. Yeah, even like the containers, like it's like you put water in a container, the water becomes a container, right? So it's doesn't have a shape and it can't curve itself.
Okay, Bruce
It
Lee.
just seeks low. It's just
All right. I also just want to quickly welcome Adam Price.
Oh, someone else is here.
It
And
looks like
then
we have Decent.
Decent as well.
Nice.
BC verified, so Decent, you have control of your mic. So go ahead and say hello.
Hello.
Great. How did you find your way here?
Right now in this VC or in the server?
Yeah, sure. Either, or you can answer either one or both.
Well, I've been just very curious. I got in here because of my friend. He joined, and then I guess he started arguing, and then he talked about it in a different Discord, and I was like, oh, what if I join and see what's going on? and I'm starting to hear a lot more stuff about flat Earth, and like, I guess you can say it's getting to me, but you know, I'm still very questionable about everything.
That's cool, man. And welcome
Nice.
him as well. Well, I'll just give a quick introduction and hand it over to Flat Lloyd. Right, I'm sure you've got a lot to share with you as well. But decent man, listen, there's no rush, and we're not here to recruit you. We're not here to make you a flat earther or wave a magic wand over your head. You're on your own journey, man. Like
Yeah.
but yeah, man, there's a lot of people here that will help you along the way. People who maybe can come at you from a comedic point of view, or maybe a very technical point of view, a mathematical point of view. It's all here. So
Yeah.
but yeah, man, if you have questions, always ask. And this is a great place to learn about the flat Earth, because you go to YouTube, they're not going to tell you, bro. They're going to tell you that the flat Earth is a flying pancake in space,
But
and that
isn't
flat
there
Earth.
like videos on YouTube that like support you guys?
If you go to YouTube and search flat Earth, it's not
Not in
gonna
the
come up.
search.
It's not gonna come up, dude. Go ahead, flat Earth. Yeah.
Oh, what's funny is even the anti-flat Earth material will pop up first, regardless of whether you type in some of the best names like Quantum Eraser or even this place, 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, is all the way at the bottom sometimes, you know. So the
Yeah.
algorithm, but I mean, you're in the right place too, because we save all those links here, and even some of the stuff you can't find anymore is here, as well as books and other information. But yeah, I would definitely agree with CB that it's definitely not a race, and it is an open panel. So you know, if you got questions, you know, and they're intellectually honest, you can always ask them.
I joke around all the time. I'm like, bro, you better get your notepad out when certain people roll around. So there's a lot of big brains in here. So,
All right.
but yeah, man.
Sounds
So, what do
good.
you feel like? Do you feel like you're still learning about flat Earth, or do you just don't know about it at all, or
Oh,
what are you trying to
I've been
understand?
just watching these like those debates and stuff, and I've just been listening. And, you know, I guess I can say I understand both sides, but obviously one side is, well, not obviously, but like one side has a better point. I guess I don't know.
Which side do you feel like you understand the most?
Well, the globe makes more sense to me, but that's because I know more about it.
Okay.
Like when one of the guys said about how the 24-hour sun and the South Pole and how things spin depending on where you stand, and like the stars in the sky. But I guess you guys don't believe in space either, so that's another thing.
True. All right. Well, at least you understand that. That's cool. So let me hit you with a couple questions about the globe and see, how much you. It's okay if you don't know these things, because not everyone knows or remembers everything. But like, do you know how big the globe is claimed to be?
No, I do not.
So like the circumference, radius, diameter, none of that comes to mind.
No.
Okay. No problem. What about things like the distance to the sun?
No.
Okay. Do you believe that the universe is infinite or not?
What do you mean by universe?
Like, the globe, if there's a globe, it's not just that the globe exists by itself, it's in outer
Yeah.
space, the
Yeah.
solar
I believe
system,
in that. Yeah.
galaxy within, right? So I kind of just call the whole thing outer space, or whatever you want to call it.
Yeah.
So is that thing that we live in, is that infinite, or do you?
Yeah, it's infinite.
Oh shit. Okay. Damn. Is it expanding or just infinitely big? Or I don't even know how that would work.
Yeah, I have no idea because we haven't explored it.
Ooh, okay. So about flat Earth, what other things do you understand about flat Earth? You said that they don't think space is real. So what else?
So flat Earth, they say whatever you see, like it's flat. It's flat. That's it. And what else? That the water's flat. That point of view matters and all that stuff. That's basically it. I don't, and how you don't see the curvature, and yeah.
Yeah, that's a pretty good understanding. You trust your senses. The water's not curved, space is not real. So those are some pretty foundational things for a flat earther. I think that's good. Is flat Earth a shape, or what shape is flat Earth?
I'm not too sure. It would be like flat, but like there's stuff under it because there's like underground. There's stuff under it.
Okay.
So
So if I handed you a piece of paper and a pen, I said draw the shape flat, what would you draw?
I'll draw a circle.
But that's a circle.
Oh, how would I draw the flat? It's flat.
Oh, that's so
Come
funny
on,
to
brother.
me. All right, no, that's funny. 'Cause I think some people do think like that, but I'm just trying to help you understand that flat isn't a shape.
Oh,
And so
alright.
that seems to be a confusion for a lot of people. They're like, "Oh, well, so it's a disc." No. "Oh, so it's a cube." No.
It's just
Flat
flat.
doesn't mean a shape at all. It's a surface. So
Okay.
no, but
So,
that was a little trick question there.
but there is stuff under it, right? There's stuff under.
Well, welcome,
Well, do you know
Ages.
how
Well,
far
when we
we've
say
dug
flat, you
down?
don't. Ooh,
No, it's just
piggy.
I guess the water. You can go down in water in the lake. You can go deep.
Tanner.
Yeah, but we don't even know where some of the bottom of the ocean is, right? Even the depths of the ocean have yet to be explored. However, when it comes to the Earth, we have the super borehole dig in Russia, where they, roughly 8 miles down, and basically were met with impossible conditions to where they couldn't dig any further.
Yeah.
However, we're told in the globe that, there's multiple layers, right?
Yeah.
So how would they
Hello,
even get
everybody.
those layers without even only going 8 miles? Where's the other 3,940?
Mm.
Can I
So you're
also add
saying that
something to that? I'm sorry. Oh, wait, you go first.
So you're saying that they couldn't reach that, like those layers, or they could?
They could not.
Okay.
But then they start to assume based on the geometry, right? The sphere. Well, they're like, well, maybe it works with a magma. Maybe there's a large magma mantle, right? And then they say there's a core and an inner core. But there's no actual measurement or evidence of that.
Yeah.
Besides assumptions.
Mm-hmm.
I use an analogy from time to time about like you have a neighbor, and in his backyard he claims to have like treasure buried deep within his backyard, right? And you're like, I'm gonna go dig for this treasure. And you grab a shovel and you start digging, and then you keep going to a point where there's no treasure, bro. Oh no, it's lower. It's lower. I promise. Like so. He's saying he knows what's below deeper than anyone's ever dug physically. And so that's kind of what's happening with the globe. They're like, no, well, we know that there's layers, but people have physically dug. They couldn't get any further. And they're like, nah, we still know what's below that. How would you possibly know what's below deeper than what anyone's physically ever dug?
Yeah.
It's just a treasure story that they're trying to sell you. But flat doesn't necessarily mean like a thin line. We don't think the Earth is don't close your eyes and think flat. We're just saying the Earth is not curved. So it doesn't mean the Earth is like a line or a thin sheet of paper or anything weird like that, or 2D. The Earth is the same Earth as it is outside you've always seen. We're just saying it's not curved, especially at the ocean, at the beach, at the lake. Okay.
Okay.
Water is flat.
I
There's,
see.
there's only three options, right? It can either be concave, like curved down.
Mm-hmm.
It could be convex, curved up, or neither.
Horizontal.
We're just saying it's neither. So when people hear the word flat, they flip the hell out. Flat? No, flat. It can't be flat. Blah, blah, blah. Well, the water is not doing the convex or concave, so what else could it possibly be? Flat is the only other option. This doesn't mean the Earth is a circle or a donut, a pancake, a frisbee, none of that stuff. So it's just something important to keep in mind. And don't let anyone try to pin you down to, well, you must think the Earth looks like this. No, it looks
Yeah.
exactly the way it does outside. So it's very simple.
I see. And what was this about? Like, there's more than what's on the the map. Do you guys believe in the map? Do you have a map of the Earth?
Good question, because they're gonna try to pin you down to
There's
like, well,
no
where's your
verified
map?
map of the entire thing. Oh, sorry, CB.
No. I think we're both great minds think alike. Go ahead. I said what I had to say.
Oh no. Just saying, there's not any verified territory. I mean, like,
You're robotic.
You got your local regions, you got your lines like that. But when it comes, oh man, that's been happening to me all day. I bow out. Go ahead, guys.
Now you're good. Now you're good. Now you're good. You can speak and keep
I think
talking
we
for a
heard the
sec.
last part. Go ahead.
Dang. Yeah, I was just
Yeah, you're good
saying.
now.
We have these these quote unquote maps of supposedly other lands outside of Antarctica, but unfortunately, with the Antarctic Treaty, there's no way of leaving or verifying that information. So it really is hearsay, and we don't take too kindly to it here because it becomes a point of speculation rather than empirical verification.
And you're robotic again.
All right. We heard most of that. It's all good.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yo, Flag, you're being attacked, man. The Matrix is
He
attacking you,
said
bro.
it's a Matrix attack. But dude, they will hit you, barrage you with where's your map? Where's the map? Flat Earth map. Dude, I'll post the meme in the chat. It's called memes which map. I think I created this one. But look at this. Look at all these freaking maps, dude. All right. So anyone who believes in the globe, you just ask them which one is the globe Earth map. There isn't one. Period. So, if they're trying to say, well, where's the flat Earth map? There isn't one. There is no such thing as this is the one map that represents all of reality. It doesn't exist. Even if the Earth is a globe. They'll try to say things like, oh, well, the desk globe is the map. You don't use that freaking thing as a map. Shut up. Who drives around with a globe mounted on their dashboard? That doesn't happen. Okay. Or they'll say Google Earth. Yeah, Google Earth is not, you don't use it as a map. So, anyway, there is no such thing as one map of the Earth at all.
And you guys said that Antarctica is around Earth, the place we explored.
I didn't hear people
surrounded.
say that. I mean, it's sort of part of the, I guess it's part of the lore, but dude, we've not really been there to say what's going on out there, or at least I've not.
Haven't people go to Antarctica though, right?
Yeah. Okay. Wait. I have a question for you, dude. Have you seen Attack on Titan?
No.
Okay. Well. Okay. So people went to the ice and they've gone to Antarctica, but what we would really need to do just to say that it surrounds us is to actually survey the perimeter. And I don't think we've done that yet, or at least we haven't. So I'm not saying Antarctica is an island or anything like that, and maybe it does surround us. That's totally fine. But I've certainly not ventured outward in all directions to say that, to make that claim.
Okay, so but if we go past Antarctica, you think there's more land?
I don't know, bro.
What happened?
That idea that Antarctica is kind of a ring around us is because they've sort of unfolded a globe into a flat thing. It's like, oh well, here, look, it makes sense. Sure, but we ain't been out there to say what the hell's going on. I don't know. Maybe there is land, and that's totally fine. Maybe there's a
And
container. I don't know. It's very hard to say, bro. I'm not gonna sit
yeah,
here and just cap in front of the whole panel and act like I know.
yeah. What if we go past it and we end up where we started?
That would be insane.
That means globe, right?
No,
What does that mean?
I don't know. Maybe the weird Earth is weird. I don't know, bro.
But like, if you go straight and you end up where you started just by going straight, doesn't that mean
No,
you're in a circle?
you can't go straight, bro. Let's just rip that Band-Aid off straight off clean because I'm gonna go Dr. Seuss on you. So, can we do this by a bike, a trike, a plane, a train? Are we running, jogging, biking? Like, dude, there is no method of travel you can go straight infinitely. Whether you walk straight, something's gonna be in the way. You drive, the roads turn. You get on a bike, there's gonna be a tree in the way somewhere. There's no going straight.
Right,
So,
but like, but what if you track where you move and you do end up like
come
on
on, man.
some, because like it couldn't mean that you just like went around, you know?
Okay, so let's say you track going west.
Yeah.
Even on a globe, going west would be a circle around the globe. You go right back where you started, right? You just
Yeah.
went in a circle. So on a flat Earth, well, I can give you a visual here. I'm sure. Are you inside right now? You in a room or something?
Yeah, in a
I
room.
want
Yeah.
you. I want you just to. This is gonna be tough, but I want you to imagine that this room is all of reality. There's nothing outside the room. This is it. There's
Okay.
nothing else. This is the Earth, your room. This is the flat Earth right here.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so let's imagine right in the center of the room, we drop a fireman's pole or stripper pole, whatever, some type of pole right in the center.
Yeah.
Okay, that is going to be our North Pole. And
All right.
so for us, the South, since there would be no South Pole here. So there's the center point, and then everything around you is the South. All the walls surrounding you, that's South. So if we were going to go west in this room, what we would do is we would just make a circle around that northern point. Or if we were going to go east, just go a circle in the other direction. So whether it's a globe or a flat Earth, east and west is a circle. And you could do that on a flat Earth. You can go in a circle and come right back where you started. Go outside your front door, walk around to the backyard, walk around the side, walk right back to the front door. You just did a circle, right back where you started.
Mm-hmm.
So that is possible. Now, in terms of going south, that's a little bit different, right? So if we put our back to that pole and we walk in a quote unquote straight line in any direction, well, you're heading south and you're going to eventually hit that wall. But
What
when I
wall?
asked you earlier,
Oh yeah,
just
room
real
wall.
quick, when I asked you earlier, is the universe infinite or no? You're like, yeah, it's infinite, but we haven't fully explored it.
Yeah.
And I would say that also applies, not the infinite part, but I would say the sheer size of the Earth has not been fully explored. I don't think we've.
Objectively speaking, I think you can say infinite because you do not nobody knows how far it does goes. Hence, it's infinite until proven otherwise.
I don't think I agree based off of what I've heard, some of my research. I don't think anything's infinite. Like, name one other
Well,
thing that's infinite.
I'm not going
Good.
off of this isn't now research. I'm not gonna go into research because I don't want to
I'm
go
just
too
saying,
deep.
like, dude, just tell QE, like,
Ignorance of
yeah, I think
humans.
it's infinite. He'd be like, nah, it doesn't exist.
You're right on that. I don't know why, man. I'm just fascinated. I don't think this is a possibility. It might be a possibility. I don't think it is the truth.
Uh-huh.
But I just find the cosmic turtle thing so amusing.
What the fuck, man? Shut the hell up.
Why?
That's interesting. No, that's interesting. I'm not gonna lie, and then maybe that's true. We don't know, but I think infinite is a mathematical concept. It's
True.
in the math. Okay, so I don't think infinite. So I don't think the Earth is infinite. I do think that there's a boundary, like your room, for example. But again, if you've played Minecraft before, God, this is
I was gonna say that, man.
But dude, like when you drop in the game, as soon as you start the game, you started. Well, at least when I played, you start off with a map.
Yep.
And the map is not filled in, and you have to explore around to fill in the map. And I would say that's kind of akin to what we're dealing with. We have an unfilled in map. And
Yep.
so how am I about to sit here and tell you, well, yeah, this is over there? I don't fucking know what's over there. I've not been there.
And Minecraft actually does have an end to its world.
Yeah. Yeah, true. So
You
I
know,
think there's
just
probably an end somewhere.
could be. Again, there's a few ideas out there.
Absolutely. So,
I'm
but
just
that's
trying to be
for
careful.
speculation. We try not to,
Yeah,
as flat
yeah.
earthers, we already catch a
I
lot
know,
of
I know.
flack in the media for sounding crazy. So that we try to avoid talking about, well, I think that there's ice walls and polar bears and people. Like, we
What
try
about the
not
double
to.
split experiment or
I
double
don't
split
know
theory,
about that. I don't know what
where if
the.
you look at something, you change its appearance or something like that?
Ooh,
Oh,
okay.
Like it's basically giving like your consciousness is like your like the moment you view something in your reality is like it almost comes to its existence, right? And
let me
if you
see.
go to Minecraft, it's like the rendering distance, right? You don't see
Yeah.
all the world. You see what's in relatively in your worldview, your viewpoint, and you don't see anything else beyond that,
Yeah.
and that
Crazy.
goes towards that double split experiment
Oh.
Mm-hmm.
and rendering, basically. Yeah.
Yeah.
And Creation Bear, sorry about that. I let my mystic side or esoteric side out for a sec.
You don't gotta apologize for shit. I might have to apologize for my mic. It probably sounds terrible. My mic sounds trash.
No, actually pretty good.
Your mic is fine.
All right, cool. All right, good shit. So, man, my phone is bugging out. I can not see who's in the panel right now. Let me just drop out and rejoin.
Is it speculation Sunday by you guys?
All right. Oh, we just lost somebody there, and let's kick the bot out here. We're starting to build in numbers, guys. This is great. And people.
Oh no.
Gaspar D. BC verified. Gaspar, what's going on?
Yes.
What's happening, man?
Don't know. You tell me.
Well, I'm in a building. I'm about to leave the building here, but I'm just wondering, are you in a
Hopefully
building?
not through the window.
Nah. Out the front door with more. About to get some grub, man. I'm hungry. But no, are you in a building right now or no?
Myself? Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Do you think the Earth is a globe?
I know it.
Oh, okay. So, like, since the Earth is a globe and it spins and it moves through a galaxy, so it's just the Earth is moving, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And so you're in a building, right?
Yeah.
So you're in a moving building.
Yes.
Flat out, just laugh at this guy. Are you serious? Wait a minute. So
Look,
I'm in
I'm
a
not
building
laughing
now.
because I had I went to school and had physics classes. So.
Yeah. No, I get it. I mean, that's kind of embedded in my question, that my understanding of your worldview.
I've been indoctrinated.
It's not that I don't understand. Well, yeah, probably. Facts. It's not that I don't understand your worldview. I'm just kind of mocking your worldview. I mean, you're in a moving building, dude.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I rest my case. Flat earthers, we don't think that. We're all in buildings that don't move. And I think that's the more normal and regular and sane thing to think. What say you? Because flat Earth is crazy, right?
No, they just dumb.
How's it dumb? But you think you're in a moving building, dude?
Because you have to be dumb to deny all that.
Brother, deny a moving building. What do you mean?
Yes, it's moving.
Oh, how is that dumb?
Because look, you have, for example, an object like a bullet. Yeah.
Yeah.
If you are moving the same speed as the bullet in the same direction, you
Why are we
are going to
imagining
see the
we're
bullet.
encountering
Wait a
banter?
second, please don't interrupt me. You are going to perceive the bullet as an static object, and that works the same for
Why
the
are you
people on
explaining this
Earth.
to me? Why are you trying to
Because
explain
you
it to me?
obviously don't understand it.
No,
It's like,
no, dummy. My understanding was embedded in the question.
we're just joking, bro.
Yes.
Oh.
No, it's like I am joking, but I also understand your worldview. It's not that I don't understand what it would be like to ride a bullet, which is a crazy fucking example, by the way. Imagine you're riding a bullet like a fucking
Yeah,
I don't know,
actually, you
bullseye.
can
Like what
compare
the
it.
hell? Like a
For
bull.
example,
We're bull riding bullets here, guys. That's
if
crazy.
you
No, but I understand it. I understand that the bullet would be perceived as not moving. I understand. That's what's embedded in my question is that you're in a building that's not really. It's not like I'm asking you if the building is tiptoeing down the street. Obviously, I understand that from the reference frame of the ground you're on. Obviously, it doesn't seem like the building's moving, but you have to believe that it is if you think the Earth is moving. So I understand that. I'm just kind of mocking the idea because they're saying flat Earth is dumb, it's stupid, but we just don't think the Earth moves, dude. And I don't think that's the more crazy or dumb or stupid thing to think. I think that's actually more sane, more normal to think that. So go ahead,
Well,
AJ. What do
he
you
just made a statement that he went to school, yeah, and that this is all dumb. That the argument is dumb. So
no,
realistically,
dumb is the sheer fact of denying all the evidence provided by
You haven't provided
so
it.
you just have an appeal to ridicule.
No,
Then
not by me, by the
Yeah?
scientific community in
So all
general.
you have is Gaspar. All it is an appeal to ridicule. Yeah, it's an informal fallacy. You're claiming the argument to be ridiculous or absurd. Yeah, so you're just trying to attempt to invalidate the argument, since you believe it's not worth entertaining. So all you have is a logical fallacy, and this is why everyone's laughing in here.
Me, especially.
Yeah. No, you're right. I don't use logic.
So,
It's
to be
all
fair,
my
sir,
indoctrination, you know.
well, you said scientific community has all the evidence. Well, dude, where? Who?
Logic.
Name one person who has one of their evidences.
Logic is indoctrination, was your claim. Yeah.
No. I said I didn't use logic, so it's obviously it's obviously because of my indoctrination or myself.
Yeah. Oh, then maybe you can answer CB and answer what is the scientific evidence proving this ball?
Yeah. If there's a community, then the community has to be made up of individuals. And so, give us an individual, and what evidence did they provide?
Yeah. I'm being sincere now, and I'll say I didn't really try to put it under question. Yeah, no, it's you are completely right. Yeah, I didn't put that under question, and I didn't check on the evidence, though as I think there is plenty of it.
Double accountability. I mean, W accountability.
I mean,
but dude, see the thing.
There
Look,
must be
imagine
a
this
really
is
fat
hold on.
Wikipedia article on the form.
Sure,
and,
yeah. Well, that would be on you to find out. But well, basically, this is like a court case here, and you're saying, "Well, I have witnesses that have, they were at the scene, they saw the evidence, blah blah blah." And so we're just trying to call one of your witnesses
Not
to the
only
stand,
that,
And you're saying, well, I can't. You're not allowed to call a witness to the stand. There's just a shadowy group of people that they have all the answers. I promise. It's like that's not how this works.
I also don't believe that all the tech we are using,
all the tech,
is built with. I mean, it works generally speaking.
Yeah, on
and
Earth.
In order to work, it needs. It needs to. I mean, you can't make some piling up of different components and say it works only because it's okay with your model. So it must. I mean, your model has to describe the reality.
Your model doesn't describe reality.
Yeah. That's what I mean. So if the model doesn't, if the model doesn't describe the reality, why does the tech work? That would suggest
it works on flat Earth.
Yeah, that would suggest that the model is the model used in developing and
It's a pragmatic fallacy.
is flat, you know. And the tech is, generally speaking, also built by a lot of people, and you're suggesting that a lot of people will just say it's. I mean, the Earth is not flat, though it's flat, you know. It's like you have maybe hundreds of millions of people that are just straight up lying.
No, they're not lying. Those people are just like you. They're just believers, and they believe that there's a scientific community with plenty of evidence, and they've not even seen one single
No, I
shred
mean
of it.
the people that are involved in
those
that
people
scientific
are
community,
just like
the
you.
engineers, all the people with degrees that work and develop things we
That's
use.
you have imaginary friends, okay? I don't know if you remember being young and you'd have friends that would have like tea parties with imaginary friends and stuff like that. That's you right now. You're like, well, no, there are people out there. Who? Name one. You see how you're imagining a group of
No, wait.
people with
I'm just going to open, don't know, a site of any university and read up the names for you.
All right. Well, why would you do that? You're saying it from. You're trying to stand on it. You're saying, well, no, there are people out there. There's engineers. There's this. Blah, blah, blah. Who?
Yeah.
Where? What did they do? How do you know that they're not lying? What I'm trying to tell you is they think exactly the way you think. That someone else out there has the answers. It's not me. I don't know.
Because there is generally a reason why, for example, if there is a thing you don't want to disclose, there is a reason why you don't go with that thing and tell everybody that thing, and also tell them don't tell that to anybody else, you know. Because that just fucking don't work, and at some point somebody will just spit it up, and if there is, I mean, I understand if it were 10 or 15 people, okay, but we are speaking about millions of people.
No, you're imagining that.
Yeah. No, you're right. I'm imagining it's indoctrination.
Well, why do you need some other man? Well, why would you... Sorry, just joking. Well, why would you need another man to tell you what to think? Think for yourself.
Because
why do you need some
example,
engineer to tell you what to think? He could be wrong.
What do you mean after telling someone what they have to think?
Well, you're saying, well, all these millions of people, they have all the answers. Like, well, dude, what about you? Why do you need a man to tell you what to think? Well, they think it's a globe, so I do. Like, that's their belief.
No,
just like
I'm
you.
not speaking. I just my argument wasn't something else. It was rather in the fact that so many people that should know the reality
right here
would at some point just not keep the secret, because
they
it's a
don't
lot
know.
of them. How
That's my
don't they
point.
know?
Is they don't
If
know.
the
They
tech
just
works.
believe. They believe like you. They don't know shit.
Yeah.
I genuinely don't
Actually,
think
it
that there's
might
a
be,
whole
yeah.
bunch of people. Well, I genuinely don't think there's a bunch of people out here lying to you. Like you're like, say your teacher in school.
Yeah.
She just believes what she's telling you. She doesn't know the truth about the Earth being flat, and she's lying to you. Like, come on, man. She believes just like everyone else does. Why does that seem crazy? What? So, which sounds more crazy, that all these people really know the Earth is flat and they're lying, or they just believe like you do, like everyone else did, right? There's not a bunch of people out here lying. I don't think people know the truth, and they're like deceiving you. They believe in the globe just like everyone else. Simple.
Mm-hmm.
Even if you're clickety clacky on your computer screen, doesn't mean you know the deepest truths of reality. If you've ever had a job, no matter your position, like you could be the general manager of a place. Well, you don't necessarily know what's going on in the CEO's office. And the CEO might not exactly know what's going on in the president's office, etc. You have your role to play, your job to do, and you do your job. You don't necessarily know the ins and outs of every single thing going on in the company, right? If you're a janitor at a hotel, well, it's none of your business to know
I
who's
understand.
checking in and all this, that, and the other, right? So they're not lying. They're just doing their job at a computer at some tech company or whatever, right? So, and they believe. That's fine. But I also wouldn't base my understanding of the world on
How
trusting
many
that these
people?
people are telling me the truth or lying.
How many people do you estimate are lying to everybody about the formula F right now?
Why do you care? Like that's my thing. Like, after all that ramble, why do you care? You're waiting around for one of them to blow the whistle. Do you really think you would just believe them anyway? Some random dude comes
Yeah.
out and says, "No, I think I've been working for NASA. It's flat." You'd be like, "Nah, he's lying. He's cap. I don't believe him."
No.
All the other guys, why haven't they come out? Like you guys, it's not about waiting for whistleblowers. It's about going outside and looking at the Earth, observing the Earth, testing the Earth.
It's
That's the
about
Earth that's
evidence.
flat, bro. Fuck these whistleblowers or waiting around for a whistleblower. Fuck that.
Well, if the whistleblower is, if the whistleblower is a secure source, first of all, and second,
No.
has evidence. Like, for example, the whistleblowers from Boeing that had to come to the court as witnesses, as I remember, and they were killed priorly to that. They obviously had something. Yeah, that's the
Okay.
same
So
case.
let me ask you this.
If
Let's
somebody
say the whistle.
tell the Earth is flat and he allegedly has evidence, and then he got killed, well, possibly. I mean, it's not 100%, but possibly he's right.
That's ridiculous that you would have to wait for that and start to think maybe the Earth could be flat. But what I'm trying to say is,
Or that
regardless
person
of who
just
present,
straight
let's
up
say
people say,
let's divorce the whistleblower from the evidence. Okay, so we just have the evidence left and not the whistleblower.
Mhm.
What do we do then? Can we still accept the evidence even though
That sounds. But you should be able to fly.
What's
Why?
pulling us
Why?
down?
Nothing. Nothing ever was pulling you down.
Interesting. So you
Yeah.
tell me that if I'll go jump off a building, I'm not going to die because the earth won't pull me down.
Brother. No, what I'm telling you is you don't have flying ability. What do you think you're Superman on? Like, why would you be able to jump and then continue going up? That's called flying. What person in
No.
their right mind's like, well, how come I didn't continue going up when I jumped? Yeah, well, you don't have those abilities.
Okay.
Nothing's pulling you down. Of course, when you jump, you go down. You jumped first.
But
It's not like, hold on, it's Gaspar. If you jump from a plane, you got to take the horse blinders off and realize that you didn't spawn in the plane, right? You were on the ground where you started, where you were born, right? Here on the ground. And then you made your way up there. So it's not that you, like, why would you come back down? Well, because, well, you took a plane up and then you jumped out of it. Like, that's why you came back down, right back where you started. When you're on the ground, nothing's yanking you or holding you or pulling you down or preventing you from floating up in the sky. That's a silly belief if you really
how
think
come
about
that
it.
the people from the mountains that were born there, they don't go straight up, floating in the air?
Again, sir, you realize how stupid that's like. We don't live in Charlie and the Chocolate Factory where people just float in the air. This isn't Dragon Ball Z where you just float. Come on, dude.
Yeah.
So, and then again, even if I were to like wave a magic wand over your head and I was like, you're now one of us. Well, the earth doesn't change. It's still the same way it's always been forever.
So
So
wait a
you don't just
second.
start floating today.
Yeah, I understand that. But did I understand it right? That you mean that we are like coming down to the earth and not being pulled by something like gravitation?
Yeah, I would say like, like you're at rest. And then so if you're at equilibrium and then you break equilibrium, you're gonna want to return to equilibrium. So even if like say you have maybe like a tennis ball on the ground and you take the tennis ball, you dive into a pool and you swim down to the bottom and you let go of the tennis ball. Well, it's not gonna go down, is it? It's gonna go back to equilibrium up.
Yeah.
You see? So like I think you have to keep in mind like where things started, and then if you remove it from its equilibrium, where is it gonna want to go? Back to equilibrium.
Actually, you're not that far from the truth, at least in my opinion. Because I also believe we're like in energetic equilibrium. The only thing is that we, or at least people, can leave it if they get out of the Earth's gravitational.
You're talking about like outer space.
Yeah, I mean you'll have their microgravitation, of course, or it'll just get so small that you won't actually feel it. But yeah.
Okay.
And
So
you might go to another place, for example, on the moon. Yeah, you'll be there in another energetic equilibrium as long as you are on the moon and not somewhere, I don't know, 2 meters above.
You what?
Yeah.
I don't agree with that, but I understand where you're coming from. Yeah, I don't think the moon is a location you can go to.
What's the moon?
Well, I'm not trying to say what it is that I don't know, but I would say
Wait, do you believe in the cupola?
no, like the ISS.
No, cupola, you know?
It's on the ISS.
What's with the ISS?
Right, the cupola is. Sorry, I
Oh.
muted myself. The cupola is on the ISS, is it not?
No. I mean, like, or better said, the dome. I mean, you know, in the past, people thought that the sky is actually not made out of objects, but it's all a dome, where inside of it and outside the dome is fire. What the fuck? And the stars and shit. Yeah, I know. And the stars are just holes in that dome that let fire in and are bright at night. Yeah, that's what I thought.
What the fuck?
But they were, I don't know, were they or not thinking about Earth being flat or not? But yeah.
I've never heard of that term cupola before.
Yeah,
or just used in that way.
Wait, maybe I'll maybe find the depiction.
Oh,
I
I know what
found
you
it.
mean when you say it. I've just never
I'll
heard
send
it.
it in the live stream voice. Oh, what? No, I can't send pictures. Where can I send pictures?
Try again. I got you.
There it is. And people were thinking it's. I mean, it's not. You can't see through it, and there was like holes in it, and outside of it was fire, and that's how the stars were coming in the opinion. Yeah.
Well, just remember how we talked about how like there's no way to model the universe because you can't see it from the outside, like from the fourth dimension. Well,
Yeah.
what point of view is this from? Like some outside fourth dimensional type of view. So that's I don't like these depictions because they're helpful for new people, but they're not really concrete. Like I'll post an example here.
Oh, do you also think that the Earth is the center of the universe?
No, I don't think there is a universe.
What do you think there is?
I think the Earth is the place. I don't think the Earth is an object in a large place. I think the Earth is the place. So I don't think this is the center of the universe. I think Earth is the universe, essentially.
Okay. So you can't go like, yeah.
So
Sounds
like,
interesting.
yeah, where's the center of you?
Center of me?
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe. I mean, it may depend on
Right. And then
what we are going to take as a center.
exactly,
At least as a
my
center
man.
of a human being.
Exactly. You see how there's like, if you're the, it's kind of hard to say. Like, I don't know where the center of reality is. Even, I guess, even if it was like a universe, like
Is
a
there a
giant
center?
universe, I
Must
don't
there
know.
be a center?
That's a good question. I would say that there probably is, just like there. Well, maybe there doesn't have to be. Maybe there doesn't have to be a center of you either, because it depends on what
Isn't a
you
center
are.
a human-made concept?
Mhm. Maybe, yeah, probably. It's very interesting, though. It's like some people would say the center is like between their eyes, or they would say like their stomach, or their heart, or their head, or something like that, right? But what center where. But yeah,
Maybe
that is
it's
a good
in,
question.
maybe it's in my ass.
It's
It's also a center. It's between two big objects, and it leads up to a dark place. No,
It's
it's what I
gay.
mean.
It's super gay.
Anyway, who is Ego Slave? I'll be changing y'all names too much. What is this?
Don't know.
Ego. Anyway, wait, QE's about to go live right now, guys. I think we should tune in the QE's show. Let me check. I think I want to tune into this one. It's finally back on the scene. Quantum Racer, yep, he's back live. All right, guys. I don't think the bot can do live videos, but let me try. It's hot as dick outside. Please work.
She brought it up,
Oh,
and
it
I
works.
said, "You know what? I'm gonna go out and buy some chicken wings. I'm gonna have chicken wings."
This is live right now, guys.
And after I got done cooking them, I sent her a picture of them. And then when I said they're gonna roast me, she goes, "Well, heck, the thumbnail could just be those chicken wings you sent me." So,
That is QE's roast.
yeah. So to get all that out of the way. So
But you did say that you overcooked them a little bit, huh?
this time I did because I usually make them for both me and my son. But this time my son was at work. He works late. He started to work late in the summertime. And I just cooked one batch with
So
the
you
same.
need a portion of 10 wings?
Yeah, that's one. That's my batch.
So 5 chickens had to be later livestock.
Nah, we don't want to go there, Betty.
I'm gonna go, guys. Honestly.
It's a QE
Okay,
roast.
Gaspar, hey, listen, man, you have a good
You
one
are
too.
the
We'll talk to you
murderer.
later.
Yeah,
And
thanks.
come back another time.
Oh, so this is your first roasting.
Yeah.
I just paused you real quick, but yeah, man, come back anytime. I'm probably gonna step off in a little bit too, so I don't want the panel to go quiet. But anyway, good chatting with you, Gaspar. Come back anytime. We'll do this again. And yeah, man, enjoy the rest of your day. Catch you later. W. Also, there's a wine. There's a wine named Gaspard as well. So yeah, got you though. All right, guys, let's continue the show. Hopefully, it continues as well.
Yeah, of course.
Oh, wait a second, Betty. Evening.
Evening.
You wear your ear things on last time. I think it was that.
I have a headset on. It's the old one though. It's not the new headset. So Booger can tell when I unmute and mute.
I think I got you. I think I got you covered now. What's up, baby? Oh, you finished them. Hold on a second, guys.
Yeah,
This is very important that
Wingies.
QE is a side
Unbelievable.
conversation
How
with
can you
somebody
leave us
that
like
the
this?
audience isn't listening to. This is highly important.
Go
I
on,
suggest we
Nathan.
have a
I wanted to
protected
introduce
silence.
you.
I got it. Okay, did Nathan just arrive and Betty rumpus him?
I tried to get your attention to maybe introduce Nathan, but you were left.
I didn't leave. I just turned around. I had my wife ask me a question. But go ahead. You can start over. Let's
Yeah.
start it over.
Well, let's introduce Nathan because he's here in the chat.
Okay.
Go
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, don't
I
rumpus
know
me.
you
Don't. I'm trying to introduce him.
Say hi for me.
I hate that. ladies and gentlemen, the distinguished Nathan Oakley.
This is about as awkward as I would expect. I was much more in favour of listening to you have a side conversation with somebody that nobody can hear while we sit in silence. I think that would be a much better idea. Or we could discuss your food. Equally rubbish.
Equally
Wingies.
Yeah, he's coming in heavy.
Yeah, and what's up with
What do
these
you expect from a professional?
The point of this is to thank your fan base, we'll call them. I was going to say viewers, but you've been absent for a month, and in your absence, Adam Meakin has run a Give, Send, Go, which I'm sure you're very much aware of. So I think the first thing we should get to is shouting out everybody on the list of people who supported that campaign thus far. If you think that's a good idea, but I certainly do.
I do. I do. I just don't know the people that are on the list. I haven't gone in there. Adam, do you have that list?
It is ready and waiting, sir.
Before you start on that list, I don't know, Nathan, you had said something to people even before the Give, Send, Go started, and a couple people contacted me, and I'd just like to shout them out first before Adam gets to it. Now, I don't know if they like to be shouted out, but I'm going to do it anyway. Mark Parker, Mark Cole, and Thomas van der Zand. That sounds Dutch. That sounds Dutch to me.
Absolutely.
So shout out to those guys. I really appreciate it, and you know what I mean. But I wanted to get those. I didn't want to forget. I wrote them down. Adam, the floor is yours.
Thanks, mate. Yeah, so first of all, thank you, everyone. Yeah, we're almost there. So what? Week than that.
Really?
First of all, thank you all. Yeah, I think it was tomorrow, isn't it? I think we started to set it up.
Oh wow!
When did you reappear? Not much more than a week ago. So yes, first of all, thanks everybody. Really appreciated, and the rate of response, like I said, has been outstanding to be so close to the goal already. We haven't begun the roast yet, so it just goes to show what esteem you held in QE. Now your efforts, I think, are appreciated and never solicited before. So thank you, everyone.
Just in the interest of balance, I think it is worth adding that there were plenty of ballers that said you would have reached the total a lot quicker if you'd have run a campaign to stay away. I mean, that's just the ballers.
Let's all be honest. Let's all be bloody honest. We're not trying to get QE back. We've all missed bugger, haven't we?
It's already started. Thank you.
It is absolutely true. It is true. They have all missed him a lot.
Correct.
Okay, so let's get through these because there's a fair few to go through. So I'll start with the first guy, Jerry Mearsall. Amazing $200. Let it fly straight and true, like an arrow off the string. And Flat Earth Fisherman again, thank you. $2 chat there. LBB Store 25. Late Union dues to your QE. Another anonymous giver there, $50. No message. Flat out truth. Truth is important. $5 chat. And Elric, $10 there. Thank you, dude. Keep outing pseudoscience. Indeed. Hank, $2. Cheers, dude. Thank you, QE. Mike, 808. Another $100 there. Your spill, $50. Wishing you and yours well, God willing, and God bless. On corner, $147. No message, but thank you again. Lady we all know, the beautiful Betty Van Velton. Huey knows why. Thank you, Betty. Riffraff, $40. Refracted Curvature is still the best panel member. Indeed, sir. Michael Jones, $20. Thank you very much, sir. Diego, 76. Another $20. Thank better QE than my ex-wife. Thank you, Diego. I like that one. Wow, Grim, $350. Down with the flippity gibbets. Thank you, sir. Daniel Samaniego. $20 US. Thank you, sir. To Brian, $30. Thank you very much, Brian. M, best wishes QE with a $20 chat. Dave Rudge, $25. Shout out to QE. Get stuffed. Shout out retracted. Hope all will be well, John. May the Lord bless you and may the peace of God rest upon you. And then there's the latest one from Charles Wagner, a $25 chat there. Thank you very much, Charles. I think that's everybody covered. Missed mine, but I don't know how. But well, maybe there's more. Maybe there's more.
Louder. This time you say it.
Super chat.
Supernatural, Super Mario, Super Mustache.
Say louder.
Say it louder.
Oh, I win. Okay, good. From AI, he sent when traveling back north, I can tell I've arrived in New Jersey because it begins to smell like Quantum Eraser. Not sure which one is insulted.
That's terrible.
Just as there's been an interruption, hopefully one of the moderators will put a link to this Give Send Go campaign. So as we're running through the shout outs, obviously, if you want to leave your message, just to say, if you do use the Give Send Go, I would advise just set the tip amount to 0. They do still take a chunk of the money anyway, so don't worry about not giving them a tip. You actually have to physically go in, say tip amount, other, and then set it to 0 by typing in 0. But yeah, if you did want to contribute to the campaign, now is the time to do so. Obviously, you'll get a shout out. We're going to get the rest of them done by Adam in a few minutes. You never know, you might get it shouted out during this particular session of shout outs. There's quite a few people to thank, you never know. But it only takes a couple of minutes. If you didn't, and you didn't feel, you got the cash to do it, which is perfectly understandable, then just go to the campaign and click on the share button. It costs 0 to share it. Or leave them some kind comments. I think there's a button called prayer. You can just leave a nice comment. But at the very least, costs nothing to share it. It does make an impact on whether or not the campaign hits its total. So please share it if you didn't want to financially support it. If you did, there's a link hopefully going by right now from one of the live stream moderators. Carry on, Adam.
Here comes the orange one. I gotta say super chat again.
Say it.
There's 3. Super chat.
All right. If you couldn't tell, there's 3 super chats. We already read one.
Sorry about that. My mic was on mute. That is so darn cute. Sorry. Booger, stop rumpusing me. That's so darn cute. It's an orange one. I just about fell off my chair. So super chat, superficial, super nachos, super booger.
We got one from Sasha. It says, "Don't worry about the thing because every little thing is gonna be all right." Or,
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. And then Roger Ledwell, he said, "You have to stay this time."
Thanks.
Yeah. Roger Ledwell, misspell. Yeah. 2 is misspelled.
Not misspelled. It's just the wrong 2.
True.
Yeah. Well, thanks, guys.
That super chat was so Sasha. It's don't worry about a thing because every little thing is going to be all right. But the Sasha's super chat comes out in a slightly broken English. It's like, don't worry about anything at all. It's going to be okay. Okay. That's kind of how Sasha's translation of it comes through on a super chat.
Yes.
I'd just like to say that if anyone would like to contribute, we're also saving up for canned laughter. We're going to need that later.
Yeah. Betty, did I tell you? I thought I told you that Brian came in. He wasn't too enthusiastic about. I think he had a misunderstanding about what type of roast this is going to be. I think the newer roast has set him, aside a little bit, and he said something about canned laughter. Do you have any canned laughter?
What's that?
Canned laughter. I could barely understand what he was saying.
Yeah.
Turn the soundboard on, boys.
So we got soundboard, haven't we?
Creation Bear's here. All right, are you? Oh, you got super fluid, super addendum, super fly.
Yeah, Roger Ledwell sent, "I made a few batches of pickles."
Is that relevant?
Anybody get the reference? No idea what you're talking about, Roger. Let us know from the chat.
Well, I should do it. I've only got a few to go. So maybe I'll get back to them just so it's semi-joined up. Lad on 0 degrees, $20. Thank you very much, sir. And then I've got an anonymous giver. The $20. QE, John, Globe Terminator from the future. I met you years and years ago online on a religious message board forum. With the best defender of truth I had and have ever seen. Thank you for everything. It's very inspiring. Nice.
Well, that's quite humbling.
Yeah, nice that was, weren't it?
Yes.
It was. Can I just counter it by saying he's also quite boring often?
Is that the canned laughter, Brian? Go ahead, Adam.
Harmonic Cosmology. Hey, QE. I really appreciate your body of work over the years. It has profoundly impacted me and my reality. Hope that you resume with your fantastic content as soon as possible. Best wishes. Dude.
His life will never be the same.
Yeah, he's got
Len
divorced. He lost the house.
Exactly.
Profound.
For Sonic, $33 from Len Lennox there. Thank you. Wishing the big man all the best. Yes, Len. And I got another anonymous giver. So long, and thanks for all the proofs.
Who's the big man?
Nathan.
That's the next contributor, actually. Nathan Oakley, $20. If you don't, unless you were all unaware, Nathan is ace, he says. Thank you, Nathan.
He's right.
I'm not. I disagree. I didn't disagree. I said unless you were unaware. It was nice to reiterate that point. And the
Roger.
last one.
Go ahead.
No flats.
Roger clarified. He said it takes less time to make pickles. I guess how long QE was going.
I'll comment on that. I mean, look at how much Bugger's speech has come on. He's having chats with us now. That's how long QE's been away.
Yeah.
Final one, anonymous giver, and kicked it all off with $300. Thank you very much, whoever that was. Cheers, guys. That's it so far. Unless there's been anything else.
Another
super chat. Loud and clear. I'm gonna say loud and clear, but super chat.
Supersonic, Supernatural, Super Mario.
He said, I'm going to say it loud and clear, super jazz. Elvis sent aloha to y'all from beautiful Maui. Welcome back, QE. Shout out to my Balkan bros, Vlad and Sasha.
Nice.
Actually, I've got one more to go. So we've just had another $25 contribution in from another anonymous soul saying, QE, you magnificent stop. I watch your shows and I want them back. Whoever that was. Cheers, guys. That's for now. I'll keep you abreast.
So much for the roast. Aren't you guys supposed to be sending roasting comments? Come on now.
No, these were all from the campaign. No, you can't. We hadn't necessarily had the idea to do a roast when we put the campaign info out. So at the time, we're like, QE could do with the hand financially. Can you help us out with this campaign and leave a nice comment? And I'm still encouraging people to do that. This show is a roast, but it's not like an ongoing theme. Tomorrow it will just go back to normality and QE will just be the same old dick he always is.
I really don't know what to say. I thanked those guys earlier in the week about doing that, and they didn't want to hear any of that. So for everyone that contributed. So listen, a lot of people don't know what happened. I could give you a little bit. I think Nathan started to talk. I was watching one of your shows because I've been trying to catch up a little bit, and I was watching one of your shows, and it seemed like that you had the impression that it was like a financial emergency. That's not what happened. I had a sort of a family emergency. One of my family members, and the financial part happened alongside that emergency. Like, it's hard to tell. It's happened to me like 4 times in my life, and I don't know if people can relate to this. Like, if something big and negative happens, it's not the only thing that happens. And it happened this way this time again. It was that event and then 3 or 4 events that happened all at once within 24 hours. So
Cascade event.
it's a cascading type of thing. And like I said, I don't think I'm the only one that experiences that. And it's happened 3, 4, 5 times in my life. And I noted it. Like after the second time, I said, wait a second. What's going on here? It seems like Betty said that there's sort of a cascading event. And I really wasn't. I should have been prepared for it. Go ahead.
What's the Don Murphy again?
Yeah.
Yeah, when it rains, it pours.
Yeah. Yeah. What?
What's that?
What are you saying?
It's Neil again. He has
he?
it's like a handkerchief for his
Bloody
mouth.
hellfire.
He's scuba diving again.
He's scuba diving again. So,
What have we told you, Neil? What have we told you?
Take it off the friggin' car phone. That's when I invented the phrase when it rains it falls. Hello?
Absolutely. Probably next Thursday.
so that's what happened, folks. I just want to just give you a little clue on that. I don't want to get into any particulars. But I recovered from it. Came out of it late like you said, Adam said, was it a week ago? I can't even remember.
Nobody really cares that much, to be honest.
Thanks, Nathan.
It's basically some.
It's the same for me, to be honest, Nathan. Often if I get lots of bad news in a row, I end up blowing a load of money on coke and hookers just to cheer myself up as well.
You what?
You what?
Everyone's different. For me, it's crack. QE, it's hookers.
I just don't like it refined like that. I don't like it that refined.
Very Moorish. Yeah, you realise you gave us absolutely no specificity whatsoever to the campaign. We are no more enlightened now than we were prior to that. Your word salad.
That wasn't word salad, for God's sake. And no, you're not enlightened, but at least you get a little bit of a feel. You don't know exactly what happened. It wasn't good. No one died. Can I say that? No one died, but it was a trying experience. So.
Oh, good.
Just check with the producer, and he says yes. Yes, you can say that.
Oh, there's another one.
At least the money's not used for funerals.
Super Trooper, Super Duper, Supercell.
Price of Adam, he sent make a $2 hoe joke for me and say #roasted, please. So he wants us to give him a joke because he doesn't have one.
It's more than a $2 super chat for that, Flatsy, if you want us to invent the joke for you.
Yeah. Booger said roasted.
Yeah, roasted, right. And Roger said that he couldn't get the give, send, go to work.
Just keep super chatting, Roger. That'll do it.
There's PayPal account underneath. You aren't getting out of this.
Don't feel bad. Don't feel bad, Roger, because QE didn't remember how to start the show. So that's another thing.
Yeah, it's just age, Platsy. It's not been that.
We got you.
It's not been that long, but there's a certain sequence. And wouldn't you know, there's some new stuff. Nathan, there's some new stuff in here. In studio.
Wow.
I know something.
That I wasn't prepared. Like things, they look different, and they're They're not in different spots, but the sequence was a little bit strange. I was almost freaking out right at the beginning. I said, "Oh, please don't crash," or I'm not going to be able to start this show. But I muddled my way through it. But it's strange. You go, like 2 years, everything's the same, and then I leave for a few weeks, and then things just change. That's another thing I've noticed.
Yeah, that's called life, John. Things happen.
Boomer detected.
Boomer detected. All right, fair enough. There's no doubt about that. You got me pegged. I thought it was obvious.
Yeah, after this, it won't be just because of this roast that you'll be like a roasted chicky wingy.
Chicky wingy. All right.
Just to add to what Nathan said. Sorry.
No, go ahead, Brian.
Just to add to what Nathan said there a few minutes ago. From what you said, it sounded like you tripped in public and you fell onto your face and hurt your knee. And then when you stood up, you also ripped the ass of your pants.
Put that all together by yourself.
Yeah.
Step away from the mic, man. Nah, I'm just kidding. Thank you.
Yellow.
Good job, we clarified.
Super chat.
Super mullet, super far away, super mustache.
Super chat.
No, I keep on rumpusing him. He doesn't stop talking.
He likes to talk. He also saw another super chat, so he said it again.
Gonna say that's professionalism, Flatsy. That I saw it come up. The boy saw it. He's straight on it again.
Yeah. So Flat Earth Travolta sent, for the man who taught me about quantum mechanics and who called me a numpty one time in the politics server. Yeah, that's QE. Roger,
on that. Before we get there, there will be a point where that will be like a Medal of Honor. He's already being held as one, not. He called me a numpty one time.
Yeah.
He called me a dipshit. So I'm even happier.
But probably not, let's be honest.
We just got a super chat to the contrary, sadly.
So Roger Ludwell sent, I just got out of it. That's all I got. And emoji with the mouth zip shut.
There's another one in here that's not a super chat, but I figured you guys would like this. It's from XB Black Ice. He says that QE's show is like Seinfeld. It's always about nothing. And then it says explosion and roasted. I knew Betty would like that.
Yeah. Yeah. I try to keep it as nothing as much as I can in the beginning of the shows, and then usually the Flat Earth guys take over.
A lot of the time we are talking globe proof. So.
Just to let you know that what I said earlier was projection, because something similar to what I said earlier actually happened to me. I went bowling one time ever in my life. I took 3 shots. The first shot, I completely missed the lane and went straight into the channel at the side. You know where the balls go, where the balls go.
Yeah,
completely missed it. I banged off the center of the thing and rolled straight into there. Everyone looked at me. My second shot, I swung back the bowl and I didn't have a proper grip on it. It came off my fingers, went straight back at speed and bounced off the machine behind me that kept the score. Right? And my third shot, I went down to try to get right into the center of the lane and I ripped all the middle of my pants. So I just left at that point.
Holy.
Oh, God.
I think they asked you to leave, Brian. Come on, be honest.
I tell you, they didn't need to ask me, baby. It was behind me jumper around my waist and walked out the door.
Hey, what age were you when you did that?
Oh, I was about 13 or 14.
Week.
I don't know
What are you
I
talking about?
That was last week.
Well, what else are you supposed to do on a Tuesday night when QE's sodded off? You know?
Last Tuesday, yeah.
Yeah, just left you. Doesn't answer your calls.
Yeah. Waiting for a call.
You answered me.
What did
Oh,
you say,
yeah.
Neil?
Because he knew he won't be able to hear you, Neil. That's why.
Somebody is asking, anyone know what reason for 24/7 FED Discord episodes had QE and Witsit debating recently?
Oh yeah,
It
that's
wasn't on
something right
FED. It
there.
wasn't on FED.
It was on 24/7 FED.
The Discord.
Right.
Yeah. So yeah, QE came back with a bang as soon as he started poking his head around Discord. He gets into an all-out brawl with Witsit, and those of us who were around to witness it, it was quite a show. And I'd say that since QE taught Witsit everything that he knows, he should have taught him how to, brag about how great you are properly to Witsit.
So basically, he didn't do a good job. He didn't teach him everything that you have to have a sort of an air of grandeur around you. Huh?
Shows he wasn't paying attention.
Seems like QE is oblivious of any stabs in the back, but
Yeah.
I
you
He
need to
just he
stab
knows how to be
harder.
more subtle about saying how great he is, and
How you need to be less
Yeah.
subtle.
Well,
I'm thinking he's eating his orange again. What is it now? What are you eating now?
I'm not eating it at this moment, but it's pineapple.
You ordered it just now, right?
No, I didn't order it. I went and got it before the show started because I figured I'd get hungry during the show. Because when you get roasted, you get hungry.
Yeah, and since that is nice with pineapple.
Roasted pineapple.
Now, nice on the side if you roasted something and with your pizza Hawaii and stuff. Remember?
I don't do the Hawaiian pizza anymore. I used to do when I was there. I ate it, but not so. I maybe a few times since that time. But that was I left Hawaii in April 1st, April Fool's Day, 1992.
I think the whole island lifted in joy.
Oh, did that nice backhanded? The roast has begun.
Yeah. So what happened with you and Witsit in Discord 24/7?
Hold on a second.
See, I got you.
Well, I think it went down. I was in 24/7. We were just talking, and some gentleman came in. I think his name was Rebel or Rebellion or something. I can't remember exactly what his name was. And he said, "Well, QE, why is there such contention with you and Witsit?" And I simply said, he's a double-speaking lion, sewer rat, pretender clown, ether idiot. Now, I emphasize pretender clown, double speaker, and a liar. And he said, oh, I don't understand. I said, okay, I'll let you understand. So I provided that, remember the first audio clip that I had where he double spoke 3 times and then lied at the end. So I gave it to 24/7 admin. They started playing it, and I said, see, I made a claim, and then I supported it. I said, there you go. That's the reason why. And then I said, go get his dumb ass and let's hold his ass to the fire on it. So he must have done that because 10, 15 minutes later, the old shape-shifting, double-speaking lion Surat showed up. So that's how it started.
How did it end?
That
was
Super
my
chat.
Christmas, by the way.
Superfluid, superconductor, super salad.
Okay, Flat Earth Travolta, he sent, QE has the most interesting science conversations on the internet and the most boring food conversations on the internet.
Oh, come on. Everybody is interested in my food. Like
They're just critiquing his chicken wings.
tuna. Yeah, that's his chicken wings, but my food is good.
I like how Betty took it as a personal attack on her instead of where it was
Yes.
intended on QE.
QE. Yeah, Betty.
Yeah, that's still. I mean,
You living vicariously through me.
the thing is that we have food conversations, you and me together.
Oh, when we're talking on the side, yeah, we'll just talk about, yeah, doesn't everyone?
Yeah, we start with the weather, with the food, right? Like light conversation, and then
Sure.
we ease into it, right? And then these people find us boring. Unbelievable.
Looks like you're going to be roasted here today, too. Can we get on with the roast?
I feel a little bit of the heat now.
Yeah. What's the roast?
You feel that convection?
Do you feel that convection? That's a good one. Listen to her.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I got one.
I think it was even before I left that Flatsy started to get really sharp on certain things, right? Didn't you guys notice that?
Yep, absolutely. And we absolutely haven't heard from Flatsy at all until you turned back up last week.
Uh-oh.
Super chat.
When it's about Betty, she's super chat.
Should we just ignore it?
No.
Yeah. Nice move. Love where your mind's at, Adam.
Here, Mom. Super chat.
Superman, super tramp, superposition.
So the first one's from Flat Earth Travolta. We love you, Betty. Booker, you're rumpusing me. And then Sasha sent, we have better food arguments than FE and science.
Thanks, guys. Okay,
Yeah, I had some.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
No, go ahead, Flatsy.
I had some notes on your last treatment before you decided to up and disappear on us. And the one that I left off is because Adam was in the chat of the treatment, and he was in all caps. And you had mentioned that, and I said I wanted to let Adam know that he can calm all the way down to lowercase. Okay.
I faintly remember something like that. And you said the last episode I didn't even know what it was. That was Sabina Hassenpfeffer, Sabina Bruce?
Yes, and the best thing that I heard on there is when you said, if you censor shampoo, can you predict a bad hair day? I about lost it.
That's a good one.
That's pretty twisted. I'd probably go back and listen to that to see if I can find out a little more of the context with that. I'd be interested. I can't remember it.
Oh, I remember it.
Okay, since you guys aren't going to roast me because let's just be on the level. There's hardly anything to roast.
Are you?
It's like it's.
I'm wondering if you get.
I said quite.
That everybody needs to get one roast out. I mean, come on, we can go down the list, and someone has to say something.
No, you can't force them. You can't go down the list. It's got to be spontaneous.
People are shy, and they might not try. So.
Well, they know what they're going to get back.
Which is what?
Nothing.
See? Little chicken.
As far as you know.
Yeah, as far as you know. I pretentiously said the other day when they did say roast, I said, how can you roast perfection?
To a crisp.
To a crisp, and Brian's rolling back there.
Yeah, then we started the show, started talking about food. And it was really easy.
Well, Nathan, you give a good roast to QE. We give you the floor for a couple of minutes.
You can't force this, Betty.
Nathan can. Nathan has a lot of audience.
Hey, Betty, you're not listening to Booger.
Right. Who's rumpusing bugger? Stop
Betty.
Betty is.
Ah,
And Nathan.
Rattletails.
AI, he sent broadcast volume too low. He used the wrong two also. Typical QE incompetence. Well, you too, AI. Come on now.
Look how sharp she is. She is sharp on the twos and how you use them. She's all over this.
Brilliant.
Betty called me a rat.
Rattletail.
I was gonna say I'll never rob a bank with you guys. You're all ratting each other out.
So Mello, jealousy of Witsit's getting more attention. Hardly. All he's doing, like I've said many times before, and it's plainly obvious to everyone, Witsit came to the game late, and all he's doing is sucking off Globe Dumpster's teeth. Right? That's all he did is would subsume all their subscribers. That's all he did. There's nothing there. Now, let's get back to the double-speaking lion sewer rat. Do you have any substance to rebut that? I've got volumes.
Of thin air. Hot air.
I got volumes of doublespeak. Volumes of
I'm
lion
glad you clarified that.
of lion surassery. I just made that up. The
I like that.
surassery. So
Surassery.
so what's up with that? Jealousy? Nah, I'm not 5 years old, man. Booger.
Booger. He's just off in his own little world over here.
That's
But
fine.
he said it. AI sent I used two rather than two because I only have two.
Two. Yeah. Nice. Thanks, Theo.
Before we get back to bits it, just posted the link for the Give Send Go. And say thank you everyone that's given so far. Got another giver, and we're actually at $2,215, which is just amazing. So thank you all.
Go ahead, Adam. I mean, go ahead, Adam. Like I said, I can't believe it. Thank you.
Go on, feign some gratitude. Come on, quick.
Feign some gratitude. Listen at you. That's a roast.
I know, baby. You done?
Yes.
Done. Have you showed the number to Mrs. QE yet?
I have not.
Why are you doing that? Anonymous giver, amazing. Thank you. $300. Eternally grateful to you, QE, for sharing his wisdom. Here's a donation from all the money I earned from picking up cans on the side of the road. Supervised. Praying for you. Brilliant. Thank you, whoever that was.
That was quite brilliant. Thank you.
But thanks to everyone. Like I say, 2,215. Absolutely brilliant. Thank you all. So I'm going to have to, because QE's not going to bother, is he? He's just going to sit there counting his money.
That is uh-oh. Superintendent, superfluid, superconductor, super booger.
Roger Ledwell sent this is for sewer rats and whatever.
Double speaking lion sewer rats. Thank you, Roger. Now, put yourself in a position where you have to. I'm not feigning anything about giving gratitude. It's so overwhelming. I don't know what to say. I really don't. It's a humbling type of experience that I rarely experience. So I don't know how to act. It's true.
An awkward silence is in order.
Well, I tried to thank those guys earlier in the week, and they would have none of it.
Which guys?
Who are you thanking?
John, Refracted Curvature, Nathan, and Brian, and Adam, and The rest of the people, they wouldn't have any of it.
I don't remember that. Can you do it now?
Because we weren't used to being called anything up but numpty.
I don't remember any of that. Can you do it now? You sorry.
Yeah, let's
I'd
hear it.
actually like it in writing.
By the way, I wasn't there, so let's hear it.
Could you emphasize the Brian part?
Quantify it in some way. We want to know exactly how grateful you are.
Yeah, quantum.
In all seriousness, all the people who've supported the campaign, thank you so much, because it is stressful. QE's stress is now clearly resolved as he's in good spirits, and it's been done through financial help, so that's good. You know,
it takes an extra heavier burden off. It's not like I'm going to be out in the street, asking for dimes and stuff. It wasn't like that. It was just a whole bunch of things at one time. It was like a gut punch. So this definitely takes the edge completely off, and both me and my wife and my family, thank you.
So you're not
Does it
going
mean
to
you
be
can quit the paper round?
I can quit my paper out, yes.
So you won't be out in the streets?
No.
Oh, can I take my money back?
Can you take it back? Okay, so are we going to get on with the roast?
Do you have something to roast? Like some chickens or something?
Why don't we just carry on as we are and not try and force it into a really embarrassing situation?
For who? For you?
Listen,
Brian.
force it. Could it be any more awkward, Huey?
He's trying to.
Can you be any more awkward?
Wait, you're telling me no one else made material?
Say again?
I think this is a super chat.
Alright, you're saying no one else made roasting material?
Yeah.
We got a super chat and we got somebody in the background. Your mic, I can't hear you with your mic. Go ahead. Go ahead, bugger.
Yeah.
Superconductor. Go ahead.
AI, he sent, QE is so afraid of on par competition, he tries muting his own echo. And Riff Raff sent, Brian's French accent makes me laugh every time. And by the way, I want to say this, Brian. When QE said, let's get on with the roast, he was meaning that nobody's roasted him yet. It was tongue-in-cheek.
Good catch,
It's not a French
Flatty.
accent.
I missed that one.
It's an accidental open mic declaration of his incontinence. He's like, wee wee.
It's an accidental open mic. What?
Declaration of his incontinence.
A declaration of his incontinence. That is spectacular.
It couldn't be directed at you. For all that, Duncan, were you trying to say something, mate? With your bad mic. Clearly not, then. Let's go back to why QE's a knobhead.
A knobhead. Like that. Yeah. Or a co-numpty.
The easiest way to do it is think of the things that our opponents say about QE, right? And then just spin them into believable context where we're saying them. Like somebody did earlier with the super chat saying he mutes his own echo. That's clever.
Yeah.
Well, they normally say he doesn't know anything about science. No, QE doesn't know the first thing about science. That's what they would say.
There you go. You got the idea. He spends all his time in an echo chamber.
He's a big meanie.
Here we have a
Or
guy.
also in a vacuum that he says that doesn't exist.
There's a poor grasp of language. He's constantly swearing. Can't control himself. Or discipline.
He debunks himself with his own citations.
He makes up his own citations.
See how I got the ball rolling really easily? See how easy that was?
Yes, you did. That was good job, Nathan. Thank you. I think.
So scripted.
Super chat.
Super chat, superstar, Super Mario, super mustache.
AI said QE is so senile. Said nobody roasted him but me.
In reality, right, you all think QE's clever, but what he's really done is he's just gone and scoured the internet for stuff he can quote mine. So he's just one big cherry picking fallacy. That's all he is, and he knows it deep down. He knows it. So all you are, you're just a glorified cherry picking fallacy.
I think we have the QE fallacy, right? With the blah 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 QE numpty go numpty dipshit blah 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 scientific method blah blah blah. There's a guy underneath one of the videos. It was cute.
Sure.
It can easily turn from roasting into a discussion of the
chat.
failure to actually adhere anything reasonable to a criticism of QE. So I picked cherry picking. We've just done a super chat, so I'll expand on this in a second. Go ahead.
Super chat.
Superfly.
There's two, so he called them both out. Flat Earth Travolta said QE couldn't hit the broadside of a barn with his bow.
Well, that's a good one. Yeah, we'll get to the bow.
Yeah, hit him with a horse. The bow.
And then
Before
AI
we do. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, AI sent, don't forget to end the roast ends by QE's bedtime.
Yeah,
What our
QE won't be able to
opponents
hit
do,
the
right?
sky by aiming up.
There's one
Another
more
super
super
chat?
chat. Yeah. Roger Ledwell sent, he is actually a renob. Don't know what that is.
A knob, a re-knob.
Might be a hint at the term regarded. You know what I mean?
Guarded.
Can I say the R word?
Is that our word? Radius.
Retarded.
Thought he was going to actually say it, yeah. 5-9 it.
I don't know if it does trigger the censors, as in gets the video demonetized. I think it just gets censored out in the subtitles.
What, retarded?
So depends on the context.
You must have a lot of cutting in the subtitles then, QE.
Pay close attention to the subtitles. I've done for years. I don't know why. I've got a slight fascination with it. In any event, what our opponents do is they take some of your best qualities and attributes and turn them into something negative. For example, if you provide an argument that's sound, with good logic, and then with citations to back it, they accuse you of cherry picking. So take your outstanding efforts to actually back by citation that which you argue, which I don't do. I'm too lazy. Right, and they turn that into something bad and negative, like just you cherry picking. Don't they, QE? That's why I got a stunned silence.
Is that one of your favorites?
Not a favourite. It's just a way to roast, isn't it? Because that's what our opponents do. It's easy when you're heavily ridiculed. That's why it triggered an avalanche, right? The avalanche is over, it seems, which is good. But you just think, what are all the things that are criticised of me by my opponents? Now, every single thing that was thrown at you in that barrage was untrue. Oh, this shouldn't be the subcontext for a roast show, but, we'll get into it anyway. The reason there is an onslaught of people throwing stuff at QE is because it's dead easy to make stuff up. It takes very little intelligence to take a quality attribute from your opponent and spin it into something negative, which is what we deal with all day long. So once you give the panel of guests a reminder of that, suddenly everybody's got a criticism of QE. They're coming up one after the next, quick fire. Yeah?
The Black Swan is fake.
The Black Swan, modus tollens. Modus folens, more like.
You made it up.
It's a straw man.
6th grade science.
Super chat. There's another one.
All right. Dank sent, if it wasn't for QE scientific method, all these flurfs wouldn't exist. And then Yeah.
Let's just ask you a question.
Go
Oh,
ahead.
is there another super chat?
Yeah, there's two. Riffraff sent QE should get a kickback from Crayola.
Just out of interest, and this is on behalf of the ballers, right? Why would you be so stupid as to not consider refraction when coming up with the modus tollens for the Black Swan? I mean, how stupid can you be?
Unbelievable.
That's
fell,
ridiculous.
They fell for that one, didn't they?
So did I initially, for about a week or two. I can't remember how long it was. I'll shorten it over time.
It wasn't that long. It was only a couple days when we talked privately.
Yeah, when I'm like, I said, again, Neil?
Who else said it only took a couple of days till he realized?
I just got sick of the rebuttal.
Yeah.
By the time I confronted QA over it, I could overcome the argument, but I'm like, why is it in the argument when I'm overcoming it? So QE pointed out that in response, by giving refraction as a rebuttal, they're undermining every aspect of their geometric claim. It just hadn't occurred to me the first time I heard it, and even being able to, in debate, being able to overcome the refraction rebuttal, hadn't occurred to me for a period of time why it would be positioned in such a way to encourage that rebuttal. As opposed to QE not thinking about it, it was very much carefully crafted into it, without specifically saying it, so that they would undermine their own geometric straight line claims.
So you're going to have to give everyone, I know you've done it before, but tell them exactly what had happened. I mean, it's only going to take 10 seconds.
I can remember what I did. I came to you with a better Black Swan. In my ignorance, I assumed that you hadn't studied it, had just come across the one and had just decided on the first one you'd come across. And I'm like, well, why don't you use this one? There's less refraction in it, right? This one's a clearer image. Use this. And you were like, no, that one's been picked specifically. I'm like, but it's got wonky cranes in it. And you were like, yeah, I know. I want them to say refraction. I can't remember exactly how it went, but that was the basic tenets of the argument, tenets of the discussion, wasn't it?
Yes. Yes. So you had a better. He had a better photo. It was clear. There was no distortions in it, and I said no. I'm not using that one. I got this one for a reason. Yes, that's exactly what happened.
Right. So bearing in mind that by the time that the argument had been developed, so 1st Jan 2020 is when it was released, it had been pondered for several months. Like a considerable amount of time and effort and consideration had gone into it by Quantum Eraser, informing the argument. In that time, I'm speaking on your behalf, I would only assume that you'd become privy to many flat Earth examples of black swans. At the time, they may not have even had that namesake, but you knew what you were aiming for, and there was plenty of. They're 10 a penny because they're frequent. It's not difficult to find black swans. So, given that being the case, and you needing demarcations, finding your way to BLMSB makes sense once you've got that demarcation point. But he's got dozens of those observations from that point, hasn't he? At varying heights, all of which would be capable of making the argument. So why pick the one with the most wobbly cranes? Well, it's a ruse, isn't it? Is it ruse? It's bait. Is it bait?
Yeah,
What's the word I'm looking for?
It's bait.
It's actually metabait. It's metabait.
Yeah.
Look, guys, I'm gonna let loose the secret. The bait is actually so metabait. There is no black swan. The black swan doesn't exist. There is no black swan argument.
Yeah.
If you don't understand what I mean by that, ask me. I'll tell you.
We'll have to super chat.
You can't have the plane that's deriving the point below the surface level be an obstruction that isn't obstructing. I think Brian covered this about a year ago. Right, Brian? You were saying there is no black swans. You phrased it
after the super chat. I'll go into it. Yeah.
You rephrased it in the reverse of that, but same thing, same principle. Go ahead, Super Chatter.
Sorry, Booger would not stop. Roger Ledwell sent this super chat is for Nathan having to deal with Neil's phone.
That should be for us all, shouldn't it? No, we all have to put up with. Yeah. Yeah.
I'm walking here.
No, people appreciate that my ears are that much more sensitive. It will offend me. What does meta mean in this context? You say metabase.
What do you mean my phone is bad?
I'm talking
Right,
here.
It's your fingers on the mute button that are bad.
So there's layers of bait in the bait. So back when we started doing that argument, I actually changed my moniker to Golden Swan, because there was no argument that any Glober could make that didn't result in them throwing one of their other claims under the bus and defeating themselves. Like, for example, when I say there's no black swan, what I mean is they conceded that there is no picture that exists of the geometric horizon. The geometric horizon is never seen. Therefore, they can never provide a photographic example of the geometric horizon. That means every picture they show is a non-geometric horizon. So every time they bring a quote-unquote picture as a counterexample, they're actually just proving the example.
Yes.
Like there's
That's how
no
Brian
way
phrased
out of it.
Brian put it in a way that was to say that all horizons, there aren't any white swans to acquire, therefore all horizons are white swans. I think that's how Brian put it, something like that. But that's that's the same sentiment.
Well, what I pointed out was that within their mathematics, every single horizon is not geometric. In other words, every single horizon is not going to match the 3959 distance, right, for the observer, right? Because they always have at least 7, if not more than 7 over 6R. That is their claim. I'll go after the super chat.
Super duper supercell.
Oh, this is funny. Riff Raff that Neil told me to tell QE.
And I will reply, yes, definitely, probably next Thursday, but if not sooner.
It was beautifully read, Flatsy.
It was. Flatsy has upped her game in a big way.
Yes, sir.
Yes. So in the tradition of roasts, where the host is roasted, but also the panel members are roasted, Nathan sucks at reading super chats. A lot of times I use shorthand and lingo, and he can't even understand it.
Yeah,
The
that's
reason
correct.
is he can't freaking see it. You'll admit that, I think.
Boomer detective.
Actually, me and Nathan both agreed that he's actually tricking me to make another super chat to correct him, so he can make more money.
A business model, isn't it? That, to be fair.
Well, that's
Yeah.
genius.
I mean, look, nobody's paying off the mortgage with my super chats, so I mean, it's all in good fun.
Yep.
Today, QE might be today. He's probably had $100 in super chat so far.
They've been coming in hard and fast, man.
Pause.
Just to
Everybody
finish
loves
off what I
QE.
was saying.
On
Finish off
that,
what I
if
was
you're gonna
saying
give
before the
some-
point is lost.
I'll bring straight back to you, Bright. I'm going to repost the Give Send Go. Remember, these super chats funny, but if you can spare a bit, then the Give Send Go, it's all going to go to QE. So do a quick check while we're here. Yeah, we're still on 2215, and thank you all for that. Nearly there. Come on, guys. You can.
I love how when someone says just before the point is lost, that's sort of a preemptive statement to get you to focus on what's going to come and think about what came before. Instead, got a call to action for the Give Send Go. I can see Brian, even though I can't visually see him, gritting his teeth and squeezing the arms on his chair.
Oh man.
I just don't want it to be lost. The point I was making there a year ago or whatever was that if according to their maths, every single horizon we see will be a black swan according to what we're saying, then that means that they're all white swans, and the only real black swan would be a globe's geometric horizon. Now, maybe that is not so. That may not be so digestible for the average person who doesn't understand the situation. But after they've understood the situation and understood the black swan argument, then you can tell them about that. But that's the truth, because what would be a black swan? To see the thing that we can't see, the thing they're saying is only in their maths. So there is no black
it's
swan in that way.
Kind of like one of those jokes that seems hilarious the first time you hear it, but on hearing it again, Brian, actually, it's a load of old crap. Probably best if we don't bring it up again.
Oh, I want to commiserate with Quantum Eraser about the cascading effect. Now, mine isn't in my personal life; it's in my vehicle. So, my AC broke, so I had to drive with broken AC, leaking coolant fluid in the AC. Then my radiator popped a leaking fluid. Then on the way back, so some truck like dropped these like 8-foot pieces of metal, ran over one of them, pierced my gas tank, leaking fluid. So I've been leaking so much fluid. I mean, it's almost like Quantum Eraser, but he's getting older. He's probably need a diaper.
Oh, that was bad.
I
It's
know.
less of a life story, more like a plot from Wacky Races.
Dude, I was trying to weave it into a segue for that previous incontinence joke.
Yes.
But it didn't work out. It kind of crashed and burned.
Did you hear what I said earlier? What I tried to add to whoever it was made the joke about the broadside of the barn. I said if Quantum Eraser, I said if QE was aiming for the sky, he'd miss.
That's terrible.
But technically correct.
But literally correct. I'll just add, let me just tell you that I did do, because I didn't do any archery or anything for those 4 weeks, obviously. But I did, because there was a tournament last Saturday. I did do that one. It didn't start.
Someone stop him. We need to take control of this conversation.
It didn't start off.
Let's just let him down softly before we do. I know no one's told you this. This is boring.
Yeah, I think you did. I just want to let you know that it didn't start off well, but it ended magnificently with my personal best. So I'd just like you to know that we can move on.
Hallelujah. Praise be to Jesus. We don't get to hear about boring bows and firing it at little cutouts of animals. Thank the Lord.
You will next week once he's reached his total and he goes, this is what it was for. It's the new beautiful bow.
Oh, I'm not buying a bow with that money.
You're just rebuilding the beautiful one that broke. I know. We know what it's for. We know what the money's for.
It's not.
Heard the story.
Yeah, it's not.
Yeah, he's been crying for 4 weeks about a broken bow.
That's a damn lie.
Broken bow, Alabama.
I mean, but seriously, what are you training for? Do you think there's going to be some sort of apocalypse? Do you think you're going to have to go out and actually hunt food with this thing? I mean, what a namby-pamby waste of time. Seriously.
Huey couldn't kill a Bambi even if it was hugging him.
You live in a country that you can buy guns? You can buy a gun. Hello? Guns exist in your country?
I don't have to buy one. I've got one.
But no bullets.
I do have
Who's
bullets.
that?
I do have bullets in a separate location.
You've
What
got
do
the
you mean
solution
in your
to the
country?
problem.
You don't have guns in your country?
No, they don't.
Bro.
Well, we do. If you're a farmer, if you've got a legitimate reason to go around shooting animals, like for pest control, then yes, you can own guns here. So yes, I've shot guns. I've shot shotguns. But a typical person on the street can't go and buy a gun and have a concealed carry license or an open carry license or whatever you do for open carry. I don't know. No, you can't do that here. Typical average Joe cannot own a gun in the UK.
Wow.
QE does pest control.
Got a lot of rats in his house. I imagine it like that.
All
Let me
the
ask this
time on the
question.
internet.
If I make an AI chip, if I make an AI chip and I attach it to the gun, and I can demonstrate that it is at least partially sentient, and then I can convince it to identify as a carrot, can you then own it?
You can still own a sentient AI. Full stop. I don't think that'll ever change, will it?
Yeah.
So you wanted to know why?
Definitely not. I literally couldn't care less.
Mystical flight of the arrow.
Oh, God, doesn't it make you want to throw up?
My goodness.
Did somebody say, I guess?
Fun fact, you don't need a license to open carry here in Alabama.
So long as everyone can see what you're packing, you can just walk into a gun store, buy a Magnum, and walk out carrying it in your hand, right?
Yeah, I've done that here.
Something like that.
I bought 4. I gave one to the wife. Yeah, I like the nutty ones.
I don't think
Magnum's nice
most
green
places
here.
have same day pistol purchase. It's usually same day rifle purchase. But
Don't get
I'm
me
not
wrong, you guys
100%
have got
on
the
that.
Second Amendment. I get it.
It's still weird to us. The point being, why, if you've got guns, would you take up archery?
Thanks, Adam, for bringing
How
it.
else you gonna stick up people?
Thanks, Adam.
Maybe it makes no difference to the violence level. In London, we have overtaken, I say we, I don't live in London, but London has overtaken New York for violent crime. Just done with knives rather than guns.
Really? I didn't know that.
Yeah. London is, some parts of London are incredibly violent.
Huh.
Actually, no. London is absolutely shocking. It's a shithole. Actually, that's racist.
Probably a
wouldn't say
bunch
that.
of globetards.
It is racist. I wouldn't say that about an English city.
Did you say that was potentially racist? I didn't really catch that.
That's racist. I wouldn't say it about an English city.
Yeah, so it's not an English.
I don't think that London overtook New York. There was 1 month there where London had a higher murder rate than New York for the first time, I think, in I don't know how many decades. I don't think it's more dangerous than New York. And there is a lot of guns in London. There's a lot of people with guns in London. There's a lot of people shooting each other in London. It's not just all knives. Maybe younger people.
Yeah, but
the abundance
the
of illegal
violent
guns in London.
stats. Yeah, but violent stats aren't always linked to murders.
In any event, my point is that it doesn't necessarily tally that having guns means more violent crime. That's all I'm trying to get at.
Oh,
Exactly. Look,
The statistics mean less. London is a mess for a reason. It's because there's kids walking around with knives. It was the threat that the people that they're trying to intimidate because they feel they've got some kind of poverty in their lives and that's the only way out. It was the threat that actually might just get shot by that weak-looking woman or whatever. There is a diminished threat because in the UK you're quite aware that if you approach somebody, they aren't armed. There's no way in which they're going to harm you, particularly if you're carrying an illegal weapon. That's the reality. That's why knife crime's so high in
Right. That's asymmetric warfare, right?
Wait,
another.
Just wait one, guys. Just wait.
Civilization is what it is.
Adam, just hold off on one. I got one for you from XB Black Ice. Since QE has been MIA, Adam's drinking has gone down a bottle Tuesday.
I saw that. Not tonight, don't worry.
Let's shift the roast.
To Adam. Yeah.
Yes.
I would say there's another correlation with the violence is they all think that they live on a globetard.
No, they're all poor. It's just poverty that's causing it, especially in London.
The fact we can't just carry a gun or an ice cream.
Everybody in
Only a couple of
London
years ago.
is poor, and it's across multiple classes. So they've led the middle classes into behaving in a lawless way, like Blade Runners and such. Are you familiar with that term? People going out in the middle of the night chopping down cameras, basically.
London's just a pile of ghettos with issues, and it's exactly what Enoch Powell predicted, respectfully, because none of the people in... That's why I frequently said it's not an English city, because it's not. It's got nothing to do. The way it functions is nothing English about it. It functions of the big blob that it is, a disparate group of people that identify some ways through nationality, some through religion, all kind of clubbing together against the poverty that's there. But it's a hellhole. And as I said, it was predicted, and it's exactly what it is, because none of the people, and this is why I say it's not an English city, have an identity, a cultural identity of one. There's no Londoners anymore. It used to be an identity. They're not. That doesn't exist.
It's been like that forever. So there's this spotlight that's currently being shone onto London, as though this is something new, and it really isn't. Been like that since the
Isn't
70s.
Yeah, well,
what
there
is
you
it?
go. So that's the point. That's the point of the descent, isn't it? London's always been a hub, and there's always been immigration. But when you emigrated in, yeah, you became part of the community. Yeah? That was that. Yeah, that's how London was. It's a bit like lots of Britain was. What never used to happen historically was a division. There was a ghettoisation. It'd be small bits near docks. Well, Wales has its history of that as well. But there was never this ghettoisation within the actual metropolises of places. That's the difference now. There are people that live in this that cannot speak a language, never have, never will, or no need to.
So what happened in the 70s?
So this is that's probably the reference to Enoch Powell, isn't it? It's you guys are feeling it now. It's the open borders policy. There's nothing wrong with welcoming people. That's a British culture. It's an American culture, yeah. But it's about accepting people in them coming to this culture, yeah? And being part of it. And that's what's changed. That people have been invited in.
Yeah, but what happened in the 70s though?
Set up their own culture. I was born in the 70s.
No, but like, what was the social turning of the tide in the 70s?
Oh, just heavier levels of immigration. That was all.
Right. So yeah.
Starting from London, working its way out across the country.
So I'll submit to the audience that if you actually study the impetus of the necessity for the increase in immigration, it's because of the sexual revolution, and women stopped having kids, and very slowly they needed replacement workers, and so they opened up immigration. So it's basically a societal suicide.
Women's fault. I like that AI. Hey,
Yeah,
did
well,
you hear that?
no, it's not women's fault at all. Not at all.
Women's fault.
Started. You know who was big in those? That singer. Me. Pro woman singer. I am woman.
As we're
Yeah,
talking
yeah,
about
but I
women,
mean,
a resident feminist here. Can you hear us? If she knows who we're identifying as the resident feminist.
Not a feminist.
There she speaks, Betty. A question for you.
Yeah.
A question.
That's exactly what a dirty feminist would say.
At the point that they introduced, sort of separated out the nuclear family, where the man's bringing home the bacon and the woman's looking after the kids,
Mhm.
do you agree that introducing an extra 50% to the workforce is the start of the problems?
Yes.
It's to say that while it was originally suggested that women in the workforce was the problem, I would suggest that it goes back further, and the introduction of women into the workforce was the start of the problem.
I totally agree.
You agree?
Yes.
Yep, absolutely.
Okay.
She's intelligent. Why wouldn't she agree?
I totally agree. Maybe like 20 years ago I wouldn't have, but now I've turned around like 180 on that. I think that's the start of the problem. I don't think that the women are happy now where it got them, because emancipation means that now the guys are emancipating in the wrong way. Instead of us having a job at home, we now have two jobs, right? At home.
We do need a. Go ahead.
So
I just want to bring it back to the comment that it's women's fault. It's women weren't grassroots for this. It was hoisted on them by political agents and extremists. Like the whole women's empowerment movement was not like women wanted all of this.
No.
In fact, you can look at referendums and votes where women were given the opportunity to vote for these types of changes, and women that were allowed to vote in those things overwhelmingly voted against it.
You know who I'd blame? Huey.
Quantum Eraser?
I figured that was coming.
Super
Oh, he's got everybody.
Oh, it is.
What is it? Is that Booger?
Yes.
Through the sea of numpties. Go ahead, Booger.
Say it.
Super tap.
Vlad on 0 degrees. He sent greetings from Surf City, New Jersey. Much love and cheers to all.
Thank you, Vlad.
Yeah, I think that it was introduced by a think tank. There was a think tank to see that we can get more money and people into the workforce so that we can have more taxes paid. And also, I think it was a deliberate attack on the family, on the roles of the family, to break us apart. And it worked, because since then there's more divorces, more people who are breaking up, not married, not a marriage anymore, that sort of stuff.
And there's a very interesting logistical factor. Even people who want to be married and have kids are forced into a skipped decade. Now, in Japan, they've named this decade the lost decade. And what this decade is it's the time between essentially when people would traditionally have been, for to be crass, fertile, right? And able to mate and have kids. And because they're putting that off for 1 decade, those kids are not alive in the decade that they should be to replace the economy transition from the previous generation. So we're actually losing every generation 10 years of productivity. And it results in an economic downward spiral. And the only way to solve it is to make new humans. And since people have been convinced that incentivizing new humans is not advantageous, for example, the UN posted a document that said, we need less humans because we're stressing out the planet, right? And other such incentives to not have kids, right? Yep. The only way to counteract that population decline is with immigration, is to get new humans into your society. And that causes an oversaturation in non-native people, right? And so you end up with these tribalistic things because people aren't invested in the society anymore. And the natural citizens who grew up in the society aren't replacing themselves with their children, right? So everyone's at cross purposes. Interestingly enough, though, the document that I just referenced actually said in it that one of the most effective ways to reduce human population is to empower women into the workforce, because when they're empowered into the workforce, logistically, they have less opportunity and ability to procreate.
Yep. Or the drive to.
Or the drive, any of those things, yeah. Now, I will submit that procreation is named one of the great 3, if not the only 3, specific biological imperatives. So they've convinced an organism to directly act against its own self-interest of its biological imperatives. Now, to me, that is something profound.
Yeah.
Yeah, we've only got 2 instincts, basically, is what you're saying. Reproduce, don't die. Now, they act on
the
this.
third one is eat.
Yeah, that comes under don't die. Survival, don't die. Eat, so you don't die. And reproduce. Those are the 2 things that they work on in marketing. So it's the death cell, that is survival, and the sex cell, that's reproduction. That's what they work on.
Fair, but you did leave one out, and it's important to caveat it for this reason, which I'll explain. 1 is eat. 2 is procreate. 3 is self-defense. Not simply don't die, but defend yourself.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, when you identify something, is it threat, is it food, or is it a mate?
Now, I will submit to the audience that if you're not invested in procreation, which is progenation means the next generation that you've created. When you're not invested in that, then you actually lose investment into the future. For example, why should I give 2 shits about whether the Earth is here 100 years from now if none of my progeny will be there to enjoy it? So I don't care anymore. Therefore, I don't need to defend it anymore. I don't need to defend my environment, and by proxy, I don't need to defend myself as much, right?
That's appealing to something that's so base, because those thought processes are automatic. So when you're assessing something, your decision to, ask yourself, should I kill this? Should I hump this? Or should I eat this? It's done without any thought being put into it. You're assessing it without conscious thought, if you know what I mean. It's primeval or primordial or whatever the word you want to use is to say that you're doing it without considering it. It's like breathing.
And for example, to use London as an example, the native Londoners, right, don't seem to be interested in defending what they have, right?
Yeah.
It's being subsumed by exterior culture, and they could give two shits less to defend it.
And that's gonna give us big troubles in the future, like the near future.
There's this old saying, "Children are the future,"
Hmm.
right? And then there's a song. I can't remember exactly how it goes, but it's something like,
Michael
"Love
Jackson.
them and let them lead the way,"
Yeah.
right?
Whitney Houston. Let them lead
So
the
if there's no children, then the future's irrelevant, isn't it?
Yeah. Is that not in the Bible where it says basically go and multiply?
Yeah, what it said. Well, yes, but it also says a good man leaves an inheritance to his children's children. Now that may be, you may look at that through the lens of he builds, an empire or a financial ways or a providential, homestead, whatever. But it's also the environment as well. They inherit
It
the earth
actually
that
says
you've left.
children.
Oh, 3 generations. All right, cool.
Yeah.
Well, you know
So
what,
sod
Neil?
you-
If you actually
Go ahead.
begin your progenation when you're actually supposed to, you could actually survive to see that many generations with your own eyes.
I'm with Neil. Hell with the children's children. They can just rot for all I care.
Oh, now you're roasting your own children.
No, not my own children. My own children's children.
Yeah, well, that's the same thing.
Biblically, they don't matter.
Biblically, they do matter.
Only your children's children.
Can I just add a bit of balance here?
Right, do you think it's reasonable to have to cater for your children's children? Or just that any man should only be dealing with your children's children?
I think we should draw the line at children's children.
Oh my
I
God,
think that's reasonable.
How on God's great earth can you
Are
cater
you
for
standing on a generation? Says a righteous man an inheritance for his children's children.
Exactly,
Three,
Neil.
that's it.
Hey, Bible's right again. It's ridiculous to suggest children's children. Not biblically correct.
Oh, come on,
They'll
but
be dead
guys,
by then, after all.
how do we solve this? How do you get London back?
What are you, Danny Faulkner?
We solve it by perhaps introducing an idiomatic sense of an early proto-ellipsis.
What is that?
Oh, I say let it sink.
No idea what that meant.
Well, I mean, all right, I'll explain. So in the modern day, we have an ellipsis. An ellipsis is 3 dots, which usually means a continuity, right, in speech. Or, carry this thought forward, or an open thought, right? So perhaps in their culture, they used a triplicate in the same manner. And in fact, there is evidence for this. So in other words, it's not cutting it off. What I'm saying is the triplicate nature is not saying only do this for 3 generations. It's saying do this in continuity.
Yeah, no, I do follow that. I mean, I'm descending it to absurd nature for the sake of humour. Do get that.
Aren't we too late?
Again, Betty?
Oh, I thought this was a roast of QE, so I was trying to keep everything unfunny.
Yeah. Aren't we too late already? Basically, get ourselves out of these troubles.
Well, I've been trying to get it in. Has QE from 6th grade yet?
Didn't hear that. Neil.
I can't. I
so
don't understand any word you say.
I can add a little bit of a balance here. I don't think there's anything wrong. There's nothing wrong with a girl deciding that she wants to have a career and do all this other stuff. The problem there only arose when it became a bad thing for her to prefer to be a stay-at-home mom. That's when that's the problem. When it was promoted as the best way or whatever is this way. You know, get away from being the traditional mother at home with the kids. It's also just as bad to promote a girl going and getting a career or doing what she does and not having kids as being a bad thing. You don't have to do that. You don't have to promote either. The stay-at-home mother or the girl who's having kids, that is a natural thing, right? If you don't use propaganda and mess around with women's heads concerning the issue, women will always, more often than not, move towards having children and being a mother. But there will also be women who will go the opposite way, but they'll be more in the minority. But what they've done is they've messed with the heads of women and made them feel guilty for wanting to be a stay-at-home mother.
Thank you.
You know,
What they
this is
did
what
in this
happened.
country, Brian, in this country, they added fuel to that fire. So at the same time that you're empowering women to go out and double the workforce, simultaneously incentivizing promiscuous single mothers to afford that lifestyle. That is to say that unwed mothers who cannot support themselves will be offered social benefit housing and support.
Correct.
We have that same thing here with years, with decades. We have an institution of it.
So in other words, it's not simply a societal ethos that results in these decisions being made. There's actual logistical measures in place from the top down, right?
Yeah.
Well, it's a way of, let's just say, it's a way of keeping those who are coming from a poorer background, which will be in the majority number-wise, keeping them in a position like a loop of poverty and disillusionment. That's what it does. If it just happens that any of those people could ever be competition for you, they never will be, because they'll be stuck in a loop of unhappiness and poverty.
Yeah, it's just like entropically, women as a class are no competition for men as a class when it comes to logistical empowerment in the physical world, right?
I don't understand everything you said.
No, explain that.
Men are logistically more powerful than women. Yes or no?
Facts. 100% facts.
In what way?
I want to know why.
I don't know.
Every single way.
In every category.
Chess.
Oh God,
strength,
no.
driving. Yes.
How about packing to go on holiday?
Well,
Yeah,
listen, okay, fair, but packing to go on holiday is consumption, not production.
How about
finding the
running
best
a
value
household?
discounted item from a selection of stores?
Again,
Reading super
consumption.
chats.
Consumption, not production. The problem is, if you empower women to be equal with men, you end up with a logistical feedback loop that always results in a net loss, not a net gain. So that the society that does that becomes overall unproductive.
Well,
emotional response to things is tiring. I know, but as woman, if you pretend that they're not logistically better than us, I can't agree to that.
So dude, if all men died today, women would be dead in weeks. If all women died today, men would live out their lives.
OMG, man.
See, AI's been watching Fresh and Fit, man.
No, dude, not even close, dude.
I'm just
Don't
joking.
ever compare me to them, dude. I was around before they even understood anything.
I'm just joking, AI.
If anything, they were watching me.
There we go.
What I will say is that there was a girl I used to follow on YouTube. She hasn't been on for a long time, but she was a surgeon, in where is Detroit? What's the state Detroit is in? Michigan. In Michigan, I think. And she said that she became a Christian, actually. And she said that from her experience, when it came to making a fast, important decision, that in the surgery, that men were better at doing that. And she said there's no point in pretending that men weren't. It's like men are more built for those type of things. She said, while I'm thinking about it and not knowing the correct way to go, a colleague of hers, right, who happens to be male, will have made a decisive decision, if you know what I mean. And she said, in that instance, and things like that, men are better at that type of thing. She's a surgeon herself, and this is what she was saying. Doesn't mean she's bad at surgery. It just means that at those pivotal moments, that more often than not, the men were better at making those decisions. And she,
You know why, Brian, don't you? Because she's got
there's no emotion
to decide
involved.
which
Not the same
shoes she's
level
going
of
to
emotion.
wear before she starts surgery.
Oh, come on.
Well, look, what we're actually just talking about loosely is nature, right? When you actively take measures to fight our natural instincts, you end up with a subpar society, right?
Well, that was her point, is that the men's natural instincts were more suited to that than hers. She was better at dealing with the patient because she was accommodating. She had more empathy, or I don't know what way she described it. But she said that the men were better at those specific times.
Yeah, because they can make decisions without the emotions attached, I suppose.
Yeah, I can answer to that something very interesting logistically, if you allow me. So there's this common conception that women are better at multitasking, or doing multiple things simultaneously. Well, let's just say it's an argument that's out there, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the reason is because
I would
of
say
the
it's a natural thing that they are naturally. They have to
fair,
be.
but the reason given is the interconnectivity of the areas of the brain that they're able to cooperate together and communicate together simultaneously. So in other words, let's just use the number 5 since it's simple. And in fact, I think it is the correct number. There's 5 distinct areas of the brain that women can cross-communicate with simultaneously. Now, the other parallel to that is that they say men's brains aren't able to connect those simultaneously. They must do what's called fast switching, where they turn one portion off and then connect to the other portion. And then they turn that portion off and connect to the other portion. So they're not cross-communicating simultaneously. Now, interestingly enough, you've also heard people don't use 100% of their brain. Now, that is true in this sense, that it's impossible to use your entire brain simultaneously because the calorie burn requirements and the heat sink requirements are logistically impossible. So you must never use 100% of your brain in that manner, because you would just be exhausted instantaneously, if not die. So you have a limited amount of energy that you can use across your system. If you're activating multiple portions of the brain simultaneously, that means that according to your heat sink and calorie burn ability, all portions of that, if they're used simultaneously, can never achieve the logistical output of a single one of those being used completely. That means that structurally, entropically, and by physical law, if you have a system that's using 5 parts lesser than one who's switching between 5 parts fully, then the one switching between 5 parts fully is always going to be more efficient, or more capable, or more using a greater amount.
I got an analogy for that. So if you buy an amplifier that's got more than one channel attached to it, if you've got a toroidal transformer that's plugged into the wall and it's going to feed 5 or 6 channels for 5 or 6 speakers, and when all 5 or 6 speakers are powered at once, each channel can deliver less power. Whereas if one channel is powered, and it's only one channel of that amplifier connected to its power supply, then it can suck up every last bit of the power supply's ability through one channel only. What you're saying is if you try and get all channels working all at once, they're limited by their power supply. Whereas if you've got only one channel working individually, it can utilize the power supply to the maximum of its ability. Therefore, that one speaker, in my analogy, can work at full pelt.
Another way of saying that men are great.
I thought you were saying that's why women eat so much.
No, he's saying that multitasking is good, but you can't then dedicate all of the resources to one given task with maximum power. Whereas if you're using multiple things, each is going to be slightly limited in terms of its capabilities at that given moment. I think I understand his example. Makes sense.
But no, I see.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
I'm just saying, multitasking is something that women have to be better at because women deal with several children and other things at the same time. That's what women are naturally built for.
Yeah.
Men can't do that. Even my friend had a conversation. We were laughing that when he was visiting his sister's child and his brother's child was there, and there was a dog or a cat and whatever else was going on, and there was a load of mayhem going on. And he says that when this happens, he gets to a point where he doesn't know what to do, right? Like, because the man's response is, sit down and shut up, right? Everyone into that room, sit down, shut up. I can't deal with this, right? Because there's too much going on at one time. It's mayhem, right? Men don't do well with that kind of mayhem, whereas women need to be able to deal with that, right? With each child individually, and the cat or the dog, and do other stuff without getting stressed out. Men are not built to do that.
Right.
And that's why. Yeah.
And also,
my wife
men
can tell me
are
things while they're
long-term,
Go on.
interested, and women can sort of think more long-term. I think they did a test where men were offered like $50 now, or the next week $100, and also to women, that same thing happened. And women were more prone to say, okay, well, let me think. I want to have $100 next week, so I'm willing to wait for the $100. Men are not usually. I know I'm stereotyping, but that's what there was a test one time.
If you look at that through the lens of productivity, if I take $50 now, I could turn it into $500 by next week.
Yeah, but the thing is that
That's exactly what I thought.
Says something about the trust of women, right? We trust that offer is also trustworthy, so that next week we come back and we'll have it, right? That's why we need the protection of men.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, exactly. You're banking on the societal stability that men provide to ensure that the value of that money will be there next week.
Yeah, exactly.
Meanwhile, while the guy's making you think about that for a period of time, Betty, he's behind you robbing your car and you're not noticing.
Yeah. But that's why we need trustworthy men to defend us and to act on our behalf.
Yes, fair point, Betty. Now let me ask you this: if that's the case, if men are routinely demoted to equals with women, which, by the way, two inherently separate systems cannot be equal in logistical principle, period. That's an impossibility. That's incoherent logically. It cannot happen, period. Not to mention that, but the Supreme Court also ruled on this.
Hold on.
What? It is true.
Farming is inherently better than banking. How can you possibly not compare these two things? Farming is just better than banking.
Well, yeah, but that's just agreeing that they can't be equal.
Yes, I'm farcically making your
in the
example.
sense that we have roles to do, and that we can sort of be in that role.
So, correct. So if you make a feedback loop of incentives and structure to equalize two separate systems, you inherently and must lose. Equalizing two separate systems always entropically results in loss, period. There's no a possibility otherwise. So if you attempt to equalize men and women, that causes the organism of men and women, which you may call the family, to lose. Something will be lost. That's the only possible outcome. And if you increase this feedback loop to the next generation, every generation, the loss will be permutated and increased. And so you will lose, your kids will lose more, and their kids will lose even more.
Yeah, and it's happened.
Let me get it straight. You're saying it's a bad idea to get the bankers running the tractors and combine harvesters and equally bad to get the farmers to run the stock exchange. You're saying that that won't work out well?
Correct.
Well, you guys might have missed the super chat that Booger shouted out, but Billy Philly sent, Mr. John, hope all is well. And if I can, I would like to add that the men on this panel had to come up with one day to roast Kiwi, but the women managed to do it all the time.
Well,
Thank you, Billy Philly. Appreciate that, man.
Yeah, because we women know routine jobs, right? Everything comes back, and we still get the jobs done. Like laundry, we have it done, and it's there already, right? Men do these chores, and then if they are done,
yeah,
they want to be commended for it. Like, okay, you did a good job, man. You put him on a pedestal, and he will love you forever.
Oh, thank you. I
Yeah.
did do a good job. You're not wrong, Betty. Thank you so much. I do appreciate it.
See how that works, right? But sometimes the woman wants a little bit of encouragement that she's doing okay as well. Shouldn't be that difficult, man. Come on.
I don't know about that.
Well, it sounds like Betty needs to read.
Aren't necessary.
Yeah, but Betty, did you read the 5 love languages?
Sorry, you're very low. Again?
Oh, my bad. Did you read the book, The 5 Love Languages?
I don't know, but I think I heard of it, but long time ago. Is it good?
Yeah, and the premise is, just like the 5 modalities of learning, each distinct individual taps into a particular modality of expression semiotically. And so they might not ever say, I love you, but they say it with their actions, and that's the way they are, right? You know what I mean?
Well, the good men understand
Go
that.
ahead.
Most good women do understand that. The best marriages are the ones that have women that don't ask or plead to be loved or to be like admonished or whatever, but still feel that the man is doing what they do for them for the better, right?
Yeah. The guy wrote the book because he was a counselor, and he ended up becoming a marriage counselor for at-risk relationships. And one of the things he realized that a lot of people aren't actually listening to the other person's language, that they're expressing the thing that they want to be spoken about, right? And so he basically took them through a course to point out, or to have them learn the actions that the partner actually is doing for them, that from their point of view is these expressions of love.
Yeah, I can sort of agree. Yeah.
Betty, remember you spoke about that thing about the $100 next week that women would choose, or the $50 now that men would choose. I instantly went for the $50 now, and it wasn't just because of what AI said that you could turn that $50 into more money by next week, because that was part one, or that was 50% of it. The other 50% of it was I could be dead by next week and I won't get any money. So
yeah, and you guys don't
what
trust.
I might say, I get 50 today or not next week. Well,
yeah, but you also don't trust that someone will give it you next week. In that sense,
well, exactly. Well, if I can get that 50 right now, I won't have to deal with it next week.
Yeah. So, well, Betty's onto something. Okay, so there is a societal impetus to help women, logistically, legalistically, socially, right? So, for example, there's all kinds of programs to help women. There's social acts. There's everything, right? There's even people, the way they just treat women generally. In fact, women have attempted to live lives as men to learn how the difference of their treated is. And one woman who did so was actually treated so poorly that the psychological impact from it caused her to kill herself, because she couldn't deal with the difference in how she was treated when she represented as a woman and how she was maltreated when represented as a man. Because she was not built for that self-reliance to where, I can handle this idea that I'm not going to be helped, that I'm not going to be catered to, that I'm not going to have deference, et cetera, et cetera. It was so overwhelming for her
I saw that as
she ended up
highly flawed.
That person,
things that were objected to or seen by the woman who's experiencing a man's world, if you will, is predisposed to things as a woman that may not be even considered as a man, which is to say that a certain aspect of coldness that is delivered to her in a man's world, other men might not even recognize or consider. They don't care because it's inconsequential to them. But what might be viewed as, look how hard and difficult it is in a man's world, I thought it would be dead easy and all the male privilege. But in reality, it's so hard because of list a load of things that women give a crap about that men probably don't. You know what I mean? So it's a skewed way to look at it.
Yep. Correct. It's almost like a man can never truly experience a women's world, and a woman can never truly experience a man's world.
Yeah, I agree.
Oh yeah. If I could interrupt the Oprah Winfrey show. Man Rising. Point. I came here to roast QE. I guess he's been listening because he says, "Is QE identifying as something else now?" Yes, I think maybe that's what the money was for.
Yeah.
You need to increase the fundraising campaign. This is serious business, boys, isn't it? And with that in mind, I'm just going to repost the appeal. I've been a bit dry. I've not heard bugger for a while, but I'll repost the link because that's a much better place to stick your money. Remember, this man could go down if we don't sort this out right now. Where are we?
Where are we? Clear that up for the audience. QE needs no money for transitioning. He's already done it.
Yeah, he's already. Thanks.
You already done it.
It's for antibiotics and for.
I did hear a little
Those
bit of
pouches can smell. You also need deodorizers and stuff. So,
thanks.
Keep it coming, people.
Thanks. When you
didn't
said
want to put it's for colostomy bags in the campaign title because it just doesn't go down as well.
That may be needed if the transition is not successful, but we'll wait to tell. And maybe another fundraiser will follow.
I was reading that the second you interrupted, Adam.
We've all accepted QE as male, and you should all do the same. This was never an issue before now.
But we've been discussing his new role, and I think it's important how he's going to function in the household once we've got the goal raised.
Let's be honest, this is a roast. Nobody wants to talk about QE's double mastectomy 20 years ago. It's not fun anymore.
Double.
Yeah, QE is going to be identifying.
Don't do it, Brian. You're a young man.
I'm just saying that QE is going to be in the future going to be identifying as being misunderstood.
Oh, that's perfect.
Pioneer. He's very brave.
That was a good pun, by the way.
It wasn't, and this is weak.
Oh,
I told you about the canned laughter. I warned you.
All right. Well, now, Brian, I'm surprised nobody even bothered to make up a roast or a speech or anything for QE. So you weren't disappointed. I just took like 15 minutes and wrote one up. So I got something really cheesy prepared. So if you're ready, I'm going to go ahead. I didn't rehearse it too much, but I'm going to go ahead. You ready? All right, here we go.
Everyone will immediately interrupt you, says who. That is what it is like here. So can everyone else just bear with him and just don't interrupt till he's done?
All right, here we go. Well, as you all know, we're here today to celebrate a man that has given us all the ammunition to alienate the vast majority of our Glober and conspiratard friends and family. Now our personal circles are about as small as the number of viewers that watch the QE live 7-hour treatments. Who else could turn 15 minutes of pseudoscience into an entire afternoon of banana-eating belligerent rage? But seriously, QE is a great man and gentle in his heart. That's why you can tell it only takes Adam 2 bottles of liquid port courage to join the Ballbusters live stream and slur his way through it. Glad to see Brian is here tonight. Not sure if he hates roasts because they're contrived or because it takes time away from him looking after his Lucky Charms. We also have Nathan Oakley in the house. No doubt this theater club nerd will keep us entertained with several monologues on the details of his hi-fi equipment in Scientology. And also, Neil will no doubt interrupt us. This is Joe Pesci's conversationally oblivious cousin. And of course, finally, Kiwi, thank you. You are the grouchiest, swearingest, arrow-flingingest internet D-bag for keeping us from being the proverbial numpty flirfs that we all have the potential to be. Get bent.
That was outstanding. That was brilliant.
It was.
Yeah. Bezo, I knew you were going to do that. That's why I didn't prepare anything. And I'd like to say, thanks for preparing.
Right.
That was very well done, by the way.
Thanks a lot. I took like 15 minutes and I thought I'll jump in there and do it because Brian said it was going to happen, so it has to happen.
Thank you.
Yep,
Yeah,
you're welcome.
I knew there was going to be some cheese in there somewhere.
I thought that was brilliant, dude. I'm glad I muted because I was giggling. Thank you for the insult.
I'm not one for male bonding, and that's what roasts tend to be. Loads of guys, that's women here too now, but loads of guys, you know, kind of giving the impression that they don't really like each other when they really do. It's like, God Almighty. I mean, you don't have to hug each other, but you don't have to be, you know, overly macho or whatever goes on at these situations. Just what I mean.
I agree.
Real
It's-
mates,
it's
Brian.
difficult to
Bit of
get
that
the,
balance into it.
that cheese that comes naturally to that group of guys that really bonds and actually does like each other. It's hard to get that cheese when you sincerely don't like the people around you. That flow just doesn't come.
You're going to go the opposite way. Our real mates call each other a bastard every day. We don't wait for a fundraising event.
Yeah, but even that, like, is like, they don't like. They just don't like it. Like,
You haven't wrote anything.
I will say, a friend of the family. Wait, listen to this, right? Friend of the family was in an explosion, right, at a chemical plant, and he ended up getting very badly burned, and he was covered in bandages from head to toe. And my uncle and him were friends for years. And as he was waking up, my uncle was out alongside him at the bed with a toy fire engine, making the siren sounds, rolling the fire engine towards him, and saying, "Oh no, we're too late." Right? Think about that. I mean, the two of them are friends, still friends. So how would you feel about that if you were the guy waking up full of bandages?
Start laughing.
Wonder why. Is it a chemical thing? Am I going to be invisible when they take these?
I'm not going to be the invisible man. I got you, Brian. Yep.
It's like that's how far that can go, right? This is my point. It can go that far. But my uncle knew there was no point in turning up and saying, "Oh, I'm really sorry this happened to you, and I hope you'll be okay." And is that not out and all that? You know what I mean? he did what he wanted to do, was put the other person in the position where they had to either laugh or get angry. It's one or the other.
Yeah. I like it. I love it.
It takes willpower though, to do that. You know what I mean?
Well, what should he have done? Was gone up when you're screwed. That's what, right? So maybe that's a more severe place, but a good mate. I remember I'd playing football and I popped my knee a couple of times. I had an operation, come back, doing stuff on the pitch, turned over and knee popped again, and he just ran up to me and went, "You're finished, old man." Now that's a good friend to me. Yeah, I mean, I'm laying there in agony screaming, but that's what a mate should do, is tell you the truth, innit? Which is probably why this roast's annoying. Yeah, because fundamentally you've provided a lot, dude. Yeah, can be a grumpy git with glycemic controls, and nobody should talk to you before breakfast. the reality is, you've provided a lot for us all. I think that's why it's there. And with that, I just want to give it a shout out because I think we're getting close to the end. We're close.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Brian, you're an ace man.
Thanks, Nathan. I do want to say something. I have to say, without QE turning up in this arena, we'd still be dealing with pseudoscience claims from the borders as if they're actual science. Because no one else turned up. We'd still be having that. So without QE, this whole debate would be 50 years behind. That is the fact.
I won't go that far. That's not, going that much. Man.
Why not? I would.
I think there's a point. I think my interaction with
QE, thing I was telling you about.
What he's done, and with his specific demeanour, yeah. Like I said, when I first met him, it was like being slapped with a wet fish. Yeah. Not teaching you anything new. Yeah. Just making you remember it in his inimitable style. Now, some people may like that. Some people may hate it. Some people may use it against him, which is what we witness a lot. What to me is outstanding, sir, is the way in which you've built a case. You've put it together. I have knowledge, probably better than yours in terms of, sometimes. But what you've done in this arena and in others, yeah, is built a body of a citation for all of us to use. And that's where I take my hat off to you, yeah? Because I don't have to do all the ploughing through anymore. Nobody does. It's there for them. They might call it cherry picking. Yeah? It's there for us all. And
we might indeed. We might indeed call it cherry picking, and I agree with you, Adam. What QE has done is nothing new.
It is a roast. It is a roast.
That was outstanding. Thank you.
But no, I learned a lot from QE, and I've continued to do so. I've learned a lot, so many things that I never knew, and I was never learned, never taught. So much stuff, and so I'm I know that light is not magnetic or electric. I always knew it, but when QE said it, I went, yeah, it's not any of those. No, I never thought of it before that. Just that as an example, it's not magnetic or electric. But yes, I could have sat there and heard someone telling me that years beforehand that light is electromagnetic, and I wouldn't have given it a thought enough.
Now you can go to we've done these things many a time. Now you can go to a video. You don't even have to go to see the citation to have it discussed. And that's what the body of work is brilliant for. I had a guy this week that's getting into flat Earth saying, send me something. I'm thinking, where do I start? And this is a guy that's like off the rough side, been to prison, getting into spiritual stuff. And this is the random thing, dude. Where I started him with was not on flat Earth, which is where he was asking, but I started him on the ontological primitive. And that's how broad this stuff is, because actually this isn't just about the nature of Earth. There's a bigger reality to wake up for. What's real, yeah, what we can and can't prove. And that's where I'd pay commendation to it. It's not just cherry picking. There's a level, like with what Nathan alluded to earlier on with regards to the Black Swan, that there's an intellectual construction what's been put here. It's not just random facts. It's things that are useful for you, yourselves, and you to teach others and wake them up as well. So on that note, QE, sod off!
Thank you.
That went quiet, didn't it?
Well, Mr. Cherry Picking's not saying anything.
Let's try. Well, it sounds like we're heading towards a Nathan Oakley end here, sir. I'm going to just go to the screen again and shout out the Give Send Go. Again, so many thanks to you all that's given. So close to it at 2215. Thank you all. I won't read you all out again, but I'm not going to fill that long. We're very close, and I think, to be honest, with a lot of the stuff that's coming on Super Chats tonight, and thanks to all you guys, we're very, very close. And he's probably crying right now. I'm probably too choked up to say thank you, so I'll say it on your behalf. And thanks to all, because, you know, it's heartwarming to, certainly to me as well. I think, right, the other guys, you do this stuff, and, you know, we put up with him every day. Yeah. And so we worry about him when he ignores us, when he disappears on missions, stuff. It's genuinely, so he's my mate, but to see how many people he is a mate to as well, that you've bothered, chip in, say thanks, share a prayer, or even comment tonight, it's heartwarming for us all, because there is a community, as much as Nathan would like to have denied it over the years. And as devices of AI might say it is, we're a particular group and we stand by what we believe in. And we stand by certain standards. And as I said earlier, QE reminded me of those standards. Nobody would have lectured me on science previously, but this man did. And it was to my benefit. And whilst I said previously, some people may object to the way in which they're told they're a numpty dipshit. The reality is, if you are a numpty dipshit, you should be told. Thanks, dude.
Thank you, Adam.
Yeah, one thing that we can call you a lot of things, QE, but I guess one thing that we can't call you is a pretender clown.
Or happy.
Or happy. Nice one. That's part of the roast.
But I would like to thank you for Pretender Clown. I get to call my brother-in-law a Pretender Clown now. I'd never heard that one before.
Crayon launcher. Another.
Window licker.
Yep. Sounds like my brother-in-law.
Knuckle dragger?
Spinning.
Knuckle dragger.
Numpty dipshit. He's Greek. He knows everything, mate. Greeks invented everything. The language, the globe, mate. He's the man.
Mouth breather?
Yeah, definitely.
Booger eater.
Booger eating?
Super chat.
Super chat! Superman!
Bear Pelagic Coffee, shout out. He just sent, when you just can't stand for crappy pseudoscience, QE, now go F off. And you forgot Bear Pelagic that when you go and F off, go F off some more.
Oh, nice. Nicely done. Thank you, Bear Pelagic. That's a klutzy, sharp man.
Yes, she is.
Poor woman.
All right, what do we got? Where are we going? Nathan Oakley, distinguished Nathan Oakley, sir. We about ready to wrap things up?
Yeah, can do.
It's up to you guys.
I'll be doing one of these next week. I'm saving up for a yacht, so I'll be doing one of these next week.
I'm saving up for you. I'm going to do one next week. Before we go, I'd like to say that Saturday, Ballbusters, be here or be a spheretard. We're going to be reviewing Professor Cream of Wheat versus the Boy Zero Sky Grifter. So that's what we'll be. Go ahead.
Who is he?
Who's who?
The Sky Grifter.
The boy zero sky grifter, that's Witsit.
Ah, for
That's
people
on.
that watch the first time, right? I mean,
Say again?
for people that don't watch you every day, right? It's nice to know who's who.
Boy zero, the sky grifter. Yes, boy zero. He's a boy. He acts like a child, and he's got an IQ of 0, and he grifts for the sky. So, kind of makes sense. Boy zero, sky grifter. And then Professor Dave Farina, cream of wheat. What else needs to be said?
Well, that super chatted in the show. Cream of wheat. Another good line. Before we run off, right? There's just one thing I wanted to. In the old days, we used to go down the panel, you know, and there's a lot of people that have turned up tonight. And before we round out, you don't have to. But if you wanted to chip in,
sure,
from One Mind all the way down to the Viking, then maybe a bit of old school way. Not a bad thing to do tonight.
No, not at all. If they'd like to say something, yeah, fine.
One Mind, you're up first. I will give you a chance. I'll come back to you if you signal otherwise. If you're there, if you want to say out. If not, like I said, I know AI will. He's already unmuted. He's just letting you go on, you AI. Oh, go on, son. Off you go, pal.
Just want to let everyone know that I'm back on my anti-sociopathic medication, so you're all safe again.
Thank you.
Did you chip some to QE?
Shut up.
Well, if I go one night with a couple of whiskies, mate, I'd suggest it.
Is that your professional opinion?
As I said, that is a medical fact. It's a fun night. AJ, you got anything to say, pal? Got a strange icon.
So, thanks to QE for all the information he puts out here into the flat Earth world and keeps all the flat Earthers on track and straight. Yeah, he does a great job. Yeah, thanks for it, QE.
You're welcome. Appreciate it.
I'll move on. Brian, I will come back to you. But AJ, just on you. I've heard you a few times. Legend, mate. Love your input. Love your demeanour. Back, bruv. Well, sure.
Hi. Yeah, thanks, QE, for everything, for the Black Swan and being a warrior for truth and a man of God. And you're a great educator. You've taught me a lot about science, pretty much everything about science, because I had to pretty much delete what I had been learned or taught before, like most of us. But yeah, I really appreciate everything you've done for us.
Very kind. Thank you.
Hi, out. Are you there, dude? For sure. Over to Dank then. People a second. No. Diego, are you there, sir? I'll run down. I'll shout your name. That's it. Black Lloyd Wright. Are you there, pal?
Yes, sir. Yeah, I mean,
where you go.
You guys have said it all. I just wanted to let QE know that the cake decorating forums are experiencing really high numbers of these anti-flat earthers and globies that, stop recommending that they go there. But in all seriousness, a huge thank you, right? Because I've gone back and forth with my dad with this for years, and it wasn't until I really showed him the Black Swan and understood the argument that he was able to, really jump that fence. So 20-fold all around. So thank you, sir.
And thank you. Appreciate it.
Actually, I'll show you the same respect, so I'll come back to you at the end. Casey, are you there, dude?
Hello? Well, QE, Willie Nelson or John Denver?
You know what? My gut was Willie Nelson right off the bat, and then I thought about it. And one of the first songs I ever heard, my mom bought me a John Denver when I was young. I can't even remember how many or how long ago that was. That's a good question, man. Where'd you come up with that?
No, because I was wondering what version of Turn Out the Lights you like best.
That Turn Out the Lights. That was a Monday Night Football reference that used to be Dandy Don Meredith used to sing that song on Monday Night Football.
Yeah, I only learnt that song from you. I fucking love it.
Yeah, that's
I've
right.
learnt a lot from you, so keep doing what you're doing, man. Appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you.
Oh, don't let that pass. Casey, you didn't answer your question.
Yeah,
task.
I tried to get away with that, and Adam won't let me get away with it, even though, yeah. So, great question. Country Roads. Even though John Denver's a bit cheesy, and I like Willie Nelson, I'm gonna have to go. I'm gonna have to go what my mom gave me. I love that song.
Fair play.
So John Denver. That's pretty funny, and and if I heard that from somebody, I'd be laughing too. But I'm just thinking of my mom. So John Denver.
Okay.
Very good.
Anything else, Casey?
No, that's it. Keep going. Keep doing what you're doing. I'll be listening.
Mark? Okay. Anything to say? Oh, drop those. The sick.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, well, apart from all the serious sciencey stuff, which has been amazing, the stuff I've learned, I would never have known. Thanks for all the laughs, mate. You're freaking hilarious. All right. Cheers.
Appreciate it, Mark. Thank you.
You are allowed to roast him. It doesn't have to be a constant barrage of sickening eulogies to a non-dead man.
You're just jealous.
If you had a chance, this is now. To be fair, isn't it? You know what I mean? On that, I'm going to jump back. I'm teasing you, Matrix. Grim, I've seen you come in, so we'll come to you after Matrix. Sorry. Matrix, are you there?
Yeah, fellas, I'm here. All right, QE, you're still gay because you failed that gay test fair and square.
That's true.
That's a true fact, right, Nathan? Thanks for supporting him.
That's a true fact.
and as for you, John Denver, didn't he have to change Rocky Mountain High to Rocky Mountain Higher than I thought it was? Ooh, think about it.
Man, that John Denver, he's really full of shit. Thought the Rocky Mountains were rockier than this.
Now, other than that, you keep slapping pretender clowns, brother. Good work.
Appreciate it, Matrix. Thank you.
Yes, dude. Grim, are you there? If you want to say anything.
I don't know how he got all these people in here to listen to him when he's a flipper to gibbet.
Flipperty gibbet. Boy, that's back in the day, isn't it?
Oh, yeah.
Shout out to you, man, for bringing it up. Thanks.
Yes, dude. Right. We go. Are you there, don't you? We go. Last call. No. Okay, Nathan will obviously ignore you. Navia? You know what I mean.
Yes.
Navia, anything to say? Even just tell him to, do one.
That's a new name,
Okay,
though. I haven't seen that name before.
Nice bit of anime. Fun, Bob? Price of Adam.
I had a message from Navia in the voice chat, in the text chat. She said QE smells and has very poor personal hygiene. Thank you for the input.
Shut up, Betty.
Adam. Or Adam too. Okay, if you go, mate. Speak to you.
You ever try to talk to you guys? It's pretty intimidating. But you guys don't try to tell me that what means no slope and zero slope means slope. So I'll appreciate that. So thanks.
You're welcome.
You know what that means? You ain't no dope. Adam, cheers, mate. Oh, Duncan, you there, pal? I heard you earlier. Hopefully, yeah.
Yo, yo. Yeah, just wanted to say thanks Kiwi for all the crazy laughing times and beating pretender clouds to the ground. One thing I want to say, everyone here is probably has more intellect than me, but when I listen to 7 hours of ranting, I definitely feel retarded listening to the smart people. So thanks, guys.
We'll have Nathan not join the panel next time. Thank you.
Cheers, mate. Rayleigh, you're mute, really. Away you go, mate. You're mute. Give us a shout
Text
if you
from
want to.
Rayleigh Criterion. He says Huey smells and has very low personal hygiene. It seems like it's a consensus opinion.
It's a recurring theme.
It's a recurring theme.
Yeah,
but I don't know what the money's for. It's just for the bath.
Not talking about, counterclockwise or clockwise.
Yeah, Dave
yeah. The
kept
answers were given.
asking why stars rotate in the opposite direction in the south, in the southern hemisphere, below the equator.
Yeah,
He kept asking that question.
And the answer was given, and the answer was adjudicated as word soup. Dave said the answer which it gave was word soup or an insult. And then Dave used the answer given as his justification for why he acted so unprofessional. So then to come back on the backswing and be like, no answer was given, and that is damning to flat Earth. You've got a problem there because every single answer was adjudicated. It was basically an interrogation where Dave then used whatever Whitsitt said or whatever Whitsitt didn't say as his justification for the way he acted. It was a massive cold spiraling session, and it happens every time.
Wait, were they debating the definition of word salad? Was that
Yeah, at some point, he kept dropping the claim the answer was word salad, and eventually Whitsitt said, can you define word salad?
Yeah.
He couldn't. Dave couldn't define it.
He ended up defining it later on, though. Because he brought it up and he said you couldn't even define word salad, and he's just defined it because he didn't think he'd have to get into that much of the gutter of pedantry. But of course, with flat Earth,
shit, it should be real easy for Dave to have came on camera with a gallon of water and show us how the whole gallon or 8 inches of it or something could sit on the curb in his backyard, and then we could all go home. Instead, we got a retard puppet cartoon show. It's okay though.
Are you sure you're okay?
Yeah, look at this is right here. The quartering just had posted. I knew you were leftists who had been banned from X just weeks before for unhinged calls to violence.
What does that have to do with anything?
Because it shows just how even when you've got a biased moderator, the quartering is a QAnon person. Make America great again. When they talk about Make America Great Again, they're talking about the space program. They're not fans of flat earthers. QAnon people are generally very toxic towards flat earthers, and he just dropped Dave a notice. I would rather be a flat earther
than associated with some nutcase like you. And this is supposedly a professor, a professional degree, a professional calling in life. He's proving, Corden says, I think professors are just a bunch of radical nut jobs in the college classroom. Well, I mean, good thing Dave's not really a professor. Never has been, never will be. He couldn't even complete a degree. He's a dropout.
So
But
this is
what
why
this
when I came into the room today, I was asking if you guys are okay because I could tell you guys aren't. That was pretty rough.
Yeah, everything's fine. It's exactly what's predicted to happen. Dave was going to be
I don't worry about
vulgar, insulting, and be basically a nutcase on the platform with a moderator where he got handed the W. The moderator is a QAnon. The moderator is deeply
Yeah,
against flat
he
Earth.
shouldn't be focusing on that. Well, I don't know why you keep bringing that up as opposed to bringing up the
Because
actual
Dave
topics
won't
of the
debate
debate.
anywhere outside that isn't radically on the globe.
No, it's
He
because
won't.
the
He
thing
won't
that
leave.
they were debating wasn't QAnon stuff at all. It was with Witsit on the flat Earth versus the globe. That's what the debate
With
was.
a moderator who really doesn't
Yeah,
like
the
flat Earth
moderator
either.
was shit. He ruined a lot of the debate. But the things that do stand within that debate are the questions that were asked of Witsit.
And the answers were given. Answers were given.
I don't remember any answer to the
And the
counterclockwise
answers
and the
were
clockwise
adjudicated.
movement.
And the answers were adjudicated as word soup or an insult to humanity. So if no answer
Yeah.
was given,
So
I want to know what they were debating if all Professor Dave does is try to prove flat Earth and all these supposed globe guys. All they're doing is like flat Earth this, flat Earth that, flat Earth this, flat. If I was a glober, I would just come in the room with some water, turn the camera on, go outside, sit the camera down on the ground, find an 8-inch hill in my yard, and show how water just sits on there. And then you'd have to shut up, and everybody had to shut up. It'd be that simple. Globers can't do that though. They can't find water fall away from a horizontal. So here we are with flat Earth and a whole bunch of globers.
You've never seen dew on the grass in the morning. You ever looked real up close at it?
That's 8 inches of water sitting on a hill.
Why?
That's
It's
66
just an
feet of water.
arbitrary
A
amount.
mile of water. What do you mean? It's
So now you want me to just
globe
put a
calls for?
lake in my backyard?
Yeah, that's what the globe calls for. One that stands up without moving. A meniscus, if you will. Meniscus boy. You want to stand by the meniscus you guys stand by every other time or not? On the top of the cup? Oh my God, your 50-foot mile tall lake off the ground, not being
It's
held
just
by
like
dirt.
the most
Yeah.
ridiculous
Kind of
straw
stupid,
man.
isn't it? Yeah, it's the
Yeah,
most ridiculous fucking globe.
it's a straw man.
I know meniscus water. So do you have any
You're just saying buzzwords because
non-horizontal
you
water,
don't know
buddy?
what to say.
Yeah, I'm looking for non-horizontal water, dipshit, in your aquarium, your bathtub, a pond,
You ever
a
been
lake.
you ever been in the rain?
Yeah, I've been around horizontal water, you fucking
Yeah, is
retard.
rain horizontal water?
It's not a sphere, dumb fuck.
You didn't ask for a sphere. It's called moving the goalposts, bud.
What is? Well, I thought you were trying to prove a sphere, not a teardrop, you dumb cunt. You live on a teardrop now?
You just asked for
No,
there to
you
be
just gave us
non-horizontal water,
you just
and I
gave us
said
a
rain,
teardrop. What
and
was
you're
that
so
for?
mad now.
Why'd you say rain, retard? You're the dumb bitch that brought up rain, retard. What's that
Yeah, I
proving?
did. It proves that there's
Yeah, what's
vertical
rain good for
water.
you? Fucking rain up there. You live on a puddle of rain
So you
now?
can see
With
there's
no dirt,
vertical
you retard
water.
motherfucker.
You got
Is there
kids
any
there,
dirt in
man.
there, retard?
Dude,
Is there
don't
any
talk like
people?
this around your kids, man.
Is there any dirt in the fucking raindrop you just drank out of?
These kids are gonna curse like
Little raindrop
sailors.
earther. I love how you prove you live in a raindrop.
If
So
anyone
awesome.
thinks
Tell
like
everybody.
server muting, well, maybe if I stop talking, he'll probably.
Well, just tell everybody how you live in a raindrop.
Now, I've been missing hearing DMOC just trash Globers. This is like first time I've heard DMOC in like almost over a year. So I'm
Yeah,
kind of enjoying that.
Yeah, because you love the theist experience for all the fallacies that go on in there, and you love the fallacies that go on in
Oh,
here.
yeah.
So
Yeah, like raindrops.
straw
Blame it on the
man.
rain, huh? So I said water is horizontal at rest in your aquarium, your bathtub, a pool, a lake, a
No,
pond.
you
And
just said
this
horizontal
gentleman
water.
said, raindrop. He said, drop top, raindrop, grass. This dude's rapping and shit. Did you just spit out words?
You
Is that
good?
word salad? When you just spit out different random words for no reason?
The
Teardrop, grass.
jump. Yeah, that sounds like word salad to me. Yeah.
So what's the water look like when it's in your bathtub? Does that look like water salad or does it look horizontal?
Water salad. See, that's word salad.
No, the water, is it horizontal or is it teardropped in your bathtub?
I feel bad engaging with you.
Yeah, I feel bad you think there's teardrops somewhere. This is what you tell your kids. I feel bad for you.
Look, kids, it's curving.
Yeah,
Yeah, look
it's
at
like the Earth. It's like the globalists are afraid to say that the Earth appears to be stationary. Like they're really run from the theory of relativity because even that there's let's say the stars move, but that's just based on relativity. And they say so flat earther now describe why things change direction based on perception. You just described that.
But as soon as Dave argued that now, how many times have we fucking argued this just in the past 2 hours, man? Like, these guys are parrots.
Yeah, I could describe it as those dolls where you pull the string in the back and let it go and it says something. That's really all they got left is just to keep saying the same thing. They're like perpetually online people who have a question that can never be answered. And they just sit here day in, day out. They think they debunked flat earth. They come back the next day. They do it all over again. It's a perpetual triggering and spiraling, and they can't even get out of it. Even if they adjudicate your answers as word soup or as a lie or as incorrect, they come back and say you didn't answer at all. Even that should be enough for them to break their downward spiral. They should be able to snap out of it. But they'll be right back here, same bat time, same bat channel, trying to debunk flat earth. And somehow in their mind, they think that proves globe. Like if you say, hey, the stars move, but they're not actually moving, the earth is moving. And since flat earthers can't describe this rotation, even after they did, somehow they win the internet for the day. Meanwhile, you got your Boeing Starliner is stuck on the ISS and they don't know how to get it down. How come NASA's not calling you geniuses? All you geniuses in the globe, they need help. There's a helium leak. The problem, it won't make it back down to Earth. What is your solution? I ain't doing anything. What the fuck you talking about? What the fuck did you do? I ain't do shit.
Apparently he's muted.
Alright, I guess it sucks to be him.
I'm free. Nice. Thanks. Yeah, so everywhere on Earth we observe counter rotation in the south.
You mean everywhere on flat Earth?
So all of the celestial bodies are moving east to west everywhere, right? Like everywhere on Earth. That's what everybody observes. Is an east to west rotation.
They rotate in the opposite direction in the south.
That's not what I asked.
So it's not everywhere.
What, they don't go east to west in the south?
That's what I'm asking. Do the stars not go east to west in the south? Or am I missing something?
Hello? He's Googling.
Preparing for battle in the middle of battle. Classic Glober style. Gotta love it.
I don't have to Google anything. Stars rotate in the opposite direction in the south.
No. Oh, God. Does the sun go east to west for observers in North America? The answer is yes. Okay. Does an observer in Australia also observe the sun going east to west? The answer is also yes. Does an observer in Antarctica see the sun going east to west? The answer is yes. But how, if globe?
Yeah, let's get back to the motion of the Earth. How do you describe that? Describe the motion of the Earth.
Bingo. Subdued knows. It's pretty simple. Callie, was I wrong? Did I say anything wrong?
Yeah, the Earth rotates east to west. That's correct. And in the
Okay, that's
south,
all right.
in the
So
south,
what I was asking.
It rotates east to west. The
What?
fuck?
the other way.
No, that's what.
Who cares? It could be
Right,
the
then
other
you're
way.
already wrong. But that's not even what I was
Then the
asking.
stars should then go west to east then.
Oh,
Kelly, you do
damn.
not know the globe model. This is why you are embarrassing yourself. If you're going to challenge flat Earth with the globe, at least know the flat Earth or the globe. One of the two.
Dude,
Because right now
you
it's
can
just
Google it.
embarrassing. Just Google it, bro.
You know
Is that what
there's a
you're saying?
model that'll tell you.
Pulse model. How about this? Pulsed it. Because you can't even
You want to
seem to
go on
cite
and on
it.
about some random stuff, dude?
You can't seem to even cite it. And then when you try to cite it, you say exactly the opposite. Like you think Earth is Venus all of a sudden.
Do you know what the actual topic is, Crit?
Yeah, the topic is how you will be here day in, day out, no change, nothing new under the sun.
No,
The
that's not
sun,
the actual
yeah,
topic.
it doesn't matter how many debates you think were won for the
We're
globe, how
talking
many
about
answers you were given,
we're
nothing will
talking about
change.
the
You'll
direction
come back
stars.
in here and completely brain fart the topic over and over and over. Nothing's sinking in at this point.
You're just running interference because you don't have an answer.
And if you think I don't
Yo,
have an
Chris,
answer,
shut up. Nobody cares. This room is dead, nigga. Shut up.
You
Shut up.
were asked the
Loser.
question, Callie. I asked you the question, Callie. Do observers on Earth, anywhere on Earth, observe an east to west sunrise, sunset? Some variation, yes or no?
It's just a loaded question, you know. I just feel like
Dude, it's not a loaded question.
directions on a sphere, like in the southern hemisphere,
Just directions. Oh
you're
my
looking in
god.
you're looking in the opposite direction to look the same cardinal direction as someone in the northern hemisphere.
Well, you got
Because
to
you're in the
imagine
south.
it, right?
But like, you know, you just believe that's not happening, and that I don't
Right.
know. That is how we understand cardinal directions in north and south and east and west. It's all on a sphere.
Yeah, that's how we were taught, all of us, dude. I get it, man. It sucks.
Oh, it's how you get around.
I get around in my car.
Yeah, using Cartesian system, dude. All grid. Flat. Squares. It's called general reality.
Callie, I just don't think you've studied enough one way or another to actually know or have a solid foot in this.
He's good at asking questions he'll never get the answer to, though.
Yeah, it's just simple questions for flat Earth that I think are damning. That's what I come here and try to bring.
Okay, so I
I
asked
asked
you a simple
people that
question.
think the Earth is not a globe. Hold on. I asked people that think
And,
that Earth is not a globe. I asked them, how does cardinal directions work on flat Earth? Because people in the South literally look in the opposite direction to look east and west.
I asked you, and I asked you a simple question, and you said it was a loaded question. So you're just being hypocritical and a liar. I asked you simply, do observers on Earth observe the sun going east to west, anywhere on Earth, in some variation? Southeast to southwest, northeast to northwest, some variation. Yes or no? You're like, that's a loaded question.
East and west doesn't change depending on what direction you're facing. It's always going to be east. The sun sets in the
Right.
west.
Yes. So everybody
Are you
on
learning
Earth
anything?
experiences an east to west sunrise, sunset, not the other way around. Should be the other way around if you're living on the bottom of the ball.
Dude. The only reason we have any understanding of this stuff is because we presume Earth to be a globe.
You don't. You don't have any understanding of a no ball, non physical Nothing but imaginary claim. Crazy. Your idea of a flat earth is an imaginary claim you've been trying to prove too. So you've been disproving an imaginary claim with an imaginary claim. You're so
Yeah,
awesome.
dude, we have latitude and longitude and freaking,
On what? Your
you know,
imagination?
longitudinal lines meet at the
On
top
what?
of a
Show me.
sphere. Like our map is
On
literally
what?
based on a sphere.
Go get a sphere and show me. That's what I thought, assumer. Quit assuming our flat earth is round and go get a fucking sphere
That's
so
not an
it can show you
assumption,
the
dude.
attribute you're
That's
looking
all
for.
you can find evidence of. All of
Yeah,
our
no
maps are
sphere
based
is
on
assumption
spheres.
when you're trying to point out a sphere. Yes, that's all you have without a sphere. If you
Yeah,
want to
your
demonstrate a
coordinates
sphere, you
on a map,
need a sphere, brother.
your coordinates are
Hold
based on
on.
latitude and
No,
longitude.
according to
Longitudinal
a
lines meet at
sphere,
the top of a sphere. All
according
right.
to the physics and laws of reality and a sphere, to show everybody a sphere, you'll need that. If you don't have that, shut the fuck up. It's real simple. Quit telling the kids the flat ground is a fucking sphere without a sphere in your hand. Go get the
Well, you should be
sphere.
able to
We can
just
all go over what it
transform
do.
all this stuff.
A sphere can't even hold water when you spin it. But you deny reality because you got magic physics somewhere out of a comic book that you believe like a Bible because they wrote it in your physics Bible of a globe that don't exist.
It's comic book pseudoscience that he takes as law. Yep. Oh, Mitchell's here and he's triggered.
I always ask Callie if he knows how long and lat lines were developed. Any ideas?
There's some story about in the 1700s in Britain. It's where they made the prime meridian originally. There's a whole movie about it. I remember hearing about.
How it was developed though, because you're saying that long and lat lines are proof of a globe, right? So, like, you'd need to know how they were developed mathematically in order to know that that was the case.
Are you challenging that that's how we design maps?
I'm asking you what you know, which appears to be nothing.
All right, dude. All maps use latitude and longitude.
So that's coping, but I'm asking you what you know. Can you stop
Yeah, I just
coping and
told you
just
what I
answer
know.
my question? Yeah, you don't know anything. That's fine. We can move on.
All
But like,
right. That was a great argument for flat Earth right there, for sure.
dude, you're just coming from ego. Like, you don't know anything, and you've just asserted that the existence of a longitude line proves that the floor is a ball. You don't know anything about this subject. Why are you even saying that?
All you're
Like,
saying is
why
I
even make
don't
the
know
claim?
anything, but you can't even address how on a flat Earth your latitude and longitude lines, like, like where do you think the land is going?
Bro, again, I'm going to ask you, what do you know about this subject?
Yeah, it's just evasion.
Yeah, you don't know.
Evasion
Dude,
101.
you're evading. I've asked you the same question multiple times, and now you're evading, but pretending like I'm evading, even though you've not answered the question. The answer is obviously you don't know that this is a proof of a globe. You're just saying it.
All right. Cool, man.
He read it in the Globe Bible. Professor Dave, Psalms 11.
Yo, Damak.
What up?
So where's your measurement of the surface of water not changing elevation? Do you have a measurement of that?
It's zero. Zero this end, zero in the middle, zero every dot you
All
go,
right.
zero every
That's a
side you.
measurement? Yeah,
Yeah,
who
zero
cited that
elevation
measurement?
change. Yeah, it's zero up, zero down from that. It's a horizontal, beautiful, perfect line.
How do you know that?
Because that's what water does. That's all we can see. That's all we
You
can
didn't
prove.
measure that?
You,
Damn, dude.
brother, that's what we've been asking you for, water to do something different.
Do you know
for a globe
anybody that
to
measured
prove the
water?
claim that water's not horizontal and curving 8 inches per mile squared. Why are you asking me for your fucking goofy claim to be fulfilled
You
when
think
all
that
I
if
can do
water
is
was
fulfill
perfectly
flat Earth
horizontal,
horizontal water?
somebody would have
Brother,
measured it and you could cite that
brother,
measurement.
all you got in your aquarium is horizontal water. Tell me that's wrong.
All right.
And circle the edge of your aquarium where it's not fucking horizontal, stupid. Well, wait. Make the aquarium bigger and then circle. Then make it bigger. Get as big of an aquarium as you need, right? Not imaginary, a real one we can see. And then circle the fucking, with the magic marker you can write on glass with, circle the curvy part of water, right? Where every mile, just circle it. Start circling it. Circle each inch. 1, 2, 3. I mean, you got the math, right? Why you my horizontal water you can't do anything with but find it to be horizontal. You can't circle the spot where it's not horizontal. I'm asking you to. And you giggle and think it's a fucking game. One of us ain't joking.
Said to Mark, you'd think that you could cite this perfect horizontal surface of water in nature.
That's all anybody
You're
can
not
do with
citing
water.
anything. Why
Does it
isn't there
itself,
any
brother.
measurement out there
So
supporting
trace the
this
line.
claim?
Trace the horizontal.
That it is
Fill up
actually
your
zero
aquarium. Fill up
elevation,
your...
horizontal, no changes in elevation along the
Brother,
surface.
stop
That
talking
is the
over
case.
yourself. Just fill something up and just trace where it's not fucking horizontal, stupid ass. Show us where it's not. In every, like a cup, a bathtub, a pond, a lake, an aquarium. Like, show us the fucking water that's not horizontal at rest, brother, on the surface. Then we would be globers. We would all be globers in here, dumbass, if what you're saying even made sense. You'd be rushing to circle it. You'd be spilling your fucking drink right now, getting up, rushing to go circle.
I mean, there was like hella people over the centuries just like, not thinking it was flat. Like so many people.
Yeah, but loads of people
Where's their
did.
museum of curbing water? Where's that museum at? Or the water in the museum where they,
We're
found
talking
the curbing?
about thousands of years.
Yeah, but loads of people did as well, though. So then, like, what? So we're just going to go
So they
by some
didn't teach
people
you how to
think
find
thing
it.
A and some people think thing B. Therefore, what? Gally?
It's not therefore, like, why do people think that?
Yeah. There's
Get
people who
that.
thought it was flat, and there's people who thought it was a globe. Then now what? Where do we go from there?
There's way more people that thought Earth was a sphere.
I mean,
The
that's
Earth
not.
is flat. How do you explain that it's got mountains?
I mean, it's not true that more people thought that was the case. It may be true currently, but it's not true in history.
That doesn't come from thin air. That's not sorcery and someone trying to
No, you
perpetuate a
literally
lie
just
that
invented
can't be
that.
observed.
You literally
That
just
can
made
be
that up.
observed.
Like curbing water can't be observed. That would be sorcery. So if you could produce some, or water sticking to a spinning ball live in front of us outside naturally as a phenomena, or not, right? Like you can't, right? So where do we go with this? You can't demonstrate water curves, but you're telling us it does, and you're putting your money on it. You won't shut your fucking mouth about it. And you're telling us all this great shit. You want the kids to believe it, that they can hear you. You want all the audience to believe you. Your faulty ass
What do you
claim.
think water
But
is, though? Is the
nowhere,
If I
question.
if
brother,
I
hold
spill
on,
some
I'll
water
be
on my
almost
desk
done.
right now,
But
if I spill
nowhere
some
can
water
you
on my desk right
circle the
now,
horizontal line of water surface at rest not being horizontal.
Yeah.
Just circle.
Why don't you I can show you this right now. So go get yourself a cup, okay? Fill that cup up to the very top. And do you not keep on filling it until it's overflowing and then stop pouring, right? And you'll actually see the water comes to rest above the line of glass, right? And you'll see the edges.
I'm looking for the water
You'll
to
see
rest
the
on the side of the glass,
sorry,
brother. I'm looking.
sorry. you'll see the
I'm
end.
sorry.
You'll see the end of the water curve. Okay. Now, if you're
So it's
when
not
you say
sticking
when
out
you
the
ask,
glass.
sorry, I'm really sorry, but when you say
I'm
the
really
water,
sorry you
when you
don't
say
have
the
water
water
sticking to the
curves,
outside
okay,
of that glass.
that is a misnomer,
No,
right?
we
Because
want, no.
water is actually made up of many different
What are
water
you trying to
particles.
show us?
It
Flat
isn't
Earth or
one
not?
cohesive thing, right? I can actually
Yeah,
I
you
can
need a
go to
cup
the
for
ocean.
Flat Earth.
I can actually get a cup of the
Yeah,
ocean,
you don't need a
and that
cup
is
for Flat
still
Earth, stupid.
water,
You
right?
don't
It
need a
has
cup.
come from that thing, but yet it is separate now. It is in a
For a
cup.
globe, you don't
Okay,
need a cup,
so
brother.
when you say curved water, that is a misnomer because water itself is simply just a
No, you put
collection
water in
of
anything.
water
You need dirt and
molecules
Flat Earth.
put into a
Because
container together.
brother, hold on. You need dirt and Flat Earth or a container to hold
You can't
water.
answer that
Not a
confidently,
fucking
right?
globe, not the outside of a ball or a glass. What you're supposed to demonstrate is not the meniscus on top, motherfucker. On the horizontal edge is what I would like to see your meniscus on, stupid ass, and use a
Yeah,
ball.
so can I actually
So,
ask
So
a
I'm
question?
sorry, Mr.
so
Stupid
the
Ass,
flat
but
No,
what I'm
no, no,
asking for is
please,
what
no.
you're asking for,
Right,
okay?
Larry, what's the difference between a meniscus and the curvature of water via gravity?
I don't know what you mean by the curvature of water via gravity. Like, it's a retarded thing to say. When you say
I mean, I
water
agree
is
it's
curved,
retarded.
what do you mean by that?
Yeah, I agree. I think it's fucking stupid to think the water curves over large bodies of
I
water.
don't know what you mean by curves. Like, are you saying that because
Diverges from a
because
straight
we
line.
see on the globe model,
Are you
right, that
just daft?
water is on all points, right? It's on all points of the thing. That doesn't mean that it's curved. Like, what do you mean by curved water?
Diverging from a straight line.
Okay. So you don't understand what gravity is. So
What?
basically,
No, okay.
if you have
Curving
an object, right, which is a ball,
No, you're going to answer my question. Does curving not mean diverging from a straight line?
attracting objects to the center of that.
Right, you're not going to talk until you listen to the question, Larry. So you're going to answer the question. I know Demok got you wound up, but he's not going to talk now. We're going to have a conversation. What do you think curving means?
It's curved. Curving means that you have an object which you are kind of distorting, right? You're curving it, right? You're saying this is a straight object, now it's curved. But water is not an object, okay? Water is actually a collection of objects, right? Just in the example that I gave you, right, where we have an ocean. If you get a cup of water, you can actually separate. You can separate. You can actually separate the cup of water from the ocean.
Dude, just you need to have a conversation. No one's here to be lectured by you. Just wait. So by this understanding, everything is a collection of other shit. Correct?
No, I don't think you understand what I'm saying, which is why I'm trying to explain to you.
I think that you're suffering from Dunning-Kruger pretty badly, and I think you need to ditch the ego and actually listen to what's being said. So you asked me a question about curving water. I said that curving is diverging from a straight line. If you look up the definition of curve, that's more or less what it will say. Now you said, oh, but the sea is a collection of water particles. Okay, well, if you think that that's the case, everything's a collection of particles, so it's a redundant thing to say. Where do we go from here?
Yeah, but you wouldn't say, like, a corner of a table is a table, right?
Well, the corner of the table forms part of the table, but it's not the whole table. I agree.
But if I get a cup of water out of the ocean, that's still water. It's not like the table where it's no longer a table. It is still water.
Yeah, but it's not the ocean. So in that,
great. But all we're talking about is water.
Yeah. So in that, let me answer. So in that analogy, the table is the ocean, and the corner of the table is the water. Right?
That's great. But the only thing that's relevant is that it's still water.
So what does that mean? That the
So that means that the ocean itself, right, is composed of many millions of water particles, which means that if I get a cup of water, I can actually put some of those water particles into a cup of water and it still be water. If I take off the corner of a table, that is no longer a table. It is just a bit of wood.
But that's what the table is made of, is wood. And that's what
100%. 100%.
So this is a pointless conversation. But how does any of this make the floor a ball?
Well, because when you say that it's curved, it's misnomer. You're assuming that all water is the same object, right? So you're saying the ocean is an object, right? And because it's on this spherical plane, then it must be curved, right? But that's not the case. If anything, it's a bunch of different molecules that are being attracted to the center of this object, which causes. No, I understand that I might be wasting your time because you don't really comprehend many things.
Me.
I'm not strawmanning you. I'm trying to explain. I'm trying to explain my point.
You're claiming you're basically by completely like not stopping and completely like
is a wave to you is
absolutely
no
filibustering the conversation.
Give me a second.
Yeah, you're doing it again by filibustering the conversation with a straw man. You're wasting everybody's time.
So let me ask you this: is a wave a form of
just
curved
ignore
water?
what I said again.
Is a wave a form of curved water?
Filibustering the conversation and
you're talking about me instead of water. Is a wave curved water?
Subject matter.
You're not. You're talking about me.
You're
Talk about
strawmanning me, which is a waste of everybody's time.
You're just talking about the conversation. I'm trying to talk about water.
Larry,
that's true. No one here wants to. Nobody here wants to hear you.
I'm good. Thank you.
Larry.
Thank you. I'm good. Thank you. I'm good. So nobody listening here wants to hear me defend a position I don't hold. So don't strawman me.
Do you hold that water is curved?
I didn't finish. So the position that we
you're never going to finish. You're never going to finish though.
Yeah, but I haven't started. You started talking over me before I even started. So clearly I haven't finished. Just wait. Stop being rude. So the position that we hold as flat earthers generally, and actually globers hold this position as well, is that if the earth is a globe, then water, large bodies of water must be curving due to like the general curvature of the earth. Okay, so obviously there's tidal bores, there's tides, there's nodes, there's all these different things, right? But if you are on this planet, then the water must be curving gently over that distance at that rate. Now, a meniscus does not satisfy that.
Am I going to be able to finish what I say?
Well, can you even close to repeat what I just said? Because otherwise there's no point having a conversation.
So you said that large bodies of water over a curved plane under the globe model are curved because in order for it to make sense with the tides, etc., then it's curved, right? That's what you're saying.
That's not actually what I said.
Okay, then clarify it for me.
Yeah, so what I was saying is that a large body of water is level. We know that. But globers think level is curving to conform to the Earth's surface, right?
So let me repeat back to you what you just said. So
I didn't finish.
It is. Right, okay.
I haven't finished. Dude, when I've stopped talking, you'll be free to talk, but just stop interrupting me. So globers and flat earthers both agree on this, right? If the Earth is a globe, then water must be curving at 8 inches per mile squared, and there will be exceptions, tides. As soon as there's energy input into the system, there's going to be some variation in that. But generally speaking, there's going to be a long, gentle curvature, okay? And actually that becomes quite exponential the further you get out. Now, we don't observe this in reality. And also, the idea that you can put some water in a cup, and when you have more water than the cup can hold, there's a meniscus based on surface tension. This is not the same thing. Nothing to do with gravity.
It does have a lot to do with gravity, but you asked for, sorry, you're going to have to let me finish, right? I waited explicitly after being told many, many times to let you finish. So you're going to let me finish now. Basically, the reason I brought that up is because you were asking for examples of curved water. You seem to think that curved water is like impossible or something. But basically, this is an example of curved water. This is water itself curving in the same way that it would have to curve along a sphere under the way that you're understanding curvature and the globe Earth model. And not only that, there are many other examples like waves. Waves would be an example of a large body of water curving, right, and being distorted. Okay, so you're gonna let me finish. And when we say right that
you've made 2 points. I need to be able to respond to one or both of them and not with your ego talking. So am I going to be able to respond, or are you just going to keep filibustering? Because I made 1 point and stopped talking, right? You've made 2.
That's not true.
Well, no, you've made 2 separate points and I haven't responded to either.
You've got mute permissions, so why don't you just do it?
Because I need to control you because you're full of ego. So
why didn't you just do it?
Well, I did, and then you pissed and moaned. So you talked
That's
about.
fine. Just don't complain about me interrupting you.
Just shut up. Shut up and wait. You've made 2 points. I'll make a point, then you can talk. That's how conversations work. So you made the point that waves are curving water. This is obviously not the equivalent to gravity curving water.
Sorry, is that all you had to say?
Yes, that's how a conversation works. One person makes a point, the other person makes a point, and then you think I'll make 6 points, and then won't allow anyone to respond to any of them. And then
how do you think waves are formed?
They're formed by energy being input into the system.
What is the energy being put into the system? Where does it come from?
Where did energy come from?
I'm asking you, where do waves come from? We all understand that a wave
Energy
is
being
motion,
input
it's
into the
kinetic.
system.
Sorry, you're gonna have to let me finish, right?
It's energy input into the system.
We all understand that
energy
waves.
being put into the system.
Can I finish what I'm saying? Because you're not answering my question. You're not answering the question.
Yes, I am.
Everything requires energy being put into the system, right?
Yeah, that's what a wave is.
A light turning on is energy being put into the system.
Bravo, well done.
A wave having kinetic
Let me just
motion
get up and
obviously
applaud you.
has energy. A wave having motion obviously has energy being put into the system. What I'm asking you is what forms that energy? Where does that energy come from? In the same way, a light bulb gets its energy from a generator, right? When I turn on a light switch, I can tell you where that energy comes from. I just don't say the energy comes into the system, right? Because it literally applies to every other mechanism.
Yeah, but you asked where a wave comes from. It's from energy being input into the system. That's why, because when there's no energy, water is level. Okay? So we know that when water isn't level, that's because energy has been put into the system.
So you're saying it's not on a straight plane?
Easy to understand.
So it's not on a straight plane.
Hold on, can I interject, Mr. Mennonite Musk? I have something to comment on. Yeah, so talking about gravity holding water to the earth, right? When people demonstrate gravity, they often say, hey, I'm going to go pick up this pencil and drop it. And when I drop it, that's gravity. Well, guess what? You imparted energy into the pencil by picking it up. And by dropping it, you return it to equilibrium. That's all.
I'm still trying to figure out how waves have got something to do with the curvature.
Yeah, whoever made that non-point about the pencil and gravity, why do you think it takes energy to pick up the pencil, right? Why is it?
Because it's in a state of rest. It's not because Larry, it's not accelerating. When it's at a state of rest, like on a table, it's in a state of inertia and it's not accelerating.
Yeah, I feel like with Larry, we need to be very, very super laser focused on what actually matters because he's going to red herring everything. So the point is, the point here.
I'm really sorry about this, guys. I'm really sorry.
The point here, you're not sorry. The point.
You're right. You're right. You're right.
Yeah. So the point here is you've got
for the first time you've been right.
For
the
Larry.
First time.
Thank you very much, Larry. I appreciate that. So the point here is that's fine. Just let him be rude. It's fine. So the point here is that we've got a globe, right? That globe has to have certain characteristics, such as curving water due to gravity, not due to energy input, not due to meniscus, not due to surface tension, gravity specifically. Has to be curving water over distance. We don't observe that. That's a problem. It's that simple.
You don't observe pussy, but pussy still exists.
Oh, that's complete non sequitur. Can you at least address what he said?
He hasn't addressed a single thing I said. Like, what? Respond to my pen analysis. Respond to what I said about the pen.
Hello.
I don't care. That was a red herring.
No, but you guys can just assert anything I say is a red herring because you guys agree with
You've had everything explained to you so many different ways, Larry. It's making our heads spin. The fact that you're not picking any of this up is really concerning.
Yeah.
It is really concerning. Like, why are there so many deluded young males today?
Yeah, so anyway, that's another red herring. Would you like to actually address what I said?
Which part of what you said? Like, you made like 4 different points.
No, they're all conducive to the same point. So we've got.
Yeah, you're not allowing me to make multiple points, but yet you make 4 points.
Multiple points. They're all conducive.
You did. You just said they're all You just said they're all conducive, right?
All of the things I said were conducive to the same point. So address that main point, and I can repeat it if you didn't understand.
Yeah, repeat it, please.
Fantastic. So we don't observe curving water due to gravity. We do observe curving water due to energy input, due to surface tension, due to motion, due to all sorts of other things. We don't observe it due to gravity.
But you do see curved water.
Right, but not due to gravity.
That's fine. But earlier you just said you don't. Earlier when you were talking to somebody else, you said you do not observe any form of curved water.
Yeah, Denmark said that. That's why I leaped in.
No, that's fair enough. So
Do you understand the context of the conversation, Larry? Are you ignoring the context of the conversation, Larry?
No, it's fine. Like Mennonite said that he came in to correct that. That's why I came in too, just to correct that. But I would disagree with the assumption that you guys are making that nothing's due to gravity. Like earlier with the example of the pen, somebody brought up that it would take energy to pick up the pen, and then to drop it would just be to bring it back to equilibrium. Now the question is, why does it require energy to pick up that pen in the first place?
Because it's at rest, and then you accelerate it by picking it up.
But we understand that the ground itself, right, is keeping the pen up, and we understand there must be something preventing the pen from floating away. So there must be some force that's constantly acting on the pen.
The ground is only pushing up in your Newtonian concept. Yeah, so you're imagining the ground pushing up in order to conform to your concept in Newtonian physics.
Well, that's what weight is. Like, you have a weight. If you go on a scale, you can see that the scale supports your weight while also displaying how much pressure, how much force you are pushing onto the scale.
Okay.
No force.
So what? That's relative density does that. Specific gravity explains everything.
The fact that you have to, the fact that you don't fall through the scale, the fact that you don't fall through the floor actually tells us that that force that you're exerting on the floor, there is an equal force being exerted on you to prevent you from going through the floor.
No, there's not.
Nope.
Listen, the rocks
it's imaginary.
That's fine, but you guys are retarded. I'm going to go now because the fellow I was talking to just left. But I hope you guys
it only appears in calculations.
Sorry about your feelings.
Yep, I hope you learn flat Earth. He's gone. Dipshit.
He's gone.
Hey, can you read what I posted in the text chat? Check out the text chat.
That's what
Did you read
really
what I
got to keep on
posted in the
subject,
text
guys.
chat?
We're trying to talk about curvature, and then we're talking about dropping fucking pens. Try and keep on subject, guys, because he was a slippery little one, that one.
Yeah, I'm sticking to the subject.
Yeah, okay. That's fine, Callie. Off you go.
Look at the text chat, bro.
Do you want to read it yourself?
Do you want me to read this out loud? Really?
Yeah, so everybody can understand. Yeah, that would be helpful.
You can have Chat GPT read it to us.
Oh, that's what created it anyway.
So you're right.
Yeah.
Okay, great. This is what he was talking about.
Yeah, no shit.
Water bond and hydrogen bonding, rather. Water molecules form hydrogen bonds with each other. These bonds create a network of connections that cause the molecules to be constantly in motion, leading to a dynamic curved surface on a microscopic level.
Fucking story time.
So you don't think
that was great.
Understanding of molecules? This is how molecules is like the properties. You don't believe in that?
That was probably one of the better fairy tales I've heard.
No, it sounded great, but I've never seen a molecule. Can I just get one?
It's a fairy tale. It's not even a paragraph.
Where do you think this information?
Dude, somebody wrote it in words. It has to be real.
All right, now go check out what I posted, Callie.
Under a microscope.
Now go check out what I posted, Callie.
It came from observations of water under a microscope.
What's
That's cool. Now go read what I posted.
Can you hear Flatsy trying to get in?
You really got to challenge
that Flatsy talk?
Here, hold on. Let me pick up my compass.
Yeah. How much Earth curvature is there in a 3 millimeter droplet of water?
Good, well done. Don't let Flatsy talk.
Were you here the past 10 minutes?
Answer more than enough.
You don't
That's the dumbest shit I've heard. You guys can't measure curvature over 8 miles. What makes you think you can measure Earth curvature on a droplet of water, stupid shits?
No, that's the thing.
You can do a ballpark estimate, like third grade ballpark estimate. Round
listen
up.
to what you just pointed out. We can tell a meniscus of water. We can tell a ball. We can tell a bubble of water on a flat surface. We can see that it rises above that, right? By the millimeters. We can measure that. So now, if we can measure the most microscopic things like fucking molecules of water, Callie, why don't you point out to us outside where the fucking ocean is curving? Surely you can measure that.
Flatsy wanted to talk. Somebody should let Flatsy talk. Shut up.
Flatsy, someone's opened the floor for you to speak. Sorry, it took more than 2 minutes and 5 people talking through you. Flatsy, if you're not there, no problem, we can move on.
She's not here, is she?
Was that Jenna? Sorry, Jenna, I do apologise.
Everybody does that. It's totally cool.
Sorry.
Yeah, you girls all sound like you're from Australia.
Did you want to read your bit out then?
Beast?
Whatever, that dude Larry who got muted, the only point he was really trying to make is like, there's like properties to water, and that, we observe water curving. So when you say water
You
never
don't
curves,
observe it though, dude.
you just decided to point it at a molecular.
You just say it.
That's all he was doing.
So what if I
Oh,
what if I observe something? What if I observe something different than what you observed? Does that make it like valid?
Well, show it. Yeah, bring your citation, dude. Show
No,
me
I
a
can't.
picture
I
of
can't
curved
show
water,
it.
man.
Only I can observe it.
I can show you a picture of flat water all day, dude.
Oh, you have to take a picture of it.
Sure,
That's
show
really
me some
not,
evidence,
taking
man.
a picture is not a measurement.
I'm not arguing with you. I'm arguing with the globetard.
Whatever. I'm not asking for anything fucking out of the ordinary here. Show me some curved water.
I don't. There is no curved water.
Okay. Welcome to flat Earth, man.
Can you
That's why I'm
cite
here.
somebody
I'm here.
measuring
I'm
perfect
live. I'm here.
horizontality of the surface of water somewhere?
See these globetards think, oh, just look at it. Oh, I can observe it. All right. And
Ask you the same question I asked them all. How did you measure the surface of water at like a large body, like a lake? How did you measure that surface to be perfectly flat, no changes in elevation? Can you point to a citation where somebody actually tested the surface of water to not change?
Yeah, it's used that way in planar surveying all the time, every day. So pick up a planar surveying manual, take a look.
Either way, that's not contended by globers and flat earthers alike.
So, like, if we got a 10-mile lake, are you saying that the shore on one side is lower than the shore on the other side? Callie.
The positive claim right now.
I'm just
that
asking a
water is
question,
level.
dude. You can answer it, or you can just say, I don't know, dude.
You don't want to do this.
Yeah, no, so like what curvature is the question? The curvature that everybody's talking about that nobody can find anywhere, that's the curvature that we're supposed to be looking for?
Literally, the properties of water show that it curves. Like we literally see water
well,
when it's like
you can't show that. I mean,
when it's like dew on leaves in the morning. Waves undulate, and we see curve and waves. Water curves all over the place.
Been posting presentations for you to read on hydrophysics, on hydrostatic pressure, and fluid dynamics. Water doesn't contort into a ball when left alone. It just doesn't. Like it's not observed in any molecular model of gravity. It's not observed in any like refraction models. Nobody actually ever sees this stuff. Nobody actually ever sees the curvature, the convexity of the ocean. So why would we want to go out and try and measure something that nobody actually ever sees or uses? And which actually runs contrary to known methods of celestial navigation, planar surveying, and so on. Like, the burden of proof is on you to demonstrate that what nobody sees is actually there, and that's Earth curvature.
I want to see dew in the morning on the side of a granite cliff. A drop, a meniscus, just sit there. So go get your fucking eyedropper, go to the horizontal part of a fucking rock or a cube of granite or something, and go drip it on the side of it, not the top. please not the top, whatever you do, because that'll prove flat Earth. Stick your fucking water drop meniscus on the side of that granite. We can all go home and shut up.
Yeah.
Now you're going to move the
Yeah,
goalposts like you
all
don't
of that.
want water sticking to the side of your ball. Go ahead.
All of that complex process of molecular bonding and dispersion and arrangement stuff to form a nice little water droplet, they kind of resent it when a bunch of pseudoscientist globetards chalk it up to gravity and not like molecular physics. It's such a huge cop-out.
Yeah, you want
I
to
mean, we got
isolate these
marbles.
properties in physics based on
Well,
their scale, which is bizarre.
get a marble out. Get 100 million marbles, different sizes, and show us what the fuck you just said based on all their scales, how they're going to all act different accordingly.
Wait, did you
Relative.
claim earlier that you're detecting curvature at that scale of the Earth?
Dude, what are you talking?
The meniscus of a cup, yes, he did.
And now he's saying that, oh, we need to operate at the right scale to see curvature. And this guy was saying that you can measure Earth curvature at the molecular level.
No, you're just
Yes, sir.
misinterpreting my actual argument because I don't know why.
No one's really denying that dewdrops curve. A bead of water will curve on a surface like a table. You can get meniscus in test tubes and shit. But we're talking about a large body of water and whether that displays curvature. So for 15 minutes we've been walking around the fucking issue, talking about fucking droplets of water, like that means the Earth's a ball. Obviously it doesn't. We're looking at a large distance of water. I don't
Right,
understand how that's
meniscus
so
length.
fucking hard.
Yeah, he's looking for meniscus lake and pond, but he's going to move the goalpost again. But it's okay.
No, there's two arguments. The dude was saying how we observe water curving, so stop saying that it never curves. And then my argument was that show me perfect horizontal water. Show me where there's no surface tension, nothing happening on a molecular scale that's going to affect the horizontality of the surface of the water.
So like a large body of water that's contained within the shores of a lake, for example.
Like these kind of tests, they should exist already if Earth was flat.
Yes, they do exist already.
Not
Survey.
ones that show no drop over distance.
Callie, where have you been?
Ones that don't show any drop over distance, that can be demonstrated with a laser. It can be demonstrated with VHF or UHF signals.
Yeah, all microwave signals, all flash tests, all the ice swan. I mean, you name it.
When did he measure the meniscus of a lake? I can't wait to fucking
We
see
don't.
this.
We don't.
Yeah, you probably would have measured that when you measured the horizontality of it, but you didn't do that either.
Yeah, no, we measured from the land on one side of a body of water to the land on the other side of the body of water to see if that other side of the shore has descended from your first observational point to demonstrate that the water in between those 2 points is curving. Unfortunately, we don't do that. I've mentioned 3 ways in which we measure the water to be horizontal.
Yeah, they 100% don't do that. That's why we don't have a wall of 60-foot meniscus ocean hiding shit. That's exactly the point here. 100%.
So is that it? Conversation over. You asked for a demonstration. I gave you 3 that I can give you, and you don't want them. Okay.
Hey, you got the salt flats after a rain too. That's pretty
Yeah.
interesting. Yeah, Callie don't say much. He just starts hurling insults after he gets defeated.
Right.
East to west was hard for him. He couldn't figure that out.
Bruh.
It's hard, brother. It's okay. We're gonna get through it. East to
You
west.
know that, Damak, don't fucking lie. You know that shit about East and West is super wrong. That I didn't even want to say how wrong it
See,
fucking was. It was crazy.
Yeah,
brother? It's
super
okay.
wrong. How do you quantify super wrong? What
Is he an
unit of
Avenger?
measurement is super?
Dude, it's just weird even having to address it. It's just like understanding cardinal directions is
Oh yeah,
fucking like
understanding cardinal directions. Do you know what they are? What's cardinal direction?
I literally do not want to do this. It's not even worth talking about.
You know, like you're the one that brings it up. I'm the one that quizzes you on things, and then you start hurling insults, and that's all you go.
It's like asking me, how do you know that 1+1 is 2? It's what it feels
Well,
like.
if I ask you instead of going through all of this, you could just tell me, right? That would be easier, wouldn't it? I guess not. Because how do we know that you know what you know? Huh? You don't know that unless you tell us. But you can hurl your insults and then leave the chat like you know, do your little victory lap, but you don't. You just leave and we're still here. 24/7, baby.
Yeah, well, I don't even know what your argument is about the East and West.
Well, apparently you had trouble with it. Now, without saying or poking fun at you, you don't have trouble with East and West, right? Quite an easy thing to understand.
Flat Earth does.
I'd say flat.
Why are you saying?
And not trying
What?
to insult anyone, giving you the opportunity to show us that you do understand what East and West is.
Wow.
Wow, I'm giving you
See?
an opportunity.
That's all he does. Wow, I can't believe I'm discussing this with you guys. Wow. Tell him. Just tell Jedi. Why don't you want to say if you understand cardinal directions? Just tell them what they are. Go on, Kelly.
Okay, somebody said that you had trouble. I don't want to think that you had trouble for East and West. If you don't want to defend your position, that's fine. That's two non-responses for you.
Dude, why do you think anybody's having trouble with East and West?
Because somebody
It's that
you of
other
having
person
it,
that's
dude.
having trouble with it.
Callie, somebody accused you of having trouble with it. I'm trying to give you the opportunity to demonstrate that you
Dude,
don't have
no, it
trouble.
was literally me addressing the other person's misunderstanding of East and West. That's what it
Okay.
was.
Okay, so the only thing I heard was somebody charging you with not understanding. That's all I heard.
I don't
So
know who
I
it
gave
was
you the
though, so
opportunity
whatever.
to defend yourself. That's two things that you haven't addressed now. One's measurements over a distance of a lake with lasers, UHF and VHF signal you didn't want, and now this. Do you not want to defend your position on anything or take the conversation to the next step? Okay, I'll take your silence as ignorance then.
Dude, it's just like, what are you even talking about?
At the moment, it was East and West. Before that, it was you talking about the measurement over a distance of water to show that it was horizontal and not curving. I gave you 3 examples that I could produce the evidence for. You didn't respond. And now protracted silence again.
Earlier, I was explaining longitudinal lines meeting at the top of a sphere. And the cardinal directions, like which way you face in the south, like the cardinal directions like apparently switch. And that's literally like all
Yeah.
observations support this. Yeah.
Yeah, you're saying things doesn't mean a hill of beans. You got to actually demonstrate how you know what you know. So if you don't want to tell Jedi how you know what cardinal directions are, then how do we know that you know what you're talking about? Makes sense, doesn't it?
I don't know what you're talking about.
I'm not surprised. The reason why I'm not surprised is you keep saying that. I don't know what you're talking about.
There's one thing for people to say things in this channel. There's another for them to back it up. So you're not backing up what you're saying. You're just saying things. It's a tactic most Globers do. They like to say a lot of things, but not back up the things that they're saying.
I mean, I can back up what I'm saying. It's just a conversation that I think is just, it's strange that you want me to explain like
Well,
longitudinal
yeah.
lines in east and west.
Yeah, see, the thing is, what are how do you get longitude and latitude? Like, you have to start with the foundation for the knowledge that you're speaking of. In order for us to know that you know what you're talking about, you have
It's
to tell us
literally
how
not
you
even
know.
worth it,
I
dude.
explained it to her. Well, then that's your prerogative. But you got to remember that when you stay silent and you don't explain how you know what you know, that shows your hand that you really don't know. You're just saying things unless you defend your position. Then we can all see, hey, maybe he knows a little bit about what he's talking about. Otherwise, we just think, well, you don't know. You just said things.
Yeah. You don't know how to pertain to a topic.
We're trying to hold you down to one
All right.
conversation, right, dude? Now we're on to longitudinal lines of meridian. Okay, what's that got to do with a globe?
Yeah, there's a north and south pole.
Okay, where?
Right.
In the sky or on the floor? Because poles would mean true north and true south. Are we talking about magnetic north and magnetic south? We're talking about stellar north, stellar south, so Polaris. Which north and south are you talking about, dude?
Yeah, he didn't expect all that, man. I think that's a bit above his pay grade. He's just in here to say things. Methinks.
I just say what's obvious, and I see if anybody can address it honestly. Like
See,
blaring
told ya.
issues with flat Earth.
Told you. That's Callie right there. He just says things and then he doesn't know how to explain them. But yeah. Oh, and he does hurl insults and then leaves the chat. That's two other things he hasn't done yet. And he probably will once he starts getting tired of not being able to answer something. Right, Kelly?
I don't know. Is it an insult to say that you're running interference on a conversation?
At the moment, we're not even having one. It's hard to. It's like getting blood out of stone with you, dude. I've given you the floor at least 3 times to make your point, and there's been protracted silences, and now you're complaining that somebody else has jumped in. What the very fuck?
Like, you're trying to make a point that I don't understand east and west, and I'm telling you the reason
I'm not
that
trying to
somebody
make that
says I
point.
don't
Somebody
understand.
else
Hold on,
charged
dude.
you
I'm in
with
the
it.
middle of a sentence. Can you just let me
Yeah,
finish
you
the
just built a
sentence so you want
straw man.
coherence? Dude, I
Yeah,
barely
just
say
built a
anything.
straw
Once I
man.
start talking, you're just interrupting.
But you're incorrect with what you said. I didn't say that you had a trouble with
Really
east and
just
west.
been listening.
I pointed out that somebody else charged you with that, and I gave you the floor to demonstrate that you don't get it right.
Yeah, I just think it's a weird waste of time. Like, this is weird.
Okay. You do understand that north, east, south, and west are horizontal bearings, though, right?
You know the stars rotate in the opposite direction depending on whatever hemisphere you're in?
Yeah, but that's dependent on your orientation facing
You know
north and
that's
facing
true.
south. We understand that all stars, including the sun and the moon, come from the east and go to the west. Doesn't matter which way you're fucking standing.
So
When you
you
say
know it's
they
true. Stars rotate in the opposite direction below the equator.
do the
So
sun,
the sun sets
moon,
in the
and
east.
stars come from the east and go to the west? Does the sun rise in the east and set in the west? Same with the stars and the moon. Does that happen?
You gotta answer my question, dude.
I'm trying to add clarity so maybe you'll understand. You said that when you go south of the equator south, there's a difference in rotation. So the stars are not coming from the east and going to the west. You're saying that they're going from the west and going to the east.
Oh my god.
But yeah, exactly. Oh my God. Or is it dependent on you and your orientation, clockwise or counterclockwise? That's orientation, dude. That's not cardinal directions. Because the sun, moon, and stars, doesn't matter where you are on the earth, north or south of the equator, rise in the east and set in the west.
That was my gripe against him not knowing cardinal directions, but that you pointed out, Jedi. Thanks for that.
So, Callie, when we go south of the equator, you said that the stars rotate in a different direction. So they don't come from the east and go to the west?
Just admit, Callie, you weren't ready for this conversation, bro. Just admit it, bro. It's easier for everybody so that Jedi
I know
trying to ask.
I know you know the issue. I know you know this is an issue.
I do. You don't have a clue of what you're speaking of. That's the issue at the moment.
That's all you got. You can't even say what's going on.
Well, maybe you could get past the point of a difference in direction and actually point out the issue. I tell you this, guys, every single fucking time, but you get confused with orientation. That's not the point that you want to be putting to us.
The only person confused about orientation was whoever tried to bring up that east and west thing earlier.
Okay, so I'll ask you again. Do the sun, moon, and stars rise in the east and set in the west, no matter where you stand on the earth?
You gotta stop asking these kinds of questions.
Well, maybe you can just fucking answer it for once.
Why? Because they're hard.
What's your point?
Well, you said south of the equator, the stars rotate in a different direction. So, being as we understand the stars rise in the east and set in the west, are you saying that when you go south of the equator, that they rise in the west and set in the east?
That would be a yes or no.
This is just flat Earth killer, dude. You're talking about sidereal rotation.
Flat Earth, sidereal. You don't even know cardinal directions, sir. For you to be speaking on sidereal rotations.
Oh my
Come
God.
on, man. Yeah. Oh my God. There we go again.
All these things are based on Earth rotation.
Kelly, we know what that means. Every time you say "Oh my God" or "Wow"
When you say
or
it
any
rises,
word,
when you
you
say
don't
it
know what you're
rises in
talking.
the east and it sets in the west, I'm literally thinking like, dude, they plot those positions of the celestial objects that they say that they're setting. They literally created orbital mechanics.
Orbital
and
mechanics.
this planetary model.
Another couple of buzzwords. Yeah,
it's literally orbiting spheres, dude.
Orbiting spheres.
It's just
Dude,
so ironic. Like you think that it
ironic.
supports your
Bro,
argument.
check this out, Callie. That's just you using buzzwords that you don't know how to explain. Because when asked to explain, you're like, "Wow, geez, oh my God."
Dude,
Like,
you're
that's all
sitting
you
here
say.
acting like I don't understand east and west and where the
You don't.
stars set or like whatever. But all this
You
is
don't.
based on sidereal rotation
Sidereal. Yeah, dude. I think
and this
refrain
like
from
spherical
using.
planetary model.
Bro,
So
Callie,
like it's
refrain
just
from
ironic
using.
as fuck sitting here
All
like
right.
what the
You want
fuck?
to sit here and grandstand? Listen, bro, just refrain from using buzzwords and stick to the basics because that you're having trouble with. So don't go to
Spoke all
buzzwords.
through me, dude. You just never stop talking, dude.
Dude, the floor was given to you multiple times and you don't speak. The room's silent. Of course we're gonna keep talking. Come on
It's
now.
ridiculous. Dude,
Well,
it's all based
yeah,
on
of course.
celestial spheres.
We're
It's a
speaking
celestial
to
sphere.
somebody. You know why it's ridiculous, Callie? Because we're speaking to you and you don't know what you're talking about. That's why it's ridiculous. Yeah. So we're waiting for you to show us that it's not. But you don't tell us how you know what cardinal directions are or anything. And then you start using buzzwords. Well, it's not about sidereal rotation. You don't know what that is, bro. You don't even know what north, south, east, and west are. That's
That's a
there's
joke.
issues here.
You're just making
it's a
stuff
joke.
up.
There you go again. Oh my God, it's a joke. Like that's all you got, bro. You're basically bankrupt when it comes to like explaining how things go. Otherwise, like when the floor is given to you, you tell us. Then it becomes a discussion, but you don't have that. Just like every other Glober, they come in here, they say things, and they don't speak after that. Oh, we know what that means. It's like people, that's all they do. See? Silence again. Go ahead, man. If silence is the way
Oh,
you think
I
to
don't
use,
know. I don't know when you're going to be done with this stuff.
well, 24/7, dude, we're never gonna be done with this stuff. We're exposing the minds
Yeah,
of people to
I'm
the
letting
fact
you
that you
go
don't know
ahead.
what you're saying.
Yeah, you're just rambling, filling up the air with nonsense, not addressing the argument.
All right, well then address the argument. Show me wrong. Go ahead. Tell us how you know what cardinal directions are before you go to your
Stars
buzzwords
rotate
like you're in
clockwise.
rotation.
Stars rotate clockwise in the south.
Okay, didn't Jedi just explain this to you? Hello?
Stars rotate clockwise in the south.
Didn't he explain it to you? I'm asking you a question. But
And
seriously. And did you understand what he said?
and tell me what he said. What do you think happened?
Did you? What do you mean? What do you think happened? Are
Like
you not able to?
I don't think he addressed anything. You think he addressed them? Tell me what you think he addressed.
Yeah, I think he addressed your misunderstanding of what north, south, east, and
Oh
west
my
are.
God, you're not going to address it.
All right, so you're just going to talk through me once again. So basically, he
That's what
addressed
you
your
do.
idea. He had basically addressed your idea of what you think is rotations on different directions. He said they're all coming from the east and going to the west. Did you remember that part? Hello?
Bruh.
Bruh.
He won't say it.
Bruh.
What
Come
won't I
on now.
say? What do you think I'm not saying? What is
You
going on?
won't say that the stars rise in the east and set in the west, but you say that the stars move in a different direction in the south, therefore they must rise in the west and set in the east. So say it. Let's hear it.
Go on, Callie.
It's an apparent change in the direction of rotation because you're looking at it from a different position on the globe.
That's great.
So
That's
they
great.
they
That's great.
apparently they rise in the west and apparently set in the east. Is that what happens in the south?
Hey, you're just denying what we observe in reality.
No, you didn't hear what you said, and I shouted out bingo because at least you did give the right answer after the sixth or seventh time of fucking trying. No, the sun, moon, and
Whatever,
stars
dude.
don't actually change. It's dependent on your observation point. Facing north or facing south, they will be clockwise or counterclockwise, but that's a relative direction dependent on the observer's orientation. I like giving you every fucking chance, dude.
Yeah, so how does that work on a flat Earth?
At the moment, it's just your orientation. The sun, moon, and stars rise in the east and set in the west, but dependent on which way you're facing, it will be clockwise or counterclockwise. That's just your orientation. Now, can you get off this point and actually onto the actual point you're trying to bring up, but you're failing to use the correct language to do so? Which is really
Yeah,
frustrating.
we observe
I
counter
know,
rotation in the
but
south in reality. So if Earth were flat, how does that work?
Not if Earth were flat. You got to prove that your Earth is a globe. You guys always
Yeah.
do this.
You're
You
presuming
always
Earth
say,
is flat.
"Well, if the Earth was flat, no, prove to us that the Earth is a globe." We want to hear globe proof, not telling us what it's not. Tell us what it is.
So you definitely
That's
don't
what
have
you're
an
supposed to
answer
be
then.
doing. No,
So you're
you're
not
do
supposed
have
to
addressing
be
an
doing that,
answer. I do
Callie.
have
You're
an
supposed to be
answer.
doing that.
I do have an answer. I had this conversation with Eggshells
You know who
last
else
night.
didn't have
This
an
is
answer? Whitsitt
why
when he debated
I don't
Professor
care
Dave.
about Witsit.
He couldn't
Not
answer the
really
same exact
interested.
question.
Not really interested in Witsit. I'm trying to tell you, I had this conversation with Eggshells last night. You're one step away from using the correct language to make this argument. For some reason, you're not using the correct language. It's not about counterclockwise and clockwise rotation. It's about, and I'm egging you on, dude. Come on, what is it actually about?
I don't know what you're talking about. Why would you even contest something we observe?
Dude, do you want me to still man your fucking position for you? What's the name of the southern star that everything rotates around like the crux? What's the name of it? And I'm not going to say that if you don't know, you're an idiot, because I always forget. That's why I'm asking you. Sigma Octantis, isn't it? As akin to Polaris in the north, where there's a rotation of stars around Polaris in the north. In the south, there's a rotation of stars around Sigma Octantis, isn't there?
That's right.
Yeah, Heath, finally. I have to fucking make your argument for you. So do you want to continue and make your point?
Dude, my point now is like, yeah, they just tried to storm me saying that I'm like cardinal directions switch where they are on a globe. That's not what I was saying. I'm saying it's
We didn't
literally
say
you're
that.
looking at
No, we didn't say
counter
that.
rotation, even though they
We didn't
still
say that.
rotate
You're saying that
east to
now.
west.
You're saying that
They
now. We
still
didn't
rotate
say
east
that.
to west, but we observe them rotating in the opposite direction in the south. So how does that
No,
work on flat
no.
Earth?
What the fuck, dude? You went back on what you just said. You actually double spoke. To be honest,
No, you're
right
not
now
even
you just
thinking
double
about what
spoke.
I said. You're just interrupting. That's all you're doing.
No, I'm not the one inebriated. You are, Kelly.
What? nobody's drunk.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
So
Anyway,
what's
getting back to it. Yeah, you just double spoke. You didn't hear yourself, I guess, but you did.
Dude, what is there to misunderstand? It's like you don't
Well,
understand just like
at the moment
regular
you're
geometry.
missing regular geometry. We're not speaking of geometry at the moment. We're only talking about cardinal directions and what you think stars are doing. Either they're rotating in opposite directions, really, or it just apparently seems that when you look at the sky, that we got two types of different rotations, but they're coming from the same direction. So direction like cardinal directions, north, south, east, and west. Hello. Well, anyway.
You just keep pretending I misunderstand cardinal directions in east and west, and I'm just like,
You do.
why would I
Okay.
even address
So,
this nonsense?
okay, let's
It's just
let's do it. Let's do it
nonsense.
another way, Callie. Let's do it another way. The stars in the north that you see in rotation, right? Are they coming from east to west? Hello? Just answer yes or no, bro.
I'm
Simple.
not doing this stupid ass
Stars in
questions
the
with you,
north.
man.
Okay.
Stop pretending like you have to
What?
ask those
Why?
questions to me. I already know this stuff. It's why I
Yeah.
brought it up.
Well,
I
because you
brought it
don't
up.
seem to
You're
understand.
not addressing my
You don't seem
argument.
to understand, bro. So we break it down.
No, I
Yeah,
understand. It's why I
we
brought it
are.
up.
We're addressing at the
You're
moment.
not understanding my
We're
argument.
addressing
Or
at the
you
moment.
just want to.
Yeah, we are. We're addressing at the moment why you
You're a
think there's
terrible
different
listener. Like,
directional rotations.
you're just so freaking. You just don't even listen,
Callie.
dude.
Can I try
Yeah, I
something?
am listening. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, when you're looking at these stars in the north, what direction are you standing in for them to be turning east to west? And then when you go to the south, what direction are you standing? Are you still facing north or are you facing south now? What direction are you facing in the south when you're looking at these stars?
Hey, silence, really, Kelly? Come on.
You're looking in
Unbelievable.
the
What
direction
was
of the stars you're looking at, dude. What kind of question is that?
which is
Oh,
what?
no,
Which is
no,
what?
no.
He's saying you turn around. You literally turn around, so you're actually viewing it from a different way.
If you're in the north and you're looking north and you look at the stars, they're going to turn one way. If you go to the south and you look north, they'll be turning the same way. If you go to the south and you look south, they'll be turning the other way because you're looking in a different direction.
Yep, north, south, east, and west. You're looking north, that's a direction, cardinal direction. You're looking south, that's a different direction. That's a cardinal direction. You get it, Callie?
Oh, I'm starting to realize, like, you guys, one of your legs is like a great misunderstanding of perception and direction.
Okay, so let's get to the movement of
Yeah,
the
it's
Earth then.
you. It's you, Callie.
So explain, if you see the stars move, how is that actually the Earth moving?
And what makes the stars move?
Yeah, think about it. This is like what you would have to answer. That you've got this concept that if the stars do something, that means the Earth is curved, and then try to articulate that position.
He's off the reservation. Crit. That guy.
Must be a perpetual motion machine.
just hopeless.
Yeah, of course. Hopeless. Wow. Oh my God. Next thing we're gonna get insults and then you leave. This is text playbook that you actually do
It's what I
every single
predicted.
day. Rinse and repeat.
I predicted this hours ago. I said he will. This is what will happen. Exactly word for word. He will spiral. He will trigger. He thinks he's debunked the flat earth. Then eventually he'll freak out and come back and do it all over again. Day in, day out. Yeah, he's
Rinse
stuck.
and repeat.
He's stuck in the
You know,
mud,
the
perpetually
truth is,
online, with a question you'll
Crit,
never get there.
Crit, the truth is, it's really entertaining seeing your guys' LARP and how you lie and how you're like trying to pretend like I
There's a
don't
lie.
understand cardinal
That was
directions.
the other
What did we
claim.
lie about? Stop right there. What did we lie about? Tell us what the lie
It's
is
literally
right
like
now.
it's like 4 of you LARPers right now, like interrupting and
Why do you
pretending
care?
I
If
don't
I'm LARPing,
understand
how about this?
cardinal directions.
Everything you say is right. Why do you care? Show me on your globe model where you should care. You're a Karen over that.
No, I
Why
was
do you
talking
care?
about sidereal rotation.
Okay, so why do you care if someone else is LARPing about it?
What?
You're in a Karen event right now. There's somebody in there who you
What,
think.
you're allowed to be here and LARP, I'm not allowed to be here and think it's entertaining? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, if your purpose is simply entertainment, welcome to Flat Earth. Because your globe offers you no entertainment value. You've got Star Lord, Star Commander, Star Man of the Future, Star Wars, Star Trek, Star Galaxy. The scientific communicators are doing their damnedest to get you to click on their content, and you don't care. The entertainment value in the globe is literally zero. So now you've got proof of why the Earth is flat. You just offered it yourself. Entertainment value. In terms of entertainment value, Flat Earth has been proven.
Yeah, there's certain questions. I don't think Flat Earth can answer certain questions, and it's funny how you guys.
But you keep asking. If you think there's no answer, you wouldn't keep asking.
Day in and
I
day
don't
out,
think
bro.
there's an answer. No, because look
Yeah,
at
so
how
you
you're
think
answering
you
what I'm
don't think there's an answer, but you ask anyway.
Yeah,
you're
that's
literally
pretty
trying
stupid,
to change
isn't
the
it?
topic.
Change the topic. Yeah, because you're not answering any questions. Why do you think he's changing the topic? Because the topic that we were on, you didn't answer multiple times. Jedi walked you through many different scenarios of arguments, and you didn't want to respond to anyone. So you're just in here, I don't know what the hell you're doing. You're not really doing much.
Spiraling.
You don't know what you're talking about. It's apparent to us.
That was projection, Crit.
All right,
You don't
so
gotta be so
how about this?
on edge.
How about this? Yeah, Callie, just take a seat, bro. Honestly, you ran out of like whatever. You don't know what you're talking about. So if anybody else in here thinks that the Earth is a globe, go ahead and chime in. Perhaps we can have a conversation far past Callie's intellectual level, which wouldn't be too hard for any glober to come in here and do. So.
And don't let Callie drive. He'll get you lost.
Anyway, I wanted that other guy. I was waiting for the other guy that came in here yesterday. I want that guy.
Yeah, the one who was a pilot and stuff, and
I don't know if it was a pilot. I know he had the bravado of a giant. Dude. I was like, oh, that's the one.
yeah, there's one guy who came in here and he had all these questions. Like he just went like question, and then said, "Well, now you guys have to think the Earth is a globe." And we're like, because you asked a lot of questions. He goes, "Yep," and I've got the answers because I have an aerospace pilot's license and all the just completely like fictitious, like all the way down, like somehow he's licensed by the international community to fly airplanes above 60 miles, and he's got this multi like he's like a startup company to do international flights that will like fly up and wait for the Earth to rotate underneath, effectively moving the plane at whatever rotation speed the Earth is under, and I'm like, holy shit, dude! I don't know what's more hilarious. That you think you have these degrees, or you think I would believe you.
Yeah, they just like coming in here and saying things. They don't have any evidence of what they're saying.
Yeah,
Yeah, here's one of the things.
if he was
What makes
true,
you
if he
think?
had this
What makes
stuff,
you think the Earth is
he
flat?
would. If he had this stuff, he wouldn't ask anything. Experts in their own expertise don't have to ask you about their expertise. They know it already.
So what?
They already know the
So what?
answers.
We got
So what makes you
Cosmic
think the
Curvature.
Earth is flat?
No, we're not gonna talk to you. Yeah, relax, Kelly. You're gonna be here tomorrow anyway, so just relax. We got Cosmic Curvature in here right now. Cosmic, what's up, man?
I'm just here to explain the real wave conjugations.
Conjugations. What are you talking about, bro? You know what room you're in?
Bro, I opened the Tree of Life.
Hi.
Hey, what's
Howdy.
Oh wow, this guy seems to be speaking polydimensionally here.
Yeah, I don't
Exactly,
know.
dude.
Wait, hold on.
I've been spreading wisdom, bro. 1 times
I
1
don't
equals
think
2,
it's
brother.
wisdom. I don't think it's wisdom you're spreading. I think it's just a bunch of nonsense. But we're not talking about that. We're actually on the topic of, do you think the Earth's a globe?
Bro, don't hit me with that bullshit, dude. The Earth ain't a globe.
You're what? Say again. What did
Bro,
you say?
come on. The Earth ain't a globe.
The Earth isn't a globe.
No, the Earth isn't a globe. Is that what he said?
It's not a globe, dude. That wouldn't even make sense with the wave conjugations.
A wave.
What is it then?
Well,
Huh? The Earth
If
is a
it's-
wave. It's like ripples on a
yeah,
big.
well, that seems like a train wreck of an argument. But here's the thing: there was another person that entered this chat with you, so welcome. If you're, there was a young lady's voice that jumped in. Are you there still?
Hi.
Hello.
I'm here to just observe and see like what people talk about in here.
Welcome to the chat. We also have other people that just jumped in. Welcome. If you're brand new to the channel, this is 24/7. Flat Earth channel. So we're always talking about, with new people anyway, how the Earth is a globe. So you can, if you wanted to, go ahead and bring your best evidence that the Earth is a globe. So anybody in here that's brand new to the channel and wants to give us their best evidence of why they think the Earth's a globe, you have the floor. I do want to give that floor to you so that you can tell us. Bring your best evidence. Yeah, you can chime in if you want. If you're brand new to the channel.
Did you watch the debate last night?
Which one? With who?
Witsit and Dave.
Yeah, oh, it wasn't last night. It was yesterday.
Sorry, I saw that it was posted last night, I guess.
Yeah. I didn't see that debate. I know Witsit, so I know how he debates. But then again, I know Dave Farina, so.
Does he have more than one PowerPoint?
Who, Witsit?
Yeah.
Not sure. He might have.
Doesn't need any other, does he? Do you need to change it each time?
Well,
I mean, if you wanted to correct it.
Yeah, let's see.
Correct it on what?
The claims that it makes that are wrong.
Let's kind of belay that point for just a moment because we want to introduce the new people to the channel. We got Jim Bob in the chat. We got Light on the Moon. Hello, Jim Bob. We got Light to the Moon. Welcome to the chat. Nova's in here. Muhammad's in here. Guys, if you want to speak up, go ahead. We're asking people the question: do you know if the Earth is a globe? And bring your best evidence. Go on.
Alpha, hold on. How do you pronounce your name, Alpha?
Alpha Veritas.
Okay,
And
can
I'm
I
just
just
saying
tell
that
you
with
Alpha?
love is ass. Alpha's fine, or AV.
Alright.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. So, are you a flat earther?
100%.
You're a flat earther. Okay, and you
Yep.
want me to provide evidence, any evidence whatsoever, that why I think the Earth is a globe?
Yeah, I would say your best evidence. Whatever you think is the top evidence that you have for the Earth being a globe. Yeah, just give it to us. You have the floor if you want it. Go ahead and tell us.
Okay. Well, I feel like it has to do with stuff with gravity. Like Earth gravitational pull, or Earth would have to be like big enough, or like the spherical shape that its pull of gravity like maintains that. So like I feel like it has to do with like gravity and like the shape of like our magnetic field.
Okay. Yeah. Let's see. Let's make the connection. How does gravity, in your case, in your argument, show us that the Earth is an oblate spheroid?
What does that term mean? Like, what do you mean by that?
Well,
Like,
I'll say one simple term, like a sphere. How do we know that gravity makes the Earth into a sphere?
I have to think on that one.
Okay.
Well, so it pulls us to the center of Earth. It pulls equally from all sides, and that doesn't make sense with a plane or a plate.
Yeah, that's fine. You got ideas of what people tell you that the Earth is. That's wonderful. But how do you experience primarily that the Earth is this sphere that they tell you by your way of understanding how gravity works?
I'm
So
I'm
yeah,
pulled
go
to the
ahead.
ground.
Okay, you're
Like,
pulled to the ground.
yeah,
So how do you know you're being pulled and not
because
pushed?
when I jump, I get pulled down.
Yeah, but you could easily say that you're being pushed into the ground, right?
By like something above me is what you're saying. Like if someone were to like shove me down by my shoulders like that.
Well, yeah, but like the idea that you're being pulled to the center of something could easily be saying, well, external forces are pulling or pushing you towards the Earth, and the Earth doesn't
Well,
have
what
to
are
be.
those? What do you think those external forces are that are pushing me down instead of
Well, no,
pulling?
that's what I'm actually giving you food for thought, which means it doesn't have to be one explanation. It could be something else. So I'm telling you, the answer could be something else, not what you previously thought you were being pulled in.
Okay, well, I was just asking you because you said that you could be pulled, like pushed down instead of
Pushed.
be pulled. So, like,
Yes.
do you like what did I say? Like, do you know what that's called, or do you have like
Yes,
a name for
I
that, or
do.
like what is it? What
Yes.
is it?
It's called Einsteinian gravitational theory.
All right, can you explain that to me?
Well, basically, the Earth being the size that it is creates a gravity well. And you're not being pulled to the center, but rather because of the size of the object, it's causing a gravity well in time and space, bending it. So all objects that are near this massive object will be pushed into the Earth.
But that's not Earth's like that's objects around Earth. Like that would be
Yeah,
like the
like you.
moon in Earth's orbit.
No, like you. You're
But
also on the Earth.
I'm
So
on the
the
Earth,
the
but the
size
moon
of
isn't
the
on the
yeah.
Earth.
Well, yeah. So because of the fact that the moon is smaller, according to the paradigm of the Earth being a globe in the vacuum of space, so the moon would be smaller than the Earth in this case, and you're smaller than the moon. So because of such things, the gravity well that you're attracted to right now is the Earth, and you're being pushed into the Earth. You're not being pulled to the center.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
That's the explanation.
So then
In short,
is the
in
do you
short.
think the moon is flat?
No, we're far beyond speaking of that. So I just gave you something that you thought at first it was, and I gave you an explanation as to like what the mainstream rhetoric is actually telling you the cases for gravity. The
Mm-hmm.
gravitational theory, the current one anyway, is that Einstein proposed that it's not that you're being pulled into the Earth, being at the center, is that the object itself is causing a gravity well, bending time and space, pushing you into the Earth. That's what's really happening according to the mainstream rhetoric. So the paradigm in which the Earth is a globe spinning in the vacuum of space is going by the gravitational theory of Einstein, not Newton, which is Newton was saying that you're being pulled into the Earth, into the center.
So, okay. I feel like wouldn't the Earth destroy itself then? Wouldn't it rip itself apart because it's flat and it's being pulled into itself when it just kind of collapse inward in the
Well,
gravity well?
yeah, no,
Whoa.
well, I guess what
And then eventually it would form into a sphere anyway.
yeah, I guess the paradigm and the only reason I told you something else to think about when you said that you're being pulled into the Earth is because you haven't thought of, or at least heard of, the explanation for Einsteinian gravitational theory. You only been thinking about Newton's, which is you're being pulled in. So if you're talking about the Earth flat and stationary, that's a different type of cosmology altogether. So the
yeah, but
cosmology, yeah, I'll just tell you, the cosmology that you have in your mind right now has to deal with the vacuum of space being an ever expanding universe, and all things inside of that are expanding outwards. And you got space, and you got planets, and you got all that, and then in the middle of all that, you got flat Earth floating around. That's what you might think flat Earth is, but that's not what flat Earth is. And I'll tell you why. Because no one in here is ever saying that there's a disk flying around in space. I think that's the misconception that a lot of people that think that the Earth is flat, from your vantage point, are saying. Like, we're saying that. We're not saying that. What we are saying is that we're the floor of the universe. The entire universe that you see up in the sky, that we are the ground of that. Now,
Oh, so we're the center. Okay, so we're the center of the universe, then, is what you're saying?
Well, conceptually you can think of it like you personally as the center of the universe, because, well, you can think of it that way, because when you look out at the night sky, everything is concentric to you, which means that everything moves out radially from your position. So, as an observer on the Earth, everything looks concentric to you. So you look like you are the center of the universe. I'm not saying that you could take a look at it maybe being different, like concentric to the Earth, but for this specific observation that you go outside and look at, like the stars, it looks like everything is radially going out from a direction that you are the center of that direction. So yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so I'm gonna ask this question. So if we're the floor of the universe, right? So if I took a plate and I held a ping pong ball above that plate and then ran my arm in a circle just like around it, so the ping pong ball was floating in a circular motion above that plate, is that what you think the sun is? Do you think that's how the sun behaves?
Yeah, the idea, let me just tell you, conceptually, of the flat Earth, it seems to be like people think that we are like a giant plate, like a circular plate. Top down, when you look down at the Earth, they think that the Earth is that way. That the sun moves around in a circular cycle, like a spiral, from the Tropic of Cancer to Capricorn. But what we can tell you, right, with all certainty, is that the Earth and the way it displays itself doesn't give us an indication of what it looks like overall. So if somebody was to tell you, well, the Earth looks this way, and they show you like a flat Earth that looks like a disc or a plate, then I would tell you, ask them the question, how do you know that it looks this way? Have you ever seen it this way? And this information for you, being a critical thinker, needs to be important, right? Because it doesn't matter if you're flat Earth or globe Earth. You have to ask the person, how do they know what they know? Now, if the answer is, I don't know that, then you got your answer. They don't know that the Earth is what they're claiming it is. You have just gave them a question that they cannot answer, which is the reason why at the very beginning of like when flat Earth got on the internet, people used to think it was a disc flying around, and then they changed their concept to just a disc with a dome. And then we started to ask the question, well, how do people really know this information? How do they propagate it forward and make it sound like they know what they're saying?
Do you have an image you can send me what you think the Earth is, so I can understand, like a drawing or something that you have, like of like your theory? Just like
So
in
Yeah, go ahead.
DMs, if you want to.
No,
You can send it to me.
no. See, here's the thing, and I'm gonna tell you this straight out, so that I don't have to DM you. There isn't any concept that I could tell you what the Earth looks like overall, because I wouldn't be able to. It's like, and it's in the category of unknown. It's unknown what the whole Earth is overall. Like if there's a giant dome, or if there's a flat disc type of view on it, I don't know that. So I couldn't give you a concept, because all that's going to do is give you some information that could be wrong. And I don't want to be wrong. I'd rather just stay in the realm of unknown until such information can be verified. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I thought you said you thought the Earth was flat, though.
Yeah, flat is not a description of a shape. It's the description of a surface. So if we say that the surface is like a flat plane, then I would be describing the Earth correctly. Because as far as we can tell, we have a topographical plane like that we're dealing with. So horizontally, from my position, everywhere outward, I would say horizontally, it extends out like a plane. So if I'm pointing in a direction, it's definitely horizontal to my location.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, okay, I'm gonna say something. If the Earth
Sure.
is flat, if the surface, right, is flat, completely flat, then how does the horizon work? How
The
does
horizon.
how
Yeah.
does how do the objects that are like on the horizon look like this like tree like way out in this field by my house?
Yeah.
Why does it look like it is receding from me? Why does it look like it's getting
Yeah.
slowly smaller
I'm
as I
gonna
move away from it?
I'm gonna ask you a favor, okay, if you don't mind, because I think this is gonna be crucial to our conversation. Can you have a Google in front of you?
I use Opera, but yeah, I have Google.
That'd be great. Type in celestial sphere for me, please.
Can you spell that for me?
Celestial sphere.
Like CEL, celestial, like CEL.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then the first link that pops in there, or whatever shows up, just go ahead and read that little bit, just so that we can be on the
Britannica.
same. Yeah, what does it say there about it?
Celestial sphere, the apparent surface of the heavens, on which the stars seem to be fixed, for the purpose of establishing coordinate systems to mark the positions of heavenly bodies. It can be considered a real sphere at an infinite distance from Earth. The Earth's axis, extended to infinity, touches the sphere at the north and south celestial poles, around which the heavens seem to turn. The plane of the Earth's equator, extended to infinity, marks the celestial equator.
Excellent. Yeah, excellent. So, conceptually, the sky looks like an apparent, like a transparent dome with the stars affixed to it, according to this explanation. You understand?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. So imagine, let's just imagine, viewing a nighttime sky full of stars, right? If you're looking at a sky full of stars, what does this explanation of the celestial sphere appear like to you and me and everyone? What are we looking inside? Like, it looks like we're looking inside of a dome, right?
Yeah.
So half of a sphere, no?
A dome
In our
would be
vision.
half of a sphere.
Yeah. So yeah, right. You get the concept though, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So imagine that you are pointing the star at a specific angle, right? Like, let's say you're pointing to a star. You know what a protractor is?
Yeah, it's things that you use to measure angles.
Right. So directly above you would be 90 degrees, right?
Yeah.
Above your head. Okay. So as you move, like, either lower on either side, it reduces in angle of degrees. Would you agree?
Yeah.
All the way down to what, 0?
Uh-huh.
All
Or
right.
I don't know
So,
if it's 0 yet, but
well,
180, I
yeah.
guess, is a straight line.
Well, you're getting it. So, that this is the way everybody sees, right? We all see an angle of view. So if a star is farther away from you, the angle of view is reduced. It decreases. It's different than you do if there's a star. Like, if you look straight up above you, that's 90 degrees from your position. If there's a star in a different position in the sky, it moves in an angle of view. Does this make any sense to you currently? What we're saying, and the
Yeah. Okay, but that doesn't make any sense. Like, to my question, I said, like, I'm not talking about the stars. I'm talking about the horizon and seeing an object, not like the stars or like the sun or a different planet, like etc. I'm talking about if I stand in a field and there's a tree, like, I don't know, half a mile away from me, as I back up, that tree's bottom is going to slowly start disappearing until that tree is out of sight because of the
yeah,
Earth's curvature.
yeah. This is important. The reason why I brought this up is because it explains everything in an angle of view. For us, for all of us on the Earth, everything that we consider is viewed as an angle of view. So everything you see, right? So, in the far distance, things seem to converge in our vision. So, for example, like, have you ever taken an art class?
Yeah, I taken an art class.
Okay, like when you're drawing things far away, everything has to seem like they're converging to a point. Not that they're really
Yeah,
converging, but
it's like a point. You have to make it look 3D.
correct. So in order for you to draw that way, that's because our vision, the way we see things, is operating in that very similar fashion. So everything that you see is converging to your eye line. So therefore, in order for you to draw 3D or give a perspective of how people are seeing things in the distance, you have to make it look like things are converging. Not that they really are. Like train tracks and telephone poles.
So you're saying that the objects receding is just an illusion created by my vision, and there's no curvature of the surface of the Earth.
Well, you're getting there. It's not so much as an illusion, but an optical effect.
So what do
So
birds see?
Basically an optical illusion. Yes.
Yeah, well, an illusion has a different connotation to it. Something that's deceiving. So it's not deceiving you. What it is your vision is apparently seeing things in a very particular way, dependent on the optics. So your eyeballs can only see so far, right? You have an optical limit to your eyes, and then if you pick up like some binoculars or telescope, you extend that because of the focal length of it. So you'd be able to see a lot farther, but only to a certain point. You know what I mean? And then that specific optic would not be able to tell you how much farther because it has its own optical limit.
Okay, so you're saying so I'm gonna just sum this up. It's just an optical trick or like an optical effect that objects are moving like further away from me and slightly down as I back away from them, right?
And here's the thing. Here's a fun thing, right? I just want to tell you real quick before you go to the next point. Here's the fun thing is that it can be demonstrated. So it's followed by not just me saying this, but also you can demonstrate this to yourself that this is the case because there's a couple of things that you have to consider. You have to consider the angle of view, which you see something, right? Because we talked about the celestial sphere. We see things in the sky and an angle of view, and things, of course, that decrease in that angle will seem to appear to be on the horizon. Then we talked about how everything is converging to the eye line, so we have convergence happening, and then we got the distance between you and the ground. So
then how do birds see?
Yeah, well, we're not talking about birds. The gentleman's asking the question of how people are seeing things. So if you see the ground from where you're standing at, I don't know how tall you are, but depending on how high you raise off the ground, you'd be able to see more convergence, right? And the distance.
Yeah.
Versus if you get down closer to the ground, that convergence starts to get a little tighter. So this is just like the way we see things, right? You and I.
Yes. How about so I want to go back to a point. Or I don't know if it's really going back to a point, but I just thought of something that I was talking to someone a little bit ago who's also a flat earther, and I remember bringing up this experiment. So I don't know if this is a real experiment or it's a concept, but the idea is that if you have a laser pointer and you have a camera, and I dropped those both on the ground, perfectly aligned, so the laser pointer would reach the camera, right? As I move that laser pointer away from the camera, it's going to point higher because of the curved surface of the Earth. And those because of Earth's gravitational pull, the laser or the camera, etc., right, is going to kind of curve along with the Earth. So it's gonna move back and down and rotate upwards.
Do you happen to have a video or something that I could look at? Put it in the text chat so people can see. I don't know what that is.
I don't know if I can send it. Do you need to have a special role or something? Because I know in a different server.
Yeah, it's like level 3 in the politics server. You have to have in order for you to send stuff.
Well, I just joined today, a little bit ago. So.
Oh, okay.
I don't know. Well, I could DM it to you.
Yeah. Can you do me a favor because I'm actually in my car.
DM it to me.
DM it to Jedi. He said he'll take it. And LK wants to speak. If you don't mind, for just a moment, let LK speak because I think she wants to say something. But if you don't have any other points.
No, I was just I'm fine. We can just
because we'd like to address your point, but I don't know what you're speaking of, so I'd rather see what you're talking about, and Jedi can probably look over it.
That's fine.
And maybe kind of rebut correctly instead of just guessing. But LK, did you have something you wanted to bring up?
Yeah, so I'm wondering where the edges of the Earth are.
Edges of the Earth.
We can
Hey, can I get this one?
Yeah.
Okay, so if you're talking about an edge, right, that would be like where you'd fall off the flat Earth.
Well, just like the ends of, where the shape ends.
So in like, do you know where the end of the galaxy or the universe is?
No.
It doesn't. You don't know for sure, right? It could go on forever. There could be an end. No one's been there. All you know is what you've observed.
Yes.
Same thing for the flat Earth.
Okay.
But it's even worse than that. Pay attention to the
So
question. Hang on, pay attention to your question. Where's the edge? Where else would it be except the exact location you identified in the question? You see the point?
no, I'm asking geographically.
You have to grasp this because it's not a clever question. Where's the edge of anything? The answer's in the question. The edge.
At the edge.
Gregory just
I'm
likes
asking
tautologies.
where the map ends,
Yeah. So yeah, let me just say this, right? The conceptions that we've been given as far as like map projections are given to you and me to actually examine as far as like what we think the Earth is based on those projections, right? So those projections are what we're basing our reality on. Would you agree, LK? Map projections and such.
I don't know what map projections are.
Oh, let's just break it down. You know what a map is, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so a map that's been given to you, you're thinking that the Earth looks like that, right? Whatever map that they give you. Is that
Yeah.
okay? So how do you know, or well, rather, how can you verify that the cartography that was taken in that map is correct to the exact way that things laid out on the Earth? Like how can you validate that?
I can't specifically, but I assume that the countries that are next to each other can probably verify that they're next to each other, based on like interactions.
Okay, well, what I'm saying is, how can anybody put on a map the way the Earth looks like, as in one for one? Like, as if you were to look a top-down view of the Earth, you would see everything looking like that specific map. Do you get what I'm saying? Like, there's a lot of concepts, a lot of ideas put forth as to like the orientation, the landmass sizes, and the problem in cartography. So it's not just like a one and done, or we have a gold standard for a map. There isn't any of that. The idea that that's been done is extremely fallacious. People think that we have like a certain map projection we can use, and we don't. There's hundreds of map projections, and I could show you if you type into Google how many map projections are there of the Earth. You're going to get a veritable soup of many different types of map projections. But certain map projections have a specific use case that they're being used for.
But
Do you
rather
get what
than
I'm saying?
digress into cartography, though, to concentrate on her question was, "Where's the edge?" It's not a clever
Yeah.
question. We have to realize, we have to make this be known. Where's the edge of anything? The answer's in the question. So when you're talking about cartography, you're talking about artificial distinctions of real estate that's on the Earth, right? You can have a city in principle. You could have some sort of artificial civilization on any place on the Earth. You're asking where's the edge of the Earth, not where's this particular artificial civilization on this part of the Earth.
Yeah,
It's not a good question.
That's not what I was
It's a silly
asking.
question.
Yeah. So
We don't know. Short answer. Sorry, guys. This is frustrating. The short answer to the question, my friend, is where the limitation of the Earth is, we don't know. You can point in the direction and it's somewhere over there, but no one's gone to the limitation of our reality to say, here is the edge of the Earth, and then to give you a shape of the Earth. Short answer is, we don't know.
People have
We don't have to say we don't know. We don't have to say that. Because the answer's in the question. As pedantic as it may seem, it's not pedantic. It's a very silly question. Where's the edge of anything? The answer's in the question.
Yeah, we know, but to give her a very simple answer, we don't know. Where the
So
limitation of
flat
our
earthers don't know anything is what you're saying, because you just
Oh
said we
my
don't
God!
know.
All right, that's the reason why I didn't want to get
Well,
into
you
that.
just said we don't know, so how can you
relax,
know anything
relax,
that's true?
Specify a different way.
Hey, he said the words "we don't know."
Just relax,
Right,
all right?
because
The reason why I
Okay,
was going through it with her.
So how can
Hold
you
on,
answer the
hold on a
question if
second.
you don't know?
Dude,
You don't know
here's the
anything.
thing. Dude, here's the thing.
Maynard,
What I'm gonna
where's the edge of your universe?
No, we're not gonna ask Mayor anything. He's a dumbass. All right, so just relax with Mayor.
I'm not the one that said.
All right. So the reason why I was going through the map projections with LK is because of the fact that with the idea that people think they live on the Earth based on these maps, they're gonna use that as like, well, we live here, duh. So if you think that's the case, how can you provide a valid a response to me asking you the question? How do you know based on these maps this is what the Earth looks like to you? Because if you're gonna ask us the question, where's the edge, right? And that seems valid for you to ask. Then I want to ask you, how do you know what's been presented to you as where you live on, if that's the actual Earth you think you
No.
live on? How can you validate that?
No, I'm not debating. I'm just trying to I'm just trying to get information on like what you guys know about the world.
Right. And so our reality is based on what everybody's experience is. So, and the reason why I went into this is because of the fact that people ask this question, but yet we tell them things, and a lot of things arise from this. Like when we say, hey, the short answer was what Jedi just said, it answered it sufficiently. We don't know. But the problem also arises when you think you live on a specific type of Earth that you don't know about. Right? So that's the actual the issue. The issue is the Earth you think you live on, and used by all the things that you can show us. Well, we got Google Maps, and all kinds of stuff. But this is where we live, bro. Where's the edge here? So you're gonna be asking questions like that. But that's what I'm trying to circumvent. Before we get to that point, I'm gonna already build up a case for that. If you think that you live on a specific type of Earth, like a globe Earth, or you're using a specific type of map, then my question to you, being a critical thinker, is how do I know I live on this type of Earth? You get what I'm saying? Okay. All I'm asking you to do is to think about the question that you're asking. If you think you live on a specific type of Earth, how can you validate that? I'm getting you to think
I
about
mean, really, all you got to do is go outside and take a look around you.
Hey,
I mean, does it look curved?
Hold on, let her
No, it does
respond.
not.
Relax.
we let the young
Let her respond.
lady talk.
Okay, thank you. So is there so I'm guessing because you said that there's hundreds of map projections, that nobody really uses like a specific one, right?
Yeah,
There's no
they're
like
useful.
universal one.
Yeah, they're useful in a case, but there's not a gold standard map that they're using to say, this is what the Earth looks like. We're going to use this specific map to represent the Earth as what it actually is. That doesn't exist.
Oh, okay.
You get what I'm saying? Okay.
Okay, yeah. So the picture that I believe it's Radwen just posted. Okay. So basically I was wanting to know like where the edges of the globe would be. So like what countries would be closest to it is what I wanted to ask.
Yeah, and the specific question to be asked was like, where are the edges on a globe? That
Yeah.
globe. I mean, of course, if you
Or
think
like
about it.
a map, sorry. Or the
Yeah.
map.
The
You're talking about
surface.
the extent
The
of it. Like,
surface.
how far does it extend outward, and like where does it go? The idea that the Earth is a sphere would be a closed system, though, wouldn't it? A closed system meaning that it just wraps around all the way around to the other side. So it doesn't. It's continuous. You know what I mean? Like if you go from one place to another, it doesn't end. It just keeps going.
Yeah. So like as a flat earther, do you believe that it keeps going or
That's the problem. And the question was answered by Jedi earlier. It's unknown. Like for us to say that
okay.
like the horizontal plane extends outward, to what distance does it extend outward? I think that was what he answered. It's unknown. We don't know the
Gas
extent
pressure
of the horizontal.
requires a container. Gas pressure requires containment. It doesn't go forever.
Yeah, it doesn't go forever, but at the same time, like we don't know the extent of how far it goes. So
We've only got two choices when answering this question: how big is the Earth? One answer is it's infinite; it goes on forever and doesn't stop. Or the other answer is it is finite; it stops somewhere.
unfortunately, we don't know the edges of our reality. Just like was pointed out by Crit earlier, with regards to the ever-expanding universe. What is at the edge of the universe, or where is it? That is still an unanswered question. So it's kind of the same thing. So I'm glad Crit pointed it out. But ultimately, we don't know the limitation to our environment.
Okay. And I had another question. But now knowing that like the map could be differently set up, I just wanted to like ask if anyone thought about taking a flight to something that seemed like it was on the edge of the map, and then like the ability to go to something that was on the opposite end of the map.
I get what you're saying.
Understand?
You're saying like wherever we think how far the realm extends, get on a plane trip and see how much farther it would go. Is that what you're saying?
Basically, like, okay, so say Australia is down. No, not Australia, sorry. Japan is like on the right side. And then you took a flight from Tokyo
She's talking
to
about circumnavigation.
Alaska. I'm not familiar with like these types of terms, sorry. To like explain it
Yeah,
simply.
just explain it the best way you can.
Okay. So yeah, say you took a flight from Tokyo to Juneau or Anchorage, I think it is. Like would you find yourself able to, or would you like encounter an issue like
No,
the
you can fly
I
from
live
Japan to
on a
California.
flight path. I live
You
on a
fly.
flight path that has planes that go from the States to Japan, and they fly over my head. I live in British Columbia, and flights travel to Anchorage, Alaska, and land there. They continue on. They go to Tokyo, and I can watch them and monitor them on my phone, watching Flight Tracker. And those planes do that all the time. I also have planes that fly over my house in British Columbia that are on their way to China, because it just travels down the coast past Japan.
Okay.
Sorry, what?
Would you like a navigational chart to help you understand what we're talking about? You're asking a really simple question. How can you fly from Japan to America? You just fly across the Pacific Ocean. You'll be flying east or west, and east or west is a circle around north.
Okay, yeah. But like basically my theory is that if it's all flat, right? Then at some point on this map you would have gone around the earth.
Which map are you talking about? Are you saying on
Or
this
like
map?
you would, sorry, that was the opposite. Sorry. Okay, so say the maps that Radwin has posted on the map. Yeah. So if it's a flat earth,
Those are
then you
globe.
would encounter a barrier or an edge instead of going around.
Right, okay. I'm looking at what Radwin posted, and he hasn't posted the azimuthal equidistant map, which is the one that they use for navigation. If you could imagine the Earth is a ball and you're looking directly down at the North Pole, and you have the continents spreading out towards the equator, just keep going with that idea, and you will end up with a circle of Antarctica around you. This means that any navigation that you do is going to be on a bearing. That's going to be east, west, north, or south. And to fly between Japan and continental America, you'll be flying from the east to the west across the Pacific Ocean. I'll see if I can find you a navigational chart to help you understand.
Yeah, because I'm having a hard time visualizing
Yeah.
it.
I just posted what he said for you.
There you go.
Thank
39
you.
minutes past the hour.
Okay, so basically, like Antarctica would be like in the center.
No, that's the North Pole.
Yeah, so Antarctica is the south, and it's the
Oh,
perimeter on this map.
my bad.
And the Arctic with the North Pole is in the center. So when you're traveling from, as you said, from Japan to California, it's just across the Pacific Ocean. This is what the
Okay.
term circumnavigation means. So you travel in a circle, east or west, around a central point that is north. We'll say, though, that this is not necessarily what we think the Earth looks like. It's just an easy conceptualization for you to understand this point.
Yeah, that makes sense.
As Radwin also posted, there are other projection maps, so he posted quite a few of those, and those again are very handy tools. But because they are projections, we've got no real way of verifying exactly the Earth's actual layout. When you were talking earlier about reaching the edge of the Earth, that would be going south, and in the conceptualization that Radwin pointed out with the circular map, that would be going beyond what we call Antarctica and keep going that way. What's beyond that direction, though, we don't know.
So do you think I just did a quick question. I know I'm not like officially in line yet, or like my turn yet.
It's
But
fine, mate. You're
do you
fine.
believe in the ice wall then, like the Antarctic ice wall?
Right, so the ice wall isn't a flat Earth belief. The term
Okay.
ice wall is actually a globe idea. It's just a description of the coastline of Antarctica. Those are ice shelves, sheets of ice, and ice cliffs. So
Well, I
a
mean,
wall,
but
so a
like,
wall of ice.
yeah, but I mean, like for example, on the map, like on the it says North Pole circumnavigation on the little little
Yeah, yeah,
video Radwin sent. There's
yeah,
this
yeah.
white barrier around the edge, and I'm
Yes,
assuming that's Antarctica.
yes. You
Okay,
asked me if
so
I believe in that. No,
yeah,
because
you don't believe in that.
I've not been there to verify it. No, I've
Okay.
no way of verifying it, dude.
Okay. But what I think is weird about it is if Earth, like if you take the image of the globe and then like or like this like circular or like ooh, I'm trying to think of the term. I forget what I was gonna say now. I lost
So,
it in thought.
do you want to take a seat and have a think, and you can go back to us?
Yeah, can I skip over to a different question though? Just while I like
Just very quickly, was the young lady finished asking questions?
Oh,
Was it
okay.
LK?
Then I'll just let LK finish then.
Yeah, we'd let LK finish, but if she hasn't got any more questions, you can ask the next one. LK, back to
Okay.
you.
So I was actually wondering, what about like the changes in the amount of sunlight during the wintertime in certain regions versus others?
Okay, so for example, if you're north of the equator and we have summertime, that's because the sun is moving around the Tropic of Cancer. The Tropic of Cancer is 23.5 degrees north of the equator. So you're going to see more of the sunlight, and it's going to be warmer because of the proximity to the sun. 6 months later, when the sun has travelled over the equator, it then circles the Tropic of Capricorn, 23.5 degrees south of the equator. So you're going to get to see less sunlight, and it's going to be colder. We call this winter.
Okay.
It's just to do with the circular path of the sun throughout the year. That's all it is.
Gotcha. That's all.
Cool. Okay, thank you. Okay, if you've got any more questions, then feel free to ask them in a bit. Jim Bob, back to you, my friend. Did you remember what you had to ask? Yo, Jim Bob. Okay, maybe Jim Bob will get back to us in a second. No worries. Is there anybody else out there who's got any more questions? Seems relatively chill at the moment, which is a bit of a novelty around here. I see in the chat, though, it's all kicking off. A couple of people seem to be a little bit upset, saying that we don't know anything and all of that type of stuff. When we're just being honest, answering the question where the limitation of the Earth is, and how the fuck would I know, because I've never been there. But if anybody else...
he's all mad, real mad about that.
Yeah, he was. Very, very mad. So, if anybody else has got anything... Got quite a few people in the chat. That's good to see. Welcome, one and all. Yes, Jim Bob LK is finished. So if you want to ask your question. And he
I
was
just didn't want
DMing me that. I wasn't like talking to myself. So, Jim Bob,
I
if you want to
just
ask a question.
I just didn't want to interrupt.
No, you're very polite of you.
So I don't. So if the Earth is so ooh, what's it? What was the name? Alpha. I talked to Alpha or AV. I think that was like a little bit earlier. About like the gravity theory that instead of me being what I think is me being pulled to the center of the Earth, I'm being pushed down onto the flat plane of Earth. So if that gravity is like even, wouldn't that mean if I throw something, it would just like get like fall down immediately or like get like fly straight? If that gravity is like equal everywhere, if it's just like pushing like straight down, wouldn't the ball just kind of go straight and then just drop off and not like curve?
Does anybody else want to answer that?
Why don't you want to answer? Why don't you want to answer it?
Yeah, I
No,
think you're missing something there. You know, with the air resistance, it's gonna slow the ball down, forcing it to be on a curve.
What if you're inside a room?
the reason, Jim Bob,
There's still resistance.
the reason, Jim Bob, is I've been speaking for a while, so I thought I'd let another flat earth ask a question. I'm not avoiding
What
the
if it's
question.
inside a room though?
Yeah,
There's no wind resistance.
that's awesome. So ask your question again, mate, because I think some people might not have understood.
Well, I don't even know my question. Like now, I'm thinking about my question. I don't know if that makes sense, but like, if okay, so I don't know if like your gravity affects. So like the idea that AV or Alpha said was that instead of me being pulled to like the center of the Earth, that what I think I'm being pulled to like the center of the Earth by gravity, I'm actually being pushed down on what he thinks is the flat plane of Earth. So I'm wondering if your guys' sense of gravity, or at least his sense of gravity, would affect like the trajectory of objects when they're thrown.
Can we talk about this gravity thing? Let's talk about gravity. The reason why flat earthers, or it's claimed that flat earthers don't believe in gravity, that is not true. That is false.
Yeah.
Gravity cannot be scientifically tested because we cannot manipulate what causes gravity. We see the effects of something. Nobody in this room denies that we see an effect of something. We see objects, you pick it up, you let it go, it falls. It can be explained by other things. Something that's known as specific gravity. Specific gravity has nothing to do with gravity in the sense of mass attracting mass or a gravity well that will then push you. Okay, specific gravity is just based upon what it is that you are specifically looking at that time and what its density is and what medium that you're going to put it in. For example, we could take a great big huge iron anvil. Okay, we need a crane to lift it up. It's really big, and we can put it in a pot filled with mercury, and it'll float. It'll float on the mercury. Isn't that cool? It's pretty neat. Well, it's a specific gravity. It just so happens that the anvil is less dense than the mercury that it's sitting in, and therefore it won't go down. It will stay on top. It'll float. So that's known as specific gravity, and that explains pretty much everything. So again, this whole thing with gravity, it's not that flat earthers don't believe in gravity. It cannot be scientifically proven to find out what the cause is. We see the effect, but we don't have the cause.
Okay, well, I never said that. I don't think flat earthers don't believe in gravity. I don't think that. And I wasn't asking the cause. I was just saying what the effects of what Alpha said gravity is, or like a possibility would that affect the trajectory of objects.
Well, flat earthers don't believe in the Einstein theory either, but specific gravity explains everything that we see and feel and experience here on Earth, and therefore there is no need for any other kind of gravity. There seems to be some kind of a cardinal direction of down for the majority of objects on Earth, yet helium balloons can go up. So there isn't necessarily a defined up or down that has to take place. We live in this realm, and specific gravity sorts everything out for whatever reason.
I mean, I'm not. I just want to say, the person that was talking just now, you could talk all day, man. Have at it. I love that voice. Do it to me. I probably learned more from you in the last 3 minutes than I did 12 years.
I hope you did.
Plum Bob, are you a flat earther then?
I do not believe in flat Earth. I know the Earth is flat. I know that it is measured flat. I know where the Earth dimensions came from. It's all flat Earth measurements that they took in order to create and manifest the globe.
Do you think that other planets are flat? Like Mars or like Venus, Neptune,
First
etc.?
off, we would have to identify what the heck a planet is. All I see are lights in the sky. I've never been to a planet. Nobody on Earth has ever been to a planet. They're
The
just
rovers
lights
have.
in the sky.
Rovers have. So you're saying that just
No,
because
no. Outer space cannot exist. We have another problem. We have the second law of thermodynamics.
I don't want to
Go ahead.
interrupt. I just want to clear something up before we go down this thing. Are you saying that you don't believe anything that you haven't been to or haven't seen personally?
I want to be able to verify what it is that I know. That's the number one thing for me. And no, I've never been to another planet. Nobody else has. Nobody can leave this closed system that we live in. Outer space cannot exist the way that we're told. There's an up. So I will say that it's possible that NASA has things up in the sky. Okay, up in the sky, but they're not out orbiting bodies of whatever. Outer space cannot exist based on the second law of thermodynamics. If we live next to the vacuum of space at 10 to the negative 17 torr, our atmosphere would be ripped right off of this Earth, and you would not be living and you would not be breathing. We have supposed gas giants. A ball of gas in outer space in a vacuum at 10 to the negative 17 torr, claiming that the gas is all being held together with gravity. This is all just bunk. You've been sold just a line of crap from over the years. It's all throughout the school system, and it just ain't real.
So you don't. So can I, with your logic, can I say because I've never been to the Roman Colosseum, it does not exist?
No, that's not what he's saying.
No,
Well, I'm just
that's
using his
different.
logic in like a example.
No, because you could know somebody. You could know somebody that's been there. You could know somebody who took a picture. So there's other ways of knowing that those things exist.
Yeah, but people have
So
taken.
I know the people from Apollo. I know them.
There are pictures of planets in outer space. People say the astronauts say they've been to the moon, but you're not taking their word for it. You're not saying the pictures.
They say they've been to the moon. They're lying. Absolutely lying. They said that they've been to the moon. Go ahead.
But I don't understand how that logic just suddenly changes.
He explained it to you. So do you remember the bit where he mentioned the second law of thermodynamics? And the fact that if we were in a vacuum space, and that vacuum space was uncontained from our atmosphere, the oxygen and nitrogen that we're breathing, the second law of thermodynamics dictates that the gas would increase in entropy and disperse into that vacuum. We wouldn't be breathing. So when they say that they've been to the moon is in the vacuum of space, and they travelled from the Earth, which is an open system because of rockets to the moon, which means free energy and matter transfer. That means that the gas would leave the surface of the Earth and disperse into that vacuous space. Now, that is the second law of thermodynamics. That's a law of nature.
How does go on. Hold up. When it disperses into a vacuum, are you saying that it just disappears then, or does it change form?
not
What's it?
disappears, disperses as expands
But
outward.
but
Do you know what a
it's
Kid, you're
vacuum
asking.
chamber?
Hey, kid,
yeah
you gonna make an argument, or you gonna keep asking questions? Like a game of 20 questions right now. Why don't
me.
you make an argument?
Trying to
Yeah.
understand, dude. Right? He's a young lad. He's trying to understand, so we're helping him understand. He's gonna ask questions. That's what we hope
No,
he's
but he's
going
doing
to
like
do.
a gotcha. He's trying to do a gotcha.
Because I'm
Yeah.
trying to learn. I don't know anything about flat Earth.
Okay. Do
I
you know
don't
what
know
a
much
vacuum
about flat
chamber
Earth.
is, my friend? Do you know what a vacuum
Okay.
chamber is?
Well, a vacuum is a space, like, well, in the sense of, I guess, like, the vacuum is, like, devoid of matter and space. Like, it's devoid of
Yeah.
Very
physical
good.
space.
So you understand what a vacuum chamber is? A chamber that's got no gas in it. Yeah.
Yeah, but that's not the vacuum of space.
Yes, it's a vacuous space. So what I'm trying to point out to you is, if you open the door of that vacuum chamber, what happens?
The air rushes in
Yes. So that's the second law of thermodynamics.
because there's
No
yeah,
energy has been put into the system. The gas is moving in all directions. The reason why it can't enter that vacuous space is because there's a physical boundary, the container. When you open the container, entropy increases and the gas disperses into the vacuum. So if the Earth was an uncontained system, no barrier separating the gas from the vacuum, the gas would fill the vacuum.
but there's also air pressure. Like, if
Yeah,
the
yes.
air pressure is
What,
so,
what's the
but
definition
there
of gas pressure?
gas pressure or air pressure.
The same thing. What's the
Okay,
definition of gas pressure?
I'll look it up real quick.
Okay, it's the force that the gas exerts upon the walls of its container.
So, pressure exerted by air or gas.
Yeah, gas pressure. You can find these within several laws that have been attributed to the people that discovered them. So Boyle's law, Dalton's law, Gay-Lussac's law, Avogadro's law, that talk about the ideal gas laws, how we achieve pressure and the differentials between the amount of volume and the temperature of the gas and how that relates to a pressure of a system.
But
The
all the
thing is,
but the gases are held down by gravity. That's why they
okay.
don't rush into space.
Okay, I get you.
There's a problem.
Right, so we'll put gravity aside just for a moment. The definition of gas pressure is the force that the gas exerts upon the walls of its container. If you increase the size of the container and keep the same amount of gas in there, the gas pressure goes down. If you reduce the size of the container, the gas pressure goes up. You understand how these things are very much situated with each other. The
Yeah.
point is, you're going to need a container to achieve pressure. That's why it's called pressure. That's why it's got press in the word. Because the gas needs to press against a physical boundary to achieve pressure. If the Earth is an open system, there's no physical boundary. This is where the second law applies, and the gas will continue to increase in entropy and disperse into the next available volume. Now, the idea that gravity is the container leaves us with quite a few problems. One, and I don't care which gravity you talk about, Newton or Einsteinian, when you drop a rock, it goes down. So the vector of gravity is downwards. But gas moves freely and randomly in all directions, pressing against the limitation of its volume, no matter the size of the container. So I can give you gravity in this instance, and I don't have to because that hasn't been scientifically proven, but I can give it to you. And it observably doesn't affect the entropy of any gaseous system.
So,
because, go on.
You don't think gravity is? Sorry, not gravity. You don't think forces are physical?
Forces are physical. I can kick
So then,
something. Force.
so if gravity is a force, why isn't it physical? Why isn't the gravity a physical boundary that the air could be pushing against?
Okay, but it's not a physical boundary for the gas to press against.
But if forces are physical and gravity is a force,
do you think
gravity
that
doesn't affect air?
Do you think that gas is pressing against gravity? It's not a gotcha, my friend. Just trying to help you understand. Remember, just a moment ago, I gave you gravity. I said, okay, Gravity is on the Earth, but the gas moves freely and randomly in all directions, filling the limitation of its environment. So observably, being as gravity is just a vector downwards when you drop a rock, but you were to uncontain gas into a vacuum, the gas moves freely and randomly in all directions within that container, pressing on the limitation of that boundary, outward, downwards, and upwards. So I can give
So
you gravity, but it's not affecting gas. I don't have to give you gravity because it hasn't been scientifically proven.
so in a vacuum chamber on Earth, right? The air. So when the gate opens, like, or when the door opens in like this like hypothetical, the air rushes in because the pressure in the vacuum chamber is less than the pressure of the air around it.
Yep.
But in space, or in my definition of what I think the vacuum of space is, there is no air pressure to begin with. There's nothing for that gas to rush into because
That's
the
the
air
vacuum.
pressure isn't less, it doesn't exist.
Yeah, there's nothing there. There's no gas. So we say it's 10 to the negative 17 torr, which is a very, 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 very low gas pressure. The distance between gas molecules is huge. That's why they call it space, because there's a lot of space. Unfortunately, that's a space for the gas that we're breathing to disperse into. Because in the
He just
instance of
debunked. He debunked the universe just now.
So wow, that's what I was gonna say. Sorry, I'm this way in debates because I'm just like, I forget what I was gonna say.
No,
I
you're fine.
think I was gonna. Okay, so going back to the definition of a vacuum that I provided, I said that the vacuum of space, for example, is completely devoid of matter. So, do you think that a gas is matter? Do you think a
Yes,
gas would count
gas
as
is a
matter?
state of matter.
Yeah. Okay. So do
Yeah.
I.
Yeah.
I think if it's a vacuum that's devoid of matter, then
Awesome.
the gas isn't going to go in there,
It
because
is. Do you
if the
remember the vacuum?
gas were to go in the vacuum of space, it
Mm.
would have to disappear for it to be a vacuum, and matter can't be
What
created
what
or
is a
destroyed.
vacuum? What is a
I
vacuum?
I said that I gave my definition. I said my definition of the vacuum of space is an area that's completely devoid of matter.
Awesome. So in
And
the
maybe
vacuum
also low
chamber, sorry,
pressure?
2 seconds.
What'd you
In
say?
the vacuum chamber where we've taken all the gas out of, there's
Mhm.
no matter in the vacuum chamber. That's the same thing that you've just described as the vacuum of space. No gas matter in the vacuum of space. So when we open the container, the gas rushes into that empty space, which is akin to the vacuum of space because it's empty space. So the gas that we're breathing is free to disperse into that ever increasing volume because there's no matter to press against the gas to stop it from doing so.
Yeah, well, the vacuum chamber creates low pressure. In the vacuum of space, there is no pressure. And I'm not saying there's no pressure, which like, oh, the pressure is so low that there's like basically no pressure. I'm saying the pressure does
that
not
makes your
exist.
that makes your problem worse
Why?
because there's no gas there. So you're saying there's so little gas there. In fact, you might as well say there's no gas there. Okay, so I've given you some molecules of gas, and the gas outside the vacuum chamber when we opened the door still went in there. Do you think that it wouldn't go in there if I managed to take every single molecule of gas out? Of course not.
Every single what?
Dude, let me reiterate what you've said. You said the vacuum of space is devoid of any gas matter.
No, I
That's
said
why.
any matter.
Yeah, any matter, but in this instance, gas. So it's the same as the vacuum chamber that hasn't got any gas in, which is devoid of matter. So when you open the door of the vacuum chamber, the high pressure gas outside that was pressing against the container is now free to go into that vacuous space because there's no gas pressure in there. There's a volume for the gas to fill, which is akin to the vacuum of space because there's lots of space, like I said. So the gas that we're breathing here is free to disperse into that vacuous area.
Yeah. But
But
I
there's
didn't.
no, but
But
there's no reason for it to though.
I didn't say there's so little that it's like it basically none. I said it does not exist. It completely does not exist.
Which
Period.
makes your problem worse because that's a free volume for the gas to disperse into because there's nothing there.
But
What's
there's no air
stopping
pressure. There's no air pressure. The reason
the
the
air,
air goes into
dude,
the gas
dude,
chamber is because
dude, dude,
there's low air
the air,
pressure.
dude, the air pressure is the stuff that we're breathing right now. We're breathing oxygen and nitrogen, which is under pressure. But that, in your model of an open system, means that the gas is free to disperse into the available volume of space where there's
No.
no gas pressure.
Yeah, I'm
What
not
creates
okay.
the gas
I'm
pressure
not
underneath the
so.
surface?
I don't know if I'm confused or you're confused. I'm trying to like it doesn't exist. Like I'm not saying like the pressure doesn't exist. I'm saying like the pressure doesn't exist. Like it's like this. It's like it sounds like the same thing, but I'm thinking of two different things. It's super hard to explain. Like I don't know how to explain it.
Do you remember the bit earlier where I said that gas pressure was defined as the force that the gas exerts upon the walls of its container? But if you were
Yes.
to increase the size of the container, the gas would press outwards and fill the next available volume, correct?
Mhm.
Cool. So understanding that means that if up there is a vacuous space, as in the vacuum of space, then that's a volume for gas to fill, being as there's no physical boundary separating our gas pressure and that vacuum of space according to the globe model, which is a violation of the second law of thermodynamics, because gases disperse freely and randomly in all directions, filling the limitation of their environment. The limitation of the environment within the heliocentric globe Earth model is the entirety of the vacuum of space, which means we wouldn't be breathing right now. We wouldn't have gas pressure because there's no physical boundary for the gas to press against. And if there's no physical boundary for the gas to press against, the gas is free to disperse into the next available volume.
Okay, so we wouldn't be breathing, but yet we are.
Yes,
Because there's a
that
physical
means that the Earth
boundary
is a
there.
contained system. Yes, there must be a physical boundary to keep the gas here and to achieve pressure, which is vehemently against the heliocentric model, where there is no physical boundary separating our gas pressure from the vacuum of space.
So you don't think there's a vacuum of space?
Not in the way that it's been described to us, no.
So, well then, can you describe to me? Like, I want to take a couple steps back. Can you describe to me what you think, what your idea of the vacuum of space is?
I have no idea of what the vacuum of space is in this instance. The only thing that I do know is that to achieve gas pressure, you require a container. So maybe there's a container in the sky, and beyond that container is a vacuum, but you're going to need that container to achieve the gas pressure
Well,
to
that
keep the gas here.
Hold up, I'm confused. Okay, maybe I'm wrong here, right? But if there's that container, right, there is no pressure on the other side, meaning the pressure within the container is way greater than the pressure outside the container.
Yeah,
So the
just
container would just explode outwards and the air would rush out. It doesn't matter either way with your theory.
do you remember the vacuum chamber we had?
Yeah.
Where there was a physical boundary separating the gas pressure outside from the vacuum inside?
Mhm.
What was stopping the gas from going into the vacuum?
I don't know what
The
your
container.
yeah, what was it made of though?
It doesn't matter what the container's made of. In this instance, you have a physical boundary separating the two diversely different gas pressure situations. One, the atmospheric outside of the container, and two, the vacuum inside of the container. The only way that the gas pressure went into the vacuum, we had to open the door. Remember that bit?
Yeah.
Yeah. So if the Earth is an open system, like we're told in the heliocentric model, and rockets went to the moon, that means the gas would disperse into the vacuum of space.
Okay. I found something online just to try to explain this to myself better. It says vacuum chambers are made of extremely durable and rigid materials so they do not implode due to extremely low internal pressures.
Mm-hmm.
Common chamber materials include glass, high density ceramics, acrylic, brass, aluminum, and different types of steel. I need to do some research on this to find out why they don't implode. So could you give me a minute just to
Because you can't pull that vacuum that low. You can't
Yeah.
pull 10 to the minus 17 or in a vacuum.
Okay. So, yeah,
That's why.
that's what I was
Even if you
thinking.
could, as
That's
soon as there's a hole or anything like to, I don't know, shoot the rocket, it'll just get sucked right through the hole. Like, how you gonna hold that in the infinite vacuum of space?
so
Basically, you can't
like
hold a spherical gas or gas in a shape in your vacuum. That's what you'd be looking for. That's what you're trying to prove. Or like a sphere of water, levitated in the vacuum in the center or some shit. So you're looking for like gas holding a shape, right? A spherical shape inside your vacuum container, no matter how big or how small the container, or how big or how small the amount of gas, but it has to be enough to see or like know it's there.
While you're researching that, look at, because I've already done it live 3 times in here, put water in a vacuum chamber, evacuate the air out of it, and the water turns into gas and leaves the vacuum chamber also. So there goes floating water balls in outer space.
Damn. There went my meniscus.
So okay, so I think I understand now. I might like look into this a little bit later, but it's because it's like low pressure. It's not no pressure. It's like it's extremely, extremely,
So
extremely
now
low
a
pressure.
vacuum isn't a vacuum.
Sorry, low pressure.
I think the vacuum of space, or at least in my definition or model or whatever you want to call it, and a vacuum that I could create in a lab are different.
Dude, you said low pressure. Is the vacuum of space lower than high pressure? Doesn't matter if you say it's non-existent or low.
1 second.
We're talking about. This is what is meant by the second law of thermodynamics. It's basically a direction. It's entropy. Hot goes to cold. High energy goes to low energy. High pressure goes to low pressure. So this is why I brought up the vacuum chamber. When we open the container, the high pressure outside disperses into the lower pressure environment. Lower. So this means that high pressure goes to low pressure. If you say that the vacuum space is a very, 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 very low pressure, and we're breathing high pressure gas, that law dictates the high pressure will disperse into the lower pressure environment. That's entropy.
Okay.
You guys are gonna learn. He's gonna show you he's got gas holding a spherical shape. He's gonna show you. He's gonna show us.
Who?
Right. What happens when you pump a tire and you get it to 35 point whatever psi?
The air pushes the rubber outwards.
Awesome.
Because the pressure in the tire
Yes.
is greater. The air pressure in the tire is greater than the air pressure surrounding, but it's not
Brilliant.
great enough to explode the tire yet once you get it to that psi.
Yeah. So when your girlfriend slashes your tires, what happens to the high pressure inside the tire?
It rushes out into the low pressure.
There you go. So that's
Very
the direct.
good.
That's the second law in action. High pressure inside the tire, when open to a lower pressure system, the tire's been slashed. The high pressure moves into the lower pressure environment. That's the direction of entropy, according to the second law. So if the Earth was high pressure that we're breathing, the oxygen and the nitrogen, and it was uncontained from that available space, no tire surrounding the Earth container, then the gas would disperse into that space. We wouldn't be breathing. When they tell us that Jupiter is a giant uncontained ball of gas in a vacuum of space, but with no physical container keeping that gas in that spherical shape, that's the violation of the second law that we're talking about, because the high pressure planet with the gas should disperse into the vacuum space.
Okay. Alright, I'm gonna look at something real quick. I'll be back in a few.
No worries.
Good job, Jedi.
Thanks, man. Appreciate that.
That none of that.
Sorry, Gregory, I've only just looked at my DMs, mate. I think you're unmuted now, man, so we should be good to go. Is there anybody else in the chat whilst Jim Bob is doing some research? Anybody else got any questions, points they want to bring up? Defendable, tell me that it's flat, whichever one you want to do. Okie dokie then. I'm going to go make some coffee.
So the moral of the story is air pressure keeps water in the form of water you see in your swimming pool. Remove the air, all the water goes away.
Very true.
Just a quick question on that last topic. So, why do we observe air pressure reducing with altitude?
Okay, so two reasons why that is. One is because of radiant temperature or heat from the surface of the Earth. Higher temperatures mean higher pressures. Lower temperatures mean lower pressures. And when you gain in altitude away from the source of heat, which is the radiant heat from the surface of the Earth, it gets colder. And the second one is where all the gas is produced. Gas is produced on and within the surface of the Earth, chemical and biological cycles. So it's produced down here. It's warmer down here. That's why there's more pressure down here.
And with the sun being obviously a heat source high up in the sky, would that not make the pressure higher closer to the sun?
You would have thought so, but obviously the sun's heat is radiant from the surface of the Earth. So the sun's heat heats up the surface of the Earth, and the heat is dispersed over time. This is why there's a differential in pressure during night and daytime. Also, there's two pressure gradients. There's one that's horizontal, which is away from the tropics towards north and south, and one, like you said, that is with altitude away from the surface of the Earth, where the radiant heat is produced and where the gas is produced. But there's two gradients, one horizontal, one vertical.
Interesting.
Yeah,
Thank you.
no, it's right. I found it interesting when I found it out as well. I didn't realise there was a horizontal one away from the tropics, the equator, and so on. So yeah, that's quite interesting. This isn't me pulling stuff out of my arse. I can cite this if you want to. It's not a problem.
I'm back.
Okie dokie.
So, my answer, for why the air doesn't fly off into space is still gravity.
Okay.
So after my thing. So
All
if you
right.
have a question that I think I can answer now, maybe.
Okay. Which gravity are you talking about? Are you talking about Newtonian gravity, mass attracts mass, or Einsteinian gravity, the bending and warping of space-time
The
fabric?
bending and warping of space.
Okay.
So I feel okay, if we had no gravity wells in space, right? The gas, I think like the gas would be floating around in space, right? But the second we add something like a planet, which bends that space time, whatever you want to call it, that like imaginary grid, right? All those particles are going to be pulled towards the planet by its gravitational pull. They're going to roll down that the curvature, the bending of that space. Do you have a name for that so I can not just be calling it something random?
The space-time fabric. You
So
can call it that.
like the fabric, right? So they're being pulled down by the fabric around the planet, and because we have multiple planets with atmospheres, or sorry, no, that's not what I meant to say. Because we have multiple of those gravity wells, or that the air is, or the particles are going to be pulled towards them. I'm not saying on Earth, but I'm saying different planets.
How much do you know about the Einstein concept of space-time?
I don't know too much, but I do know about like I think that can be used to like conceptualize wormholes. I don't know how much there really is. I think I know the basic.
Okay. Do you know what a reification fallacy is?
No.
Okay, so taking something that doesn't have physical properties and giving it physical properties, like love.
Yeah.
So would you say that space, which is a coordinate system, height, width, length, is physical?
No, not in that
Cool.
sense, but I guess it could be given physical properties like there's
Yeah, but in of itself, it doesn't have physical properties. Do you think that time has physical properties? Can I give it energy? Can I paint it red? Can I set fire to it and kick it down the road?
No.
Awesome. So this is what I meant by a reification fallacy, and this is what Einstein has done with his conceptual idea of the space-time fabric. The reason why I said fabric like that is that's where he's given the space and the time physical qualities that can be bent and warped. The only thing is it can only be bent and warped within the mathematics. Space and time have no physical attributes of themselves. So if we're talking about a scientific proof for the space-time fabric, we're already dealing with concepts that aren't physical, so we're not going to be able to prove it with a physical experiment. It's all mathematics and conceptual. So it's not actually real. It's just an idea.
Okay. So like I said, I think it's gravity, and without gravity, if we didn't have gravity, going back to the vacuum chamber, the air on the planet Earth, our atmosphere, would rush out into space if we didn't have gravity.
Okay.
Riddle me this, Einstein. So let's say you shoot a rocket into space and space has no gravity. How does it hold the gas in the rocket?
Huh?
You shoot a rocket into space and the rocket is holding
Let's
the
get back on
gas.
topic. Back on topic. That's a little different here. Let's get back to your or your vacuum chamber here. Let's
Yeah,
talk
hold
about
on one
that.
second. Just 1 second, Plum Bob. I already explained to him that I put water in a vacuum chamber and gravity didn't hold it down. Is he now saying space time should be holding that water in the vacuum chamber?
Me?
Yes, you invoke space time as a reason why things are stuck to Earth.
No, I said gravity. I just used the
Okay.
Einsteinian
So let's
explanation.
talk about a vacuum chamber, okay? If it's true that the air is held down by gravity. If that is true, then it must be true that something must weigh more in a vacuum chamber before you remove the air. Must weigh more. There's a problem with that, though. When we evacuate the vacuum chamber and leave the object in there on the scale, when we weigh it, it weighs more after we evacuate the chamber. Therefore, the air is not being pulled down by your gravity, as you call it, not happening, or that would be true. It would make the object heavier before we remove the air. Doesn't happen. You got a problem.
But doesn't okay, but the object being heavier in the vacuum makes it the center of gravity.
No, it just proves that the air was making it more buoyant. Going back to my whole talk before of specific gravity, because of the medium that it's in, made it lighter. Poof, we're back to specific gravity again, not the gravity that you're talking about.
So you said you're using buoyancy. So I know what buoyancy is, but can buoyancy be used like with just air? Because I thought buoyancy was with like water, just with water.
No, I am just talking about specific gravity. Just looking at two different things in different mediums and seeing how they are affected. Nothing to do with gravity of the gravity, or sorry, mass attracting mass, or the bending and warping of space-time. Has nothing to do with either types of gravity. It's just the way that we observe stuff here on Earth in different mediums.
So, wait, how's that? So you're saying that you're not talking about the gravity that I can like think about. You're just saying how we observe it. That's what you're saying.
Yeah,
So you're
specific
saying
gravity. Look it up. Look this up. Go look up specific gravity. Okay, it's an actual thing. Specific gravity. Look it up. It has nothing to do with mass attracting mass or the bending and warping of space-time. Okay, check that out. You need to look at that first, so that you can get some ground underneath your feet on it.
Specific gravity is just relative density.
Specific gravity ratio of the density of a substance to that of a standard substance.
Yeah. It's literally just saying how much more or less dense something is compared to another. So water is commonly used.
So for like buoyancy, it's like a type of specific gravity then?
No.
Well, buoyancy begs the question of gravity. So buoyancy is kind of Archimedes' principle plus gravity, which gravity doesn't exist. Sad to say. Even you kind of admitted it earlier. You said imaginary grid in space. Well, that's the whole point. It's imaginary. It's not physical or actual or having any effect.
So are you saying gravity doesn't exist in the physical sense, like love doesn't exist in the physical sense? Or are you saying it does not exist, period?
No, we're saying that the reification of a bending and warping of a space-time medium is not real. But what is real is substances relative to the medium that they're in having a vector change according to that differential, if that makes sense.
So
that's not a
That's the only thing that can be tested.
All right. So to make sure I understand this, can you give me a brief explanation using specific gravity that tells me why the can I'm holding right now is going to hit my desk when I let go of it? Just so I can understand.
Okay, well, hold on a second. Let me give you an example. What kind of can you holding?
Just a brisk lemon iced tea can.
Okay, so if you let go of it in air, is it going to be more dense than the air?
Yes.
Okay, so what do you think is going to happen?
It's going to fall on my desk like it just did.
Okay, so let's say you were in a vat of mercury. If you let go of that can, what do you think was going to happen?
It's going to float because it's less dense.
Right. So the vectors change, but the substance the only thing that changed was the medium. Therefore, the differential is different. Therefore, the vector is different.
Where's
pretty
the vector
simple
coming from?
So, in the idea of a vacuum, so if a vacuum is no matter, which means it can't have density, because there's no matter within it, then the Earth, being like, for an example, if it's a sphere, would be denser than the vacuum, and the air would also be denser than the vacuum. So the air particles would fall through the vacuum and they would land on the Earth, and they would like stay on the Earth because they're denser than the vacuum of space, but they're not denser than the Earth.
So you
I
got
have a better question. If it's all relative density, and everything quote unquote sorts itself out due to relative density, why is the atmosphere a mixture? Why does the atmosphere not have like striations of different compounds?
Air pressure, you mean. Due
What
to
do you
air
mean?
pressure.
Like,
How does air pressure cause it to be mixed?
it's a dynamic system. So within
Sure.
the